Do you want to be a part of the Coco community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, Coco thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, Coco commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or Coco Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, its siblings, cousins, and red-headed stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation Show, episode 395. We made it through another week.
With more snow.
With more snow.
What's snow?
At least
hey,
we're here.
I only managed to get 2 inches down here. Oh, let's see.
We got about that much rain here.
All right, on the panel today, we have Marco.
Oh, hi there.
And yours truly, Mark B. And Ron Deluxe.
Hi, fellow cocoa nuts.
Ken Waters.
Hello from sunny, warm Canada.
And the next row, we got Wingnut.
What kind of nuts?
Can you guys hear that?
Yes, I can hear you.
It's a crappy CW program I wrote on the Coco that says, "Hi, I'm Ron."
Okay. Next over, we got L Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone, from not so sunny, not so warm in Canada. It's blowing snow in a light blizzard at the moment.
Okay, next over, we got Henry Gernhardt, the break key.
Hi, folks. Welcome to the CoCoNation. My name's Henry, and today I'm coming to you from central Massachusetts, where we have light snow accumulating at about 2 inches.
And next up, Grant Leedy, who got a little bit more snow.
Hey, yep, I'm from here from Kansas City. We had 14 inches with a blizzard. So.
And next row, we got Rick Euland.
Howdy, folks. I'm too far north for it to snow, so.
And Bob Emery.
Howdy, folks. Welcome to the show. We got no snow, just an ice storm.
Oof. I don't know which is worse.
Ice storm.
Ice is way worse.
Having been through them both, yep, ice storm.
Yep.
Especially when you forget your Kit Kats.
Yeah, shut up.
Blame UPS. Blame UPS.
Oh,
Yep.
Let's see. Alan, Exile in Paradise.
Howdy, everyone. What is this snow you keep talking about?
Oh, don't worry. We'll introduce you.
No, you
has
won't.
flooding.
I'm down
I
here
have
in
no
Texas
idea.
for a reason.
Right. A snow cannon couldn't make it.
Hey, we can get you a snow cone.
Yeah,
Wasn't
I mean,
there-
I'd have to drive way more north, and Dallas is not the destination today. So,
Just hang around by the Zamboni machine, then you'll see some.
All right.
no, I think they may have one of those at the Galleria, and no, I don't think the ice skating thing is open right now.
All right. Next over, we got Brian Weasler.
Allegedly.
He's in transit. He
Yeah,
may
he's been still
We'll
in
come back
transit.
to him.
cutting
All
over
right.
from.
No,
I'm here. I'm here.
Too late, you missed your turn.
Okay.
Bench warrant's been issued.
Show up or else.
Okay. And last but not least on the panel, we got Jason and the CoCoMan.biz.
Ooh,
Right.
Coco Man.
Coco Man, the CocoMan.biz lab here, I guess you'll call it, and or at least I call it. But as far as blizzards go, we did have a blizzard here this week. Mine had Oreos and chocolate brownie chunks in it.
Good choice.
Just rubbing it in at this point.
And what did Buster get? Or did he just eat yours?
No, he doesn't get people food, but he gets plenty of cat food and wet food, and believe me, when that can opens, he knows it. He's demanding it right away.
Yeah, because that's Buster's Coco Man Biz lab, not yours.
Well, he is right above. He is sitting on top of the desk looking at me right now, like, what are you doing? Yes, I see you.
Supervising. We know.
Yeah,
Right.
my supervisor. Yeah. Speaking of, here he is, Mr. Buster. Yeah, I think you're not ready for your close up, are you? That's okay. Any other time he'll be up on my lap when I'm trying to work.
Yep.
or he'll be on the back of my chair when I'm trying to work, and I'll
Get
have a
out the
fuzzy
soldering
headrest.
iron, then he'll get interested.
Yeah, here you go. Let me go ahead and set you down there, bud.
All right, let's see. In the chat so far, Wayne Campbell, David Ladd, Canadian Retro Things, Michael Zwiffel, Strickyak, Sixy, Jim Wright, David Lord, TJB Chris, William Athing, Mark Siegel, Tom Eric Gunderson, David Lord, David Croker, Brian Walsh, Julian Brown, Marco. Scroll, and we're up to date. Okay. I think first up today we had we're going to do project updates, but I think we're going to do a update on the virtual CoCoFEST or Tandy Retro Show.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Let me find my spreadsheet here. Honestly, I've been having difficulty trying to log into where did my spreadsheet go? Oh, there it is. Behind a web browser page. I've been having problems logging into the website that Jim Brain set up to try to update the pages. So he asked me yesterday for a list of the people in the schedule, so I sent him a spreadsheet. I don't know where he's going to post it yet. If not, I'll stick in all the Facebook posts. I'll throw it out there and also put one on the Coco Discord. But what we have so far, I guess I should pull this over here so it's closer to this monitor. Okay, so what we have so far is, see, let's go with Eastern time since that's when our show is, 11 a.m. Eastern time. Rick Eulin's going to come on for an hour and talk about the Coco IO, which is a network interface card that he developed, and all the cool things he's doing with it. Hopefully he'll get his disc copied over he'll need. At 12 o'clock Eastern, I'm going to have Joel Ewy, I guess it is, EWI. And he
Evie, I think it's pronounced.
Evie, okay. He wants to demonstrate making high color images on the Coco using the DS69B video digitizer, which I faintly remember something about that, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's MicroWorks. That's a good one.
Gotcha. At 1300, Peter Satinsky of the Trash Talkers is going to show off his Tandy 10, which I understand is a predecessor to the Model 2.
It's more of a sister, I think, but it's an incredibly rare machine.
Yeah, it should be very interesting.
It's a rebranded ads machine. Before they came out with the Model 2, it was what Tandy used as their first major business machine.
Did you get to see one when your mom worked for Radio Shack?
No, they were well out of stock by that time. Mom came in after the Coco 2 was introduced, I think.
Okay. So 83, 82. Okay. And then we have a 3-hour break for something called the CoCoNation. That's something that happens like every Saturday.
Those bastards.
The short show in that week.
Yeah.
So it's going to start later than its usual time?
I guess. No, it should be the same time, 1400. So and then jumping on to 1700 Eastern time, I have a trio of L Curtis Boyle, Brian Wiesler, and Paul Fiscarelli talking about Coco digital archaeology.
And it's a double-length one.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 hours of fun-filled disc and magnetic media frenzy.
I'll tell you a secret. We specifically designed a disc so I could carry the CoCoNation news on for another hour into that slot. No, I'm just kidding.
I see. That's why you wanted the slot right after. Okay, excellent. Then at 1900 Eastern time, I have William Athing and Henry III here talking about FujiNet on the Tandy color computer. So I understand they're working on a class for VCF East. So that's going to be very cool also. So hopefully there'll be we'll see some of that and you get another chance to see it later. And then at 2000 hours Eastern time, Retrostack wants to talk about the Model 1. That's the first Tandy, of course, that came out way back when. Then I have a 1 hour gap. Hey, anybody want to present something? And then Strickyak. Henry Strickland's going to talk about his new 6309 based modern retro computer called the TFR/9. And he's going to be hopefully showing Nitrous 9 on it as well as Color Basic. For those of you who don't wow, okay, that'll be 2200 Eastern time, which is be 7 p.m. Pacific. And 3 in the morning for those who are in England. Hey, it's all recorded. You'll be able to watch it later.
Now, Marco, I have a question.
Yes.
Now, my clock only goes up to 12. So what's this? What's this 17? Mine only goes to 12.
Your
That's a
clock is
personal
broken.
problem. That's a personal problem.
Your clock is most assuredly broken.
It's one of the easiest conversions. You don't even have to multiply by some weird fraction. Just add 12 or subtract 12. There is a calculator online for converting to 24-hour time for people who can't add and subtract.
Who can't subtract 12.
By the way, Joel in the chat says he's doing prep for the video digitizer presentation this afternoon.
Excellent.
So unlike my
Thank you,
presentation with Brian and Paul, he'll be prepared.
Okay, and a couple other people. Oh, Frederick Sigard said he wanted to show off his 6309 board, but I don't have a time slot for him, and I've been trying to get a hold of him the last couple of days. So hopefully I'll be able to squeeze him in there somewhere. And then there was a guy by the name of Pablo Fernandez Varia, who is trying to come up with something. Maybe he will, maybe he won't, but hey, we've got a bunch of slots already, so it's going to be a full day. So anyway, I'll get this posted some format on Facebook at least for people to look at. So honestly, I've been trying to figure out how to log into WordPress. I don't think it likes me much, WordPress.
Well, you can blame Mark, whatever the heck his name is.
Jim.
No, Mark, whatever the guy who runs Automatic, you can blame him.
Right.
Okay.
Just blame WordPress. You won't be far off.
That would be Matt Mullenweg.
Oh, Matt, thank you very much.
Okay.
Matt
That's the
Mullenweg.
Matt in Automatic.
Yep. Okay.
And welcome Nick, who's just woken up.
Hi, Nick.
Yeah. Hey, he lives good.
Now the show can start.
Cool.
Good
Before I
thing you got
forget,
here.
check your Discord sometime.
Me?
No,
Discord. I saw your message.
And he chose to ignore it. Don't you feel great?
Yeah, I feel crushed.
That's about the standard non-reply.
Has the show started?
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, it has.
Oh.
You're asking the questions everyone else in the audience, both of them are asking.
Yeah. Is this a show?
Is this a show?
No, it's a bunch of old guys talking in circles.
Right?
Hey, get off my lawn.
First
Yeah,
hour
Mark,
thing
hopefully
is-
you can either get the page updated if or Jim can get it updated, or if you can start posting, maybe by today. Sometimes I keep getting questions about what's on at what time, and I have no idea. There's no place to look it up. So
Yeah, I got to figure out how to. Right now I have a spreadsheet that has colored lines on it, which not too attractive. Maybe if I change the text color to white, maybe better. You can get a picture of that or something. So anyway, yeah, I'll figure out a way to post that and make it look nice in Facebook.
yeah, even if it's just like a screenshot of it, something.
Yeah, maybe what it comes down to. No.
Just get us a artist rendering.
Yeah. Also, welcome to Jeffrey. You just joined us as well.
So
Better late than never.
that's the latest on that. It's in 2 weeks. So be there or be square. And it will be recorded, so you can always watch it later because, hey, this is a worldwide audience and we're not all awake at the same time.
We're not all on the same page.
Especially during the show.
Let's see. Brian, how you doing?
I think he's still trying
I
to.
guess that's a not yet.
He's still collating.
No, not ready yet. Nope, sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Let us know when you are. Okay, so
I can do a quick teaser. See Nick showing up
Yeah.
kind of reminded me of something I'm working on here.
Ah, right. I'm the King Tease, am I?
Something like that. Let me switch my screen on here. Okay. My bandwidth is pretty bad.
Great color choice.
But
I like that composite color.
So
overdriven.
Last video I did, I was working on the semi-graphics editor.
Mm-hmm.
And while I was looking that up, I found Nick's sprite editor. So
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
So for those who haven't seen it on
That uses the high res. The high-res mouse.
The high-res mouse, that's
Oh,
pretty
nice.
cool too. Then I'll
Yeah, the
talk
software
about
one,
that.
right? You're talking about like no high-res interface.
Yeah.
Right. Just in the standard joystick port, and I'm using the mouse right now. So the color deluxe mouse. So you can see that's pretty cool. But I decided to actually modify the program. My RGB to HDMI is set up for automatic. So I'm actually editing. I'm working on a video. It's pretty much done, but I'm working on some new opens and stuff. EIR. So I have a spfix.bas. That's an ASCII file. And I'm just going to merge it. So that updates it, and you got no more flickery cursor.
Wow, good one.
Nice.
And then
It's a me.
Yeah, I was trying to do a 13 frame animation, and that delay loading the frame every time in between was getting on my nerves, especially if you accidentally click it instead of,
Click
so
the
what I
wrong
did
one?
is I made a way, made a way to click with a control key. Now I can just copy that one without having to wait for the reload. And you get the yellow border, so you know it's not, you shouldn't edit that.
Nice feedback.
There we go.
He's trying to get out of that box.
Right. Then I also updated the loop routine there so that the joystick input will control the speed.
Oh.
Just for giggles, because obviously, I mean, whatever.
Yes, you could.
But that's just something that I'll probably have a video out this coming week about. And it does proper breakout now, so it goes to low speed and
Good.
So this is for those compiled sprites?
No.
Oh, this would be just the masked one, I think.
This is just so you can design the graphics.
Okay.
Yeah.
That leaves room for somebody else.
Right. It's got the 4 save and load slots. The export is pretty much just a suggestion at this point.
Yeah, it was, you export it depending on what your program was, how it wanted the data, you would add code to, you could do compiled, I suppose, if that's what you wanted, but you'd have to add that code yourself.
Right.
It was basically just a tool that I was using.
Yeah, it's a pretty neat program.
So this on the Color Computer Archive?
Nick's program is, my update's not.
Okay.
And this is pretty much everything I changed.
Do you have a Git repo?
I do not.
Pause it right there and key it in. Yourself.
Screenshot.
Yeah, I'm actually going to put this in my in the video comments when I get there, and
well, you should make
just release it as a bigger version number, I would say,
yeah,
so people don't have to worry about trying to merge it.
Modifications by Bob Emery.
This should be this week's CoCoNation type-in program.
Well, isn't it possible to copy and paste text into XROAR?
Yeah.
Yes. VCC does too.
So theoretically, you could just load Nick's program, copy this text, and paste it in, and you'd be done.
Yeah, but it's easier for other people just to get a disk image with it properly fixed. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Right.
would make a new version and
You can just put, additions, improvements. I fixed this darn thing by Bob Emery or something.
yeah.
All right. Well, I need to get maybe add some sound effects by Nick, so we'll see what we can do.
Let's just do sprites for the dragon.
I don't know. You better check with the original author. Make sure he doesn't have any objections.
Did they make a Dragon 3?
They were making a Dragon. Was it the Dragon Beta that had an MMU and 768K of RAM and a bunch of other stuff? But there's prototypes of it that they have. They're actually trying to duplicate it now. Julian in the chat probably knows more about that than I do.
So the Coco 3 might have a cousin in England or Spain.
That's cool. That's definitely some improvements that look pretty worthwhile.
Yeah, no, they were good.
And not too many changes to the program, it looks like.
No, really, and a lot of this is actually Nick's original code. I just had to duplicate it so that it could be, loaded as a overlay. Some of the lines are just modified slightly. One of the things I did is I changed his cursor from 2 line statements to a draw statement. And that made that's like 35% faster on that line.
Oh, cool.
Cool.
Just in the cursor drawing. That adds a lot to the smoothness. But anyway.
No, good update. Put it up there, put it on the archive, and I'll take a copy too.
All right. Well, thank you.
That worked excellent, Nick. Getting other people to do your work for you.
Well, that's the whole idea. That's what this hobby's about.
That's why he keeps calling me. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, the one that Nick had, all the sprites were upside down.
Yeah, probably to fix that as well. They animated backwards. There's a bunch of things.
We're still waiting for Brian, are we?
Welcome to our favorite
He said he can do it as
segment.
part of the game on challenge if he needs more time. So,
welcome to Stalling for Brian.
So how Curtis? How do we want to present the deboost video?
yeah,
Standalone
we can do that
segment
now while
or-
Brian's getting ready if you want.
Well, okay.
So this is a video that Bruce Moore recorded at the Manitoba Retro event that we were at last weekend. You saw a couple pictures there that I'd sent off to Ken. But this is kind of going around some of the booths and stuff and just kind of give you a show. It's a fairly small show. It's kind of just a bunch of hobbyists get together. There was a presentation on oscilloscopes by a retired engineer who's been working with them since the analog ones in the 60s right through the modern digital ones, which is actually pretty interesting even for me who didn't understand most of what he was saying. There was the theme this particular year was TRS-80, so they had us 3 Coco people, David Craker, Bruce, and myself in one corner. And there was a TRS-80 Model 1 guy. There was a Vectrix, which is kind of a cousin because it's 6809 base load. In that particular case, it actually wasn't. And there was also a table of some electronics and other stuff from Tandy, including some of the old Armatron robot arms and the Robbie robots and the Pocket Computer 2 and others, of which I'm assuming are in the video. I did watch Bruce kind of wandering around and recording
Let me go ahead
it.
and start it, and we can talk over it.
Yep. He does talk to some people, so we might turn the audio on for that so you can hear what they're talking about.
Well, just use the audio on and audio off command.
Yep, exactly.
That worked like the tape on, tape off command.
After the long drive there and back, I need the motor on off commands, what I need. But
There we go.
Armatron and
there's a Pocket Computer 2.
Ooh.
The only one of the Pocket Computers actually supported graphics, if I remember. Transistor
did it-
AM radio kit. Plug-in power module, which I actually saw David fiddling around with at his place. It's pretty cool. There's Bruce with his new animated streaming SDC video for the intro to Realm of Doom, which will also have an MP3 playing in the background. And that's the hardware project him and David are working on.
oops.
Oh, whoa.
Wrong button.
Okay, so what do we got here?
We have a TRS-80 Model 1 with Level 1 Basic. This is the first version of the Model 1 that came out. It was of the... You better be editing this, eh?
No, live stream.
Oh, dear Lord, no. Yeah, this is the... It came with Level 1 Basic, and eventually Microsoft came up with their own version of Basic, which RadioShack moved to. So everybody upgraded their Level 1 machines to Level 2 Basic, but this one has not been upgraded. So it's a little more uncommon, a little more hard to find.
Pristine.
But it has been upgraded to 16K of RAM.
So whose Basic is this that's on this?
RadioShack's.
RadioShack's, which is different than...
I think it's a derivative...
Based on Tiny Basic.
It was taken from
Yeah, I couldn't remember.
Basic. I can't remember which one it is.
Who did they steal it from is what we really want.
I don't know who they stole it from.
Yeah, the two basics were not
But yeah,
compatible
Who did
with each
Radio
other.
Shack steal it from?
Radio Shack stole it
I
from
do remember
somebody,
that.
but they had to get these out the
Based
door
on
pretty quick
Tiny
because they
Basic
started
at the
selling like
time.
hotcakes.
When did this come out? Do you remember?
77 initially.
77.
Yeah.
August, I think, wasn't it?
Possibly sell 3,500, so I told the order, and they had 50,000 pre-orders in a month or two.
Woo-wee!
Yeah. And then they started selling them like crazy. And then they had trouble with interference, these things causing interference because there's no shielding inside of them.
Oh.
So then they upgraded to the Model 3.
Right.
Which is, you know, it's got all kinds of shielding inside of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, the regulations weren't very happy.
That monitor's got a black top on it.
This monitor used to be a
Is that
TV.
new?
There used to be dials on the front of this. This was an RCA TV.
Okay.
And so they pulled all the tuner out and then just plugged this cover on here. And if you look at the back, you can see there's places where antennas and things used to go here. Antenna used to go across here, and look like bunny ears were here.
Oh yeah, and then the external power supply job there.
Yeah, it doesn't have its wood
The first
grain
computer
either.
club that I went to when I was a kid, they had the Model 1s and Model 3s. So this is the first stuff that I saw too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this was actually the first computer I ever had, although it was a Level 2 model. And that's what I cut my teeth on when I was 11 years old. It was just a thrift store find for $10.
Sweet. I want to see that. Is that game, that little shooter game still on there? Or do you have to load
I
it
can
again?
put it back on here. We've got Eliza on here right now.
Oh, Eliza.
Yeah, Eliza.
Oh, yes. Come, elucidate your thoughts. What is that? How do I have to type to get that?
Eliza, you just ask it a question and it'll respond to you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I remember typing Eliza in.
Well, Eliza is a multi-page. It took 5 minutes to load it off a tape here.
5 minutes. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, wasn't the original Model 1 Level 1 250 baud or
Wait,
something?
What I say?
Nick?
I'll say. What's your name? Can I type here? What's? Yeah. What's your name? I am not interested in names. Oh, screw you. Okay. Meanwhile, we're going to erase you and put the shooter game on. Okay.
And that's what most of the
Radio
responses
Shack's
are.
Flying saucers on Model 1.
Oh yeah, I remember that game.
That was an early one too. It was 78 or 79, I think, wasn't it?
That was one of the first games I saw on it.
Use the
Machine
side.
language
No. Use the. Those guys. And you can fire more than one shot at a time, which impressed me.
Yeah, you even have steerable shots too, which I forgot about until I saw it.
Yeah.
Oh, you can steer your. I didn't. Okay. I didn't even know that. Okay, that's cool. I really like the asterisk explosions because first thing I tried coding, I made a Millennium Falcon on a Model 1 or a Model 3, and then when it got crashed into, I drew asterisks over it as an explosion. So, I don't know, I'm pretty impressed with this. This came out in 70 what?
78, 79?
78, 79? You know?
That's my guess. I don't have the original tape.
This is a real big step up from this guy over here, I gotta say. It's quite a different thing altogether. Okay, Radio Shack load right there as well. Okay, let's get this.
Radio Shack Electronic TV scoreboard.
I don't remember
There's all the pong and the handball. And
Okay, so we know what that's all about.
Hey, Pong!
start the game.
How do you... Battle, the flip switches? Oh my goodness. Oh, and you handball, hockey, practice, handball, and tennis. They all look oddly the same.
This is the meme of the 1970s.
There we go.
Lost already.
Otherwise, I'm terrible at this game. But
Come on, guys. Come on. Duke it out. 2-2.
Big save Dave strikes again.
Grilling Pong action.
Yep.
Okay.
I just think we used to pay
Curtis,
25 cents a
thing
game in the
here.
arcade to play that.
It's not easy to use. Download it and try it.
Yeah.
I talk enough about it on the show. I won't do it again here.
Yeah, okay. But there it is. Still works. What do we got over here? Audio spectrum analyzer.
Steve York's audio spectrum analyzer, analyzing some musical tunes written by the man behind the camera right now himself, D. Bruce Moore.
Oh, okay. How come we don't
Can you
hear them?
recognize those patterns on the screen right now? You probably saw them many times.
I think you're snowing me. Is that really my tune? I don't hear anything.
Well, let's see what we can do about that.
Still on my bench. It's still like.
Is that the newer version?
Still don't hear anything.
Of the Spectrum? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, the white background is like.
Oh, that's from the Forest of Doom soundtrack. So, how is that audio playing?
Well, if you
I don't see a CD player here
a
anywhere.
little black box, mysterious black box in the back.
Oh my goodness.
Connected by a serial cable and the cassette cable. It's playing this MP3 that Bruce made.
Oh, and so if I was to grab the top of this box and pull it off, would it keep playing?
Yep.
There we go. So that's the DY player up at the top there, which is the better version of this guy over here. Is the DF player, right? It's working.
I would love to get it.
And here's my Realm of Doom demo. So how long did it take you to modify that box?
More hours than I care to recall.
I think we're going to have to do something about boxes, aren't we?
Possibly.
Maybe with some 3D printing? Haven't heard those tunes in a while. Coco Corner, the Manitoba Retro Meetup.
Original. This is actually a modified running out of Pi or something.
You said this is a cousin?
Yeah, it's a Coco cousin. So the Vectrex was a video game system that came out in 1983 and was part of the video game Crash.
The video
Actually, I
game
think it came out
Crash?
82. I think I was wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure some of you have heard of this. Old timers have heard of this. But basically, this is a 6809 running at 1.5 megahertz on a vector-based display. So,
6809. So that's why it makes it the cousin.
yeah.
Okay.
And there's actually somebody who's been redoing the vector ROMs, the parts that actually do the drawing of the lines and stuff, and optimizing 609 has actually fixed some glitches on the original games doing that.
Sweet. What is this Crash you're talking about?
The video game Crash?
Yeah.
That's when Atari tried to make too many ET cartridges.
Oh, they had to bury them in the landfill, that whole...
Yeah, because a whole bunch of companies went down at the same time.
Oh.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Electrics went bye-bye. And
Okay.
Metallic
I had trackball hooked up too, which is cool.
Well, that's really cool. Is there, like, what do we do here? Oh!
You want me to hold while you play?
Wow. Oh, no, actually, why don't you play something? What is this? Oh,
This is a
like
Missile
Polaris,
Command
Missile
code.
Command. You can see Curtis in the reflection. How artistic.
It's got all three bases like a proper clone does.
Oh.
Sorry, Ron.
You know, unfortunately, on the video, because of the frame rate, it flickers on my video here. But
Yeah, it's not that bad
real
in
life-
person.
Well, I guess there is some flickering, but the bases are really flickery on the video. But when I'm looking here, I don't see them flicker at all.
And that's because how vector graphics works is moving the beam all over the place. It's not scan lines.
Right.
It directly moves the beam.
So
it has to
there's a
quickly
gun
redraw these.
aiming. There's a gun shooting all over the place.
Yeah, and it basically has to redraw all these things before they fade out too much.
It's
And the more
firing-
you get on the screen, the worse.
Right. So it's firing all these photons in the screen.
Yep.
And they fade out if you don't keep
redrawing them again.
So those streaks there, actually, that kind of works for them.
No, they use that effect to great effect. Even the arcade games, dating back to like.
Oh, what is that? An
Space
airplane
Force.
flying by up there? You're supposed to shoot an airplane? That's kind of dumb. Why would you shoot an airplane? Oh, it's
Not-
a
not
bomb.
that
It's a
way.
bomber.
Not that
Not
way.
that way. Okay. Still pretty cool.
What if the Vectrex had a white cap?
This should have been. I should have used this actually.
The trackball. Oh yeah, for that game.
I didn't realize that.
Oh, okay. Well, now you have no excuse.
Well, now I have no bullets.
Cool.
That is now my excuse.
Okay. And along with the Radio Shack theme, we have a few of these commercials running here.
Yeah, David Krieger set up a bunch of Radio Shack commercials to show, and also they had online access to the Radio Shack catalog's website.
Okay.
And there was other stuff there too. It wasn't just Tandy stuff, but that was the theme this particular meetup. They have another one already booked, which I'll talk about when we get to the upcoming shows announcement.
That'd be 3 hours from now, right?
Several orders of magnitude above that.
Yeah.
Any questions for anybody about that particular show?
Nobody asked about the Commodore stuff? Oh, sorry, wrong show.
No, there's a Commodore there. There's a TI-994A there that was running. Trying to remember what else was there.
You know, it's cool that the
Kind of
Vectrix is black. Nobody has to retro,
Doesn't
clean
go
up
yellow.
the yellow cabinet,
Black is in black.
No Vader Vectrix. It's already done.
Yeah. And it looks, still looks good years later.
Yes.
And years and years.
Yeah, the only problem is that the hardware's a bit finicky. Like they do need repairs a fair bit. I know Aaron had to repair the one he had at Boat Fest, which
Unlike a Coco resting for 30 years and then turning on and working perfectly.
Yeah. I don't know if it's related to the vector or the heat that it generated, because it's a pretty small case with the beam going all over the place and sound chips and hardware and everything else too. I'm not sure what the cause of it is, but I do know they tend to need repairs much more often than a Coco does.
And their last one I saw for sale was like $700.
Yeah, they're kind of in demand now because they're unique. There's no other home system that uses vector-based graphics. And even in the arcade, the vector stuff was most common in the late 70s, early 80s, and then they kind of just faded away as rasters got better and higher res. So
last time I looked on eBay, there was a brand new one in the box. I think it was around $5,000.
Oh, jeez. Retirement income there.
Right. Well, that ties into that whole they aren't very reliable. So,
and the thing is, to do like vector graphics properly, you have to have a CRT. You can't really do that on a modern LCD.
No.
Right.
MAME tries, but it's definitely not the same as the real thing.
Be good to have a emulator on the Coco that can actually emulate a Vectrex, since it's got the same CPU.
Yeah, the problem is, I mean, the ROM in there basically is calculates where to draw the beam. So you could duplicate that with, just figuring out where a line would go. But how do you do the fading phosphor that's done on purpose to get different shades of gray?
Right.
Like, that's a bit more complicated.
And it's really weird now because in the past you could use a scope to get that vector-based display.
Yeah.
But now the scopes are all emulated raster scan displays too. So you can't win.
Which was covered in the oscilloscope talk, which actually they have a video of it, I think, on the Manitoba Retro Gaming Facebook page if you want to actually watch it. Well, like I said, it was quite interesting. He was going through like modern computers, trying to do it in software versus the modern actual hardware-based ones, plus going back a little bit to the analog, kind of going through the entire history of it. And it was pretty interesting talk. Like I said, I'm not a hardware guy, and I found it interesting. But yeah, I mean, the first Space War game, which was vector-based, was on an oscilloscope. The 1961 PDP version.
All right.
And I think Higginbotham's original Tennis from 58-59 was also on an oscilloscope demo, if I remember. The very first video game ever, as far as we know.
Well, shall we take our commercial break and then go into Game On?
I was just going to ask, if Brian's ready, we can do him first and then do a break and then Game On. Or if he's not ready yet, we'll go to the break, Game On, and then we'll append him on the end. If he's anywhere near his microphone at the moment.
No, you scared him away, man.
No, he's trying to fix some audio problems he was having for the demo he wants to do.
Oh, I see in chat, Dave and Shannon Berry. Dave really has a Vectrex. Bzzz. He hasn't got the sound fixed, I take it.
I understand they have drop-in circuits for that.
Yeah,
I just
one is called the Buzz Off.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, it had a buzz. There was one of the problems with it. It had that buzzing sound, didn't it?
Yep, yep.
Like the
that's
hardware
right.
generated.
You know, Dave ain't lying because he's got the sound down.
I guess I can make a CoCoFEST announcement.
Sure.
So just to let everybody know, we had to postpone the registration for tables from January 1st to February 1st because Randy is doing some massive updates on the back end of our registration system. So therefore, when people make cancellations or need to move tables, we don't have to do that manually. It'll do it automatically. So, so barring any more issues with that, we should be ready to go on February 1st. So I will be meeting with the hotel here later next week to work out the meals. So we're going to be doing lasagna this year for the people who are interested in doing that. So
It sounded like the price really went up though from what I caught in the meeting.
Yeah, it's about $50, so it's not cheap. Yeah.
Yeah, that's getting to the point where it may not be worth it to do that anymore. I wasn't expecting that kind of.
Even I'm have to admit that I'm kind of thinking not doing it myself because $50 I can get a steak. You know.
I'm kind of you know what I said last time, and see it's just gone up again. So that's just
yeah. It's going to go up every year. There's no way around that.
No,
so.
I'm done. I'm done with it.
So
sorry.
Anyways,
they were hitting the limit of what I would pay for a nice big group meal last year, and that's a big jump. So
and when it comes right down to it, you know, what's a group meal? A bunch of people getting together and deciding to go somewhere for dinner.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the whole thing of having it on there is that it was a big enough site you could have everybody instead of these little cliques going to different restaurants. You only talk to the same people every year. You don't talk to anybody else. That was
and plus keep in mind too, Saturday night in Chicago is going to be very hard to get into restaurants at 6 or 7 o'clock at night. So and then
I'm not
if we
paying
have
$50 for lasagna,
and then
just
if
to
we
get
have
rushed out of there in an hour,
and if we have a presentation or a another auction, then people have to hurry up and come right back, or they're going to miss out on the auction or the other shows. So
you're not going to do the meal on Friday, being the first day of the first day.
No, we do it on Saturday night.
Well, that
was when.
Oh, you just order $50 lasagna,
right?
Right.
Or the hotel let you order pizza. I don't even know.
No, we can't bring food in, unfortunately. So.
Oh man, you can't pay like a corkage fee or something to.
Yeah, they don't like that. So
somebody could bring
go over to the truck stop.
We can all go to Jason's room and just get pizza from there.
Order it up to Jason's room.
Exactly.
I guess I need to get a suite then.
Have a cookout in the parking lot.
Or we could have I was going to say a tailgate party in the parking lot might not be bad.
There we go. That'll work.
I'm just not down with $50 lasagna. I mean, especially how we got the bums rush last year. Like I had to bug someone to get my dessert, and they were like trying to push us out like so quick.
Yeah, I got that issue fixed, so that won't be a problem this year. We have 2.5 hours.
I know it won't be a problem for me this year.
So
well,
that's okay, Jason. Dinner will be better without you.
Oh, I'm sure my wallet will be better without it.
Sorry, go ahead, Henry.
I'm willing to try the $50 dinner to see if the service and selection is significantly better than it was last year. And I would say that, Grant, you would agree with me on this one. If it's not, we should really look into other options.
Unfortunately, we don't have other options. That's the problem because I've looked into making reservations at restaurants. And unfortunately, with it being on a Friday or Saturday night, whichever night we decide to do it, they are going to want a huge deposit to block off their rooms to do it at. So, unfortunately, if we're going to do everybody's going to have to go back to the old-fashioned way where everybody goes to different restaurants on their own time is what's going to have to happen. We just won't be able to do a group. So,
is just getting a better quality food an option? I mean, I like lasagna, but $50. I can open a can of lasagna for.
Well, I mean, you can look at $70 for a steak. That's how much they went for steak. So it's your choice. Yeah, it is not cheap. Well, the hotels never are cheap. So that's the whole thing.
It's not that it's a good steak. It's that it's a hotel steak, which is one step down in price from an airport steak, which is one step down in price from a convenience store steak.
Yep,
exactly. Let you take the China home.
So, I mean, if we don't want lasagna, we can always go back to something else. What did we have the first year? I can't remember.
Meatloaf.
Yeah, we had meatloaf. We could do that again.
I don't think
$50 meatloaf.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything they could serve at $50.
No. I mean, the meatloaf would be cheaper. So you're probably looking at about $40, I think is what the meatloaf was.
Mark Siegel suggested in the chat here, how about a food truck? It's not technically in the hotel.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to let that be parked. You have to probably go across the street for that.
Yeah, you can't leave
Maybe
the
we
engine
could work out a
running
deal with the
inside.
truck stop.
Yeah, that's right. They could park in the truck stop. All right. Well, I'll look into that and see if we can maybe do something different than lasagna. If you guys want something cheaper, I can see. So, but
Yeah, that's
it
gonna be
was-
a hell of a lasagna for $50. I gotta convert that to Canadian. That's like $75 that I'm paying for lasagna. Like what?
I just want the
Tailgate
buffet to
in
be
the parking
available
lot.
there for like the entire time that we want to be socializing. They need to be ready for us to take 2 hours.
Yeah,
Right?
that
Yeah,
that
that's
problem
a-
has been addressed. So that ain't gonna be a problem this year. So
Well, how long do we have this year now? Because it was like an hour, and they were like practically pulling the plates off the table.
It was two and a half this year.
We have 2.5 hours this year. So,
All right, that solves a big issue.
which I doubt will even take the full 2.5 hours. So most people will be in and out probably within a couple hours. I would expect. So.
Well, I don't know. I might be taking my time to eat that $75 lasagna. So just to get my
So,
money's
all right,
worth.
I will look into something else other than lasagna, though. So if you guys want something cheaper, maybe we'll go back to that meatloaf. Everybody liked that. It seems like.
Give
so.
us options.
I can bring cans of beefaroni.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, let me let's see here. Let me see if I have it here. So
Is this the-
they had different things. So they had like the Chicago style buffet, which was like pizza, hot dogs, Italian beef. That was $36. They had the barbecue buffet. I think we had that last year, didn't we? Is that what we had it last year for $37? The home style meal was the meatloaf. That was $35, and the Taste of Italy is the $50 one. So which is the sausage, peppers, chicken parmesan, Alfredo.
I know y'all who live near Chicagoland will be like, "Oh, Chicago style," but I don't live there. I don't live close to there, so I'd be all for the Chicago style.
Yeah, that I may reconsider if it was that.
Okay, well, I'll look in the Chicago style. So that's the Chicago style pizza, which will be sausage, pepperoni, and cheese. Chicago style hot dog, Italian beef. So okay, well, I will talk to him about doing that then if that's what you guys want. Then that's around $36 for that one.
Yeah, and with 2.5 hour time to go and like stuff our faces, that sounds reasonable.
Okay.
That price I can handle? Yeah.
Is it a buffet style thing or home style or buffet style? Do they like? I haven't been, so
Yeah, the home style was what we did the first year, which was the meatloaf, the chicken, mac
I
and
think he's
cheese.
asking how it gets served more than.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's a buffet. It's a buffet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and also, if you guys are wanting to do presentations, let me know. I still got a few openings, so they are going quick. Surprisingly, we're not going to have to be hunting people down this year. So, that, and also, if anybody wants to do anything different or special this year, let me know. I know that somebody has mentioned they want to do trivia this year again, so that might be an idea. So, but yeah, things are going to start going pretty quickly here in the next few weeks. So, be on the lookout for everything to start going. So,
yeah.
Brian Walsh says the White Castle next door.
Oh, that's a bad White Castle.
Yeah.
Only if you're constipated.
Yeah, don't solve that problem in a hurry.
You will be on the toilet for the whole show. Trust me on that one. So, all right, cool. Any questions or concerns?
Yeah, if anybody wants to help with the CoCoFEST to help contribute or help make it better, Glenside meetings once a month. Please join.
Yeah. I was going to ask Ken Waters, actually, do you still have all of your coffee shop stuff? Because if they're charging that kind of rate, you could make a mint going to CoCoFEST.
Right, you can make bucks.
well, thanks to Brian Weasler, we get free coffee, so we don't have to worry about that.
But that's not real coffee if you ask Ken.
Well, okay, well, tough. Then he's going to have to start paying for his coffee.
No, I'm saying he can come and make it like he was a
I'm not
barista.
hauling my stupid machine down there. That would.
If you're charging $6 a cup or something like these guys seem to, kind of.
Would you pay $6 a cup, Curtis?
Depending how late it is, yeah, maybe.
Anybody that goes to Starbucks does.
Yeah.
That's not even good coffee.
How much is the truck stop coffee?
That's like a minimum price.
Oh, and just to let you know too,
$50 lasagna.
So just to let you know too, the club has also authorized me to purchase a brand new projector this year. So we will be buying a probably around a $1,100 projector this year. So that will take care of the problems with projectors that we had last year. So, and it will be ours,
nice.
club owned. We won't be having to borrow the one from another group or anything like that. So The deal is that we are slowly going to start purchasing our own equipment. Therefore, we don't have to rely on anybody else's to lend us things and stuff like that. So,
is it an 8 or a Super 8?
I think it's a Betamax.
Yeah,
Super 8 with sound.
Yep, I hear you. So, anyways, things are going to be going here pretty quickly. So, let me know if you have any questions or concerns. And CoCoFEST@glensideccc.com is my email address. So,
Yeah, just keep us up to date on whether Randy has the site totally ready by February 1st, or if it looks like it might be a few days later, just to let us know.
Yeah. Oh, I definitely will. I mean, I kind of wanted to have it at the 1st of January, but no, I was like, okay, I'll give you another month. So, sooner the better.
I'm working on some art for it, and I was wondering if anybody has ideas for what the theme should be. I mean, last time it was like his shirt there, "May the 4th be with you," and now we're on the 2nd, but that has nothing to do with it. I was thinking of having the Coco cat or something featured on the artwork, and I even talked to someone about making a costume.
And you're gonna wear it, Ron?
No. Although
I mean, it is the 45th anniversary of the Coco 1 this year, too.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The Coco cat is ugly, and it's terribly done, and it's amateurish art. But I'm thinking of.
Are you talking about the original Coco cat costume or the cartoon now?
No, the cartoon. Well, the cartoon's ugly. Then whatever you make to make it look like it is going to look just as ugly. Okay, but I'm thinking of doing. Well, I've already made up a Coco cat face for the Coco to project on. To have maybe part of the artwork would be just having the head of the thing, showing up on the screen or something. I don't know what to do. I'm trying to get ideas from, if you guys could think of something and post it on maybe the Coco thing, 45-year anniversary. I don't know. What do you think we should, the CoCoNation lives? I don't know.
You could do the Coco cat with the Coco 1 on a t-shirt type of thing.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm looking
And maybe
for.
a birthday cake with 45 candles on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
What about the fire code?
No, I meant on the shirt.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if you want to light your shirt on fire, feel free. But
I think I'll pass.
I was thinking of a Tandy tornado. That would be because, and then I looked up the fact that the Tandy buildings got hit with a tornado back in the day. And that was interesting.
No one uses that for a logo, though. Even the Dallas Tornado don't use a tornado for their logo. The soccer team down there, they just all stay away from that.
Yeah,
it's that inverted poo thing that you were talking about.
This kind of seems like something that would have negative connotations.
Inverted poo.
It invokes the PTSD.
Well, there is there is Tandy trash talk. So I mean,
What, you're gonna put a garbage can on a
something?
Oscar the Grouch holding up a Model 1. Yeah.
It worked for Nick. It worked for Nick Marentes, didn't it?
I was gonna say we got to use Nick's can.
So think of something, some kind of a theme or something. I thought of a couple things, but I thought maybe if we did a tornado, Tandy tornado guy, on some program, a game or something that someone can make up that would go alongside with the artwork, and have
yeah, or Coco Cat if we decide to go that direction.
Yeah,
make a game with Coco Cat too.
Or we could do a Coco dog.
Everybody's got cats.
Nope. See, I have a dog.
I have a cat on the back of my chair now.
Grant, you're always were a little on the weird side.
Oh, whatever.
Oh, is that what we're calling it now? Weird.
Weird.
Ron Bo's got a dog.
Yeah,
It's not that weird.
I have head
Most
cats.
most of us have cats.
Yeah.
I have a dog.
There's a couple dog people then. Maybe, yeah, send your suggestions to Ron.
Yes.
What?
Do that.
Yeah,
Ron, are you planning to do one t-shirt or two t-shirts this year?
Oh yeah, I'm not
It
planning on doing
depends.
that.
I could make, a couple of different artwork generations to, I just don't know,
It depends how many different logos he comes up with.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How many?
I mean, my
logos
personal
could we
feeling is
come
that the
up with?
45th anniversary should be worked in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, last year was easy because it was, show them your shirt there.
Yeah, I like the 45th
Maybe.
anniversary of the Coco one. I think that should be a good. I think that should be the theme. There we go.
The great grandfather, yeah.
When was the actual? What month was the actual?
It was announced in end of July and went on sale like September, probably October.
Okay.
But the big announcement for the Model 3, the Pocket Computer, and the Coco One were all July 31st at the what the heck's the name of the hotel in Waldorf Astoria or something in New York.
And it was 4K then.
4/16, yeah.
Well,
Extended
remember,
Basic wasn't ready on time, so that got delayed a couple months.
So we did have the 40th.
Oh yeah, with the kind of balloons and
Yeah, with the balloons and the 40. Of course, that got crossed out to 41, but
Why do you get your finger across it?
cover up my name. Ish.
We already know your name.
Yeah, we know who you are.
Too late.
Too late, yes.
It's Mark
But,
B for button push.
B for we already know what the B stands for.
Butter.
embarrassed. No, I'm just kidding.
How do you spell mispronunciation with a B?
I also thought about all the different things that the Coco has attached to it now, and having like
a multi-pack,
high tech, that we have all these processors and stuff now attached to it, do things like the SDC and extra memory, extra
all the add-on products that far exceed the capabilities of the
to
Coco
give me
itself.
X, the Coco VGA. There's all kinds of things that we've used.
Yeah,
done.
I hope they can get into production again, though it does sound like Alan's pretty close to getting Gimme Z out here shortly.
Yeah.
He was just waiting for me to get him some boomerangs. So they're in the way.
So I guess our computer isn't much different than any of the other ones with all the advancements we've added to it. And
Yeah, almost all the old retro machines at this point have SD card adapters, and of course you got stuff like FujiNet. You can download it off the web on all these old machines too.
Yeah,
or even with Rick's board as well.
Rick's board, you can boot Nitrous 9 from the network.
Right.
Yep.
It's been done.
The other thing is everything is retro these days, like retro rewind and retro shows.
Shack.
What about retro Ron?
Yeah.
Hey,
they already
I see a new Facebook
They already
group.
named the deluxe joystick for me. So.
Oh, they misspelled Delvo though. I
yes,
think.
they did.
The Ron Deluxe joystick.
Yeah. All right, so think of stuff, guys. Come on, this is the brain bank.
Yeah, I agree with Grant. The 45th anniversary should be at least part of it. We want to embellish with a few other things. That's fine, but that should definitely be part of it.
Yeah, I agree.
Coco 45, Billy D. Williams approved.
Yeah. Can we get some malt liquor?
We need a 45th game for the show. Yeah, I was thinking of making the cat old. Instead of
you got a cane and it's shaky.
Yeah, no more
tail.
No more barrel belly, like it had. Just kind of be bent over, thin, with a cane.
And a beard.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
A goatee. All right, that's it.
We ready to move on?
Yep.
Yeah. I hope so.
Asparagus.
Yes.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCoNation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello, everyone. It's your good buddy, your good pal, Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation Show would like to thank the following patrons: AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gare, Alan Huffman, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Kieran Anscombe, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederick Sagard, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Gernhardt, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Jim Mullis, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Richard Harding, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation show, sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com. Okay, now, at this time, I believe we have Brian ready.
Okay. So, the thing I wanted to show, I'm going to have my camera off because I'm using my camera that normally you guys would see me for something else, and you'll see why here in a minute. The thing, this is not going to be pretty or perfect and stuff like that. The video is going to be good. We'll see about the audio. I'll just say that ahead of time that, yes, I know it's going to sound a little over. When you hear some of it, it might sound like it's overmodulated a little bit. That's the best I could do here. But right now, we're going to be mostly just seeing video. So what I wanted to show you guys is some video output from, I finally got my John Whitworth's Supersprite FM Plus board working. And I had some trouble with it. In the beginning there, I did find one missing solder joint, but I don't think that was the biggest thing. The biggest factor was the operator. I was trying to get my video output going and didn't realize that I didn't have, I had my video going through my video capture device and I didn't have it turned on. So it wasn't passing the video through to my TV set. So I thought I had something wrong. And when I figured that out, boom, everything started working. So
that sounds like a Curtis mistake to me.
I do that about 3 times a week with this Coco capture card on the side because you can't get the video on the Coco unless the capture card's up.
Right. And so
because it runs through it. Yeah.
Runs through it. Yep. So anyway, I'll try to describe here what I have. So I have a white Coco 1, and the reason I chose this one is, for one, I have Coco VGA installed in it, so I can hook up a monitor to it a little bit easier. And then plugged into that, I have a TRS-80, a multi-pack, and you can use Ed Snyder's as well. And then I have the Supersprite board, which is in slot 1, and it needs to be in slot 1. That's where it's being addressed for. And then you can have your Coco SDC in any of the other slots. I have it in slot 4, like most people probably would, but you can put it in slot 3 if, let's say, you had a floppy disk controller. And then you would just have your multi-pack set to slot 4, in my case here. From there, I have a SCART cable because if you remember right from John Whitworth's demo that he did a couple years ago with us, the Supersprite board has a SCART output. Now, one side note, you can hook up a 9-pin DIN plug, and you can actually take and connect to his RGB board that he also made for the Coco and the Dragon. You can take the video and go back that way. In my case, I have a SCART cable coming out of it that I go to my SCART to HDMI converter that a lot of people use, like with Jason's switcheroo. And then from there, it's HDMI out, and however, wherever you go from there. But that's the general hookup to get the video. Now, the reason I talk about having this particular computer is because when you boot up the software, and let me go ahead and turn the one camera on here. Let's see here. Whoops. Can you spotlight me, Mark? There we go. So this is the Coco one that I have hooked up here, and I just had the camera pointed to the screen because I don't have two capture devices. So I just boot up, and this isn't the software. This is just the Coco SDC that you guys are looking at here. But when you run this, you need to have basically two screens, or you have to be able to switch between two screens, because you'll queue up whether it's a game you're going to be running, or you're going to do some of the audio stuff that's available. You run that and you see that going through the Coco, but when you actually, like, let's say, run the game, then the video output goes through the SCART cable. So it's basically like having two video outputs, the way that it's hooked up here.
Yeah, and independent of each other.
And independent of each other. So you either need to switch cables. If you're a member of like the Supersprite Facebook page, Ron Klein did some videos out there. Out on John Whitworth's website, there's some videos that are out there. And you see where people either have like two screens, or they're switching cables between two screens, or switching inputs, I should say, between one screen. I'm running it this way here. That's why I picked this machine here. The other thing that I also, in the beginning, it wasn't working right for me, and I don't think it's explained in the manual, but you have to have a 6309. This is not a 6809 type of application here. All the things that Pierre ported over for this requires 6309. So that was my first hurdle, because I would go to run something and it would error out, and you'll see what I'm going to talk about here. I'll talk about like loading. It loads some different pieces and it would fail, and it's like, what's going around?
Yeah, the EAGD games, like the Spectrum Game Designer stuff that Pierre's been porting, several hundred of them to the Coco. These are the ones enhanced for the Supersprite FM Plus board, both for sound and graphics.
Yep. And
that particular version requires 609.
Yep. And so it kept on failing. So that's another reason why I picked this machine, because it happened to have a socketed CPU, and I was just trying to get something together. So, and it does work on a Coco 3, but like I said, this is what I had set up. So. First thing I want to show is some of the video output that we have here. So I'm going to go down here to the games.
It's going to look stretched, isn't it?
What's that?
You don't have the screen ratio proper.
No.
The aspect ratio's not.
Yeah, this is just how I run it, Ron. Sorry. So you'll notice in a lot of the so in each of these disk images here, you'll see this all looks basically the same over here. And the one key factor that you have to keep in mind is you're going to either run RM or you're going to run RO. The difference between the two of them is RM, M is for multi-pack, and O is for omniboard. For the Dragon, there's that omniboard. Are you guys familiar with that? It's that board that plugs into the ROM slot. And basically, it's a card that you plug in, and then it goes vertically. And then it has another connector, so you can basically plug the Coco SDC and keep it under the cover, because a Dragon has such a high cover on it, or there's a lot of space there. So it's
inside the case, just what you're saying.
Inside the case, yep. So you can actually have your Coco SDC inside the case. So but the address is different for the Dragon. So O is for Omni, M. So if you're running this on a Coco, you're always going to run the rm.baz. These are all the different games here that that he's ported over here. Let me go down here. Some of these I really like the graphics here. I'll go back up to some of these other ones, but let me show you a couple. Go ahead.
What's the significance of the percent symbols in front of the disk image names?
I can't remember which way it goes. I think the percent is either there is audio or there isn't audio, but I haven't gotten any audio from any of the games except for one, and I can't remember if it was a percent. But I think it's whether it has audio or not, I think is what the differentiation was between those two.
Okay.
So So let me run over here, and then I'm gonna go down this way here.
660 in the chat is saying the O stands for Ujima flip.
Oh yeah. I guess I call it the Omni, but yeah, yeah,
and that's an internal Y cable basically.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it. Yep, it's like an internal Y cable. Yep. So I'll go ahead and run this here, and I'll switch video inputs here as we go. So you're gonna see it's gonna say loading intro, and it pauses right here. So is that it's gonna be fun. Yeah, it's the camera when it flickers like that, the camera is gonna do that sort of thing there.
Focus.
Okay. There it goes. You see where it says loading intro? It's always going to pause right here, and what it's waiting for is me hit the enter key. What it's doing is it's actually loading stuff into the memory that's on the Supersprite board. It has 128K on it, and it's loading all of the stuff in there. Here's what I see.
Sprites and stuff like that. Yeah.
Right. So here's what I see on the other screen here now. So this is what's coming out of the SCART cable. Let's switch back here real quick. So now I'm going to hit the enter key, and you're going to see it's going to say loading patterns, loading objects. Did you see how the screen went wacky like that? I'm not exactly sure what's going on. It's not broke. That's normal.
Just using the display memory for a buffer of some sort.
Yeah.
Right.
The way it was the flickering there, it almost looks like it did the full double speed up poke briefly too. I don't know if it was, but.
So now here's the other screen. So I'm not going to switch back to the other screen. I'm going to hit enter again, and the screen's going to go wacky, but you're going to see now it's waiting for me to either do either keyboard or so here's the game itself. Now let me just show you what it looks like on the other screen there, because the Coco is like, it's just doing some crazy stuff now, it looks like. And it does that while you're playing the whole game, and from what I understand, that's normal. But here's what you see out on the SCART there.
Ooh.
Reminds me back in the day when I had CGA on monitor and a monochrome monitor on my PC. 2 different displays. That is nice.
Right.
But the graphics is really nice on some of these games.
So the Supersprite's going to a different monitor, and on the standard monitor, you're just getting a bunch of that garbage.
Correct.
Well, they're still using the display RAM of the Coco for something. It just doesn't make sense on the Coco's output.
Right.
Okay.
Or
the next screen, well, this one isn't too bad. I struggle on the next one.
And Para has, I think, 55 games that are ported now.
Sounds about right. Yep.
So if you do get one of these Supersprite, there's 55 games ready to go.
And with that, as far as getting one of these boards, there's none available right now on John Withworth's site, but he recently posted on the Dragon Facebook page that he just received a batch of cards in. I can't remember what he said, if it was 25 or 50, but anyway, he received a batch of boards in. He's in the process of having the surface mount components soldered on. He didn't say that he was going to be selling any assembled. He'll be sent, so I'm assuming he's going to do them as a kit, which you receive the sockets, the resistors, the capacitors, and pin headers and stuff, and then you would have to solder it up yourself. He also said too, what's the forgive me guys, what's the big chip there? It's the Yamaha
B9958 or something like that.
Right. Those are getting harder and harder to find. He made a comment on the Facebook post that this batch will still have that chip on there, but the next one, he's going to do it as an FPGA. So the board will be the same, but he's probably going to replace that 9951 with a 58, thank you, with a FPGA type of solution for it. So
the 9958 is an improvement over the 9938, and if I recall, those are an improvement over the TI video chip, the 9918 and whatever that was used in like, the TI. So it's kind of the same concept moving forward, if I remember right. So
is that the same chip that was used in the MSX machines?
Yeah, I think the MSX used the 9938s, the 9958s, depending which model you got. There was a project for the Apple II.
The 58 is for the MSX2.
2, right. Yeah, there's a project for the Apple II that used that. So I actually have 2 9938s and 2 9958s for an Apple project of some sort.
Man, your camera hates a plain green screen.
Yeah, it doesn't like it, does it very well.
Doesn't know what to focus on.
It's focus. I wonder if you're getting all that garbage that you're getting, like, is it doing like the double speed poke or something?
That's what I'm speculating. That sounds like 60's thinking the same thing in the chat too.
Okay. Sorry. I remember one time I saw that one of those poke books and I put that into Coco 2 and it did that. I'm like, oh, I think I broke it.
I think out on Pierre's site there is some instructions on how to play some of these games. I've just kind of been fiddling around here trying to figure out what to do here. I know I need to stay away from these swirly things here, whatever you want to call them.
Maybe there's some tornadoes. Could those be those Tandy tornadoes?
Yeah, that's what they are.
That's it.
There you go. You don't need Jerome. We just screenshot this and we're ready to go.
All right then.
There you go.
Sounds deluxe.
That's why Grant's here today. There's tornadoes.
William Leslie mentioned the F-18A as a replacement for the video chip. That was for the TIs. They had the F-18. And if I recall right, there's actually another Apple project that used the F-18 on it to get video as well.
The F-15's a better jet.
So, Brian, do you hear sound at this point, or do these games not have sound?
I got the volume turned up and there is no sound.
Okay. Because I know one of the big support things of the Supersprite was that it actually has a decent sound chip in there too.
Right. So I don't know if there's something I'm not doing right or what, but I haven't heard any sound yet at all.
Maybe you have to make your own sound effects.
Pew, pew, pew.
Pew, pew, yes.
So I think we did find one that did have sound, didn't we?
Trying to remember when we were messing around the other day.
Balls of fire.
Because you were trying to play it for me, but it was the mic kept cutting it out because I thought it was noise, background noise.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I figured out what's going on with this game here yet. If it's if you're supposed to try to get things, I don't know.
Is the one where Spider-Man climbs the building?
No, you are a scrubbing bubble.
That looks like R2D2 actually.
Yeah, you're scrubbing the shower.
I can tell when those guys drop whatever they're dropping, you have to stay out of the way of that. Those get you.
So, Alan Murphy, you know a little bit about the chip here, maybe Mark Oberhoser as well here. So, what is the capabilities of the V9958? Like, how many colors does it have? That kind of thing.
It has a pile of colors, like 512, and then there's some modes that you can kick in that have thousands. I mean, I think there's a 16,000 color mode and some other stuff. There's I think 8 sprites at a time horizontally.
It has up to 128K of it has its own memory, so it doesn't take up any of your host code space. See what else about it.
So it's got hardware sprites. Are they 2-color or 4-color?
I think that they are 1 color, but there were a lot of techniques to overlay them and things like that to get multicolor looking.
Yeah, because I'm just looking like the player here that Brian's playing in this game is 4-color by the looks of it.
You can see where the color is shifting.
All right.
By scan line is probably because it's switching on an interrupt or something.
And that top spinning, what is it, a TV on a Model 1 or something?
Yeah, 2 sprites. That's just probably 2 sprites being shown together vertically. So yeah, I mean, there's lots of tricks that you can do, but there's some tile stuff that the chip does as well. I mean, I'd have to go look at Wikipedia to remember anything more about it. And I get the 18, the 38, and the 58 kind of mixed up a little bit.
And Brian, do you know what the sound chip is on this?
There's 2 of them there on this thing.
You know what they are?
I can find out here. We're stuck in here.
YM2149, which is a higher res internal clocked version of the General Instruments AY3. 8910 series.
I think it's the same one that's used on the CoCoFEST PGA.
Yeah, the Coco PSG and
PSG.
Then there is an FM chip. It's like a 2213 or 2240 something.
2413.
Huh?
2413.
2413.
Yep.
Which is an FM synthesis chip that uses FM operators and things like that. And then somewhere in there was a DAC, and I think that was just.
Oh, so there's quite a bit of sound option. I didn't realize it had all that on it.
Well, you have to have a DAC to turn it back into something you can hear when it comes out of the synth chips. Synth chips is basically send
No,
out.
just the fact that it has a sound chip like an older style one, plus it has an FM synthesizer chip, so it's actually got 2 sound chips. That's pretty cool.
Well, Yamaha did a whole series of machines like that, and that's kind of where the Sound Blaster and the Game Blaster and things like that got their start in the PC world. Was they were taking the older ad-lib style, just a synth chip, and then adding these new FM chips that Yamaha started making along with them, because you had to have the square wave chip just for compatibility with the older games at the time, and then the FM chip was kind of the new hotness, and then fairly shortly after that they got into just real huge wavetable and things like that, where you're doing a lot more with just samples and sounds, and you're not going to have the chip creating it. You're just loading it in memory and having it play back through lots and lots of high res DACs.
And that's the history of sound chips in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Hey, Curtis,
I didn't know it would fit in a nutshell.
Well, get it in 30 seconds. The Wikipedia page for the 9958 says there's 32 sprites, 16 colors, max 8 per horizontal line. So it's got quite a bit of ability.
And Brian, the one game that I remember that they demoed, back when we had the Dragon special, that had the music background running was, I think, Diamond Geezer it was called.
Yeah, I was trying to find that one, and I can't find something that says that name on it.
I know it's in the 8th pack that Para released.
Yeah, and I downloaded his master pack, so I don't know.
Let me see if I can figure it out here. I'm just going to download it quickly.
Trying to remember how I solved this.
It might be called Ladder on
Ladder?
the on the SDC. Yeah, I just saw Ladder go by there. Unless you need the one without the % sign.
Yeah, there's ladder right there.
I like how your camera can't focus on actual text on the screen, but when you put up a bunch of random gibberish, it has no problem.
It's fine. Oh, I know. It's only focusing. It's only focusing in the exact center of the middle of the screen, so blank green.
Diamond Geezer.
There we go. Let's see here. I haven't played this one yet. So this is Oh wait, no, I did play this. But I don't know if I remembered how to play it.
Those graphics look familiar.
Yeah, it's the one we demoed, and that should be playing multi-voice music.
So I think you're like this walking sausage here type of thing. So
that's one of those Chicago hot dogs we were talking about earlier.
All right.
No ketchup. No ketchup.
You have to collect the diamonds, I think, avoid the skull.
Yep.
Must be stinky. Look at all those sprites coming off of it, or whatever you call it.
It's a mustard dog.
Yeah, it's a mustard, yeah. Are you getting any sound there, Brian, locally, or?
This one actually does have sound, yes. I think this is the one that we found that had sound.
We can't hear it here, so I don't know if you can hold the.
Let's see here. I can try here. Let me see here. Let me get to a spot here, and then.
Oh, look at the dancing hot dog.
I think that character escaped from Burger Time.
Yeah, it does kind of look like it, doesn't it?
It's a walking hot dog with finger guns.
Let me look at my meter here. Okay, I do see a little bit of sound here.
Volume.
This is one of the games that was kind of a marquee for Para to show like what the Supersprite from Plus board is fully capable of, with both the enhanced graphics chip plus actual sound, music, background, the whole bit.
So I am getting some on my VU meter here. Let me switch the volume thing here because I'm going to switch from my mic to it, and I won't be able to talk to you guys, but I'll hear you guys talking, and you just have to let me know. It might sound like it's overmodulated or something like that, but here, let me switch and just tell me what you guys hear.
Sounds good. And not too loud either.
A lot of bass.
Yeah, it sounds a little muffled, but it's we can hear it.
Something funky's going on.
It's probably Zoom.
Zoom doesn't like it.
Zoom's going, is this background noise? Just have to set it for audio mode or music mode.
Oh, is there music mode in Zoom? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, Zoom messes your audio up so many different ways. You've got to have 12 different modes.
Well, I normally have the sound for musicians turned on. Otherwise, it blocks OBS.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, I just added it to the Linux one recently.
I don't need. Interesting.
Okay, you guys could hear that?
It was muffled, but we could hear it. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, the music is really good on it, because it has its own sound chip there. I can turn it up a little bit more here. Let me see if that's any better.
So, Brian, you might want to go into your audio settings and set the original sound for musicians. It'll undo your background cancellation, but it'll help the stuff come through better.
All right. You can always put it back later.
Exactly. It's just a radio button.
What are you talking about? Where?
Go into your audio settings and then
actually, it's right on the upper right hand corner.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, right here. Well, you can't see it because it's buried underneath the time.
I guess I'm looking in Zoom here, and I got the audio down in the lower left down there.
Oh, if it says audio, yeah.
It says audio settings. Okay.
Yeah, audio settings. And then under audio profile, there's an option for original sound for musicians. So this basically knocks down the background noise filtering, so it lets everything come through.
Yeah, I had to scroll down to find it on mine.
Yeah, I think I had two on mine also. No, it's right at the bottom. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let me try that here.
No, on mine, I have to turn it on and off right up here in the upper right hand corner.
That's
I don't know if you guys can see it. Yeah.
Okay, so I just started the game, so I haven't started, but it's playing the music. Let me switch and see if that sounds better.
A little bit.
I did not know that the skull was the natural predator for the pickle.
You're right.
It is in this game.
That's a pickle.
That's an alternate evolution theory.
Well, the skull eats the pickle.
No, skull head.
Anyway, it kind of shows that there's a lot of power to this upgrade. I mean, you get hardware sprites, you get multiple colors, including way up in the number of colors if you program it right. The AGD engine obviously doesn't do that; it's doing the 16 color spectrum stuff. You got two sound chips to choose from, so you should be able to do some awesome sound effects, plus music in the background running without CPU time, really. So if people get this upgrade, and you've got 55 games available from Para already to fiddle around with here. But if you learn how to program it yourself, you can do some pretty wild stuff with this. And this works with the Coco 1, 2, or 3, or a Dragon.
I almost want one of these. I just need to figure out the sound.
Well, that's probably.
Well, Brian, I think you said the sound actually locally sounds just fine. We're just getting the crap through Zoom here. Right?
Well, I mean, so far only one game has had sound.
Oh, right.
It looks like
that's what I mean.
Like fun.
Yeah, I've only heard one game so far. Yeah, I mean, on my side here, it sounds really, really good because it's coming through the TV.
Ladder had a %, so I'm assuming maybe the other ones with a % were also audio games.
The game I was playing just before this was a %. and I didn't hear anything coming through.
Well, there goes that theory.
But no, I believe the percent ones were the ones that had the audio, but I don't.
Have
maybe,
you contacted tech support about this?
Yeah, we should ask Para if how many of these actually have the sound support, or if that's something he still has to have.
But what I can do next year, I can try to play some of the music that's out there, and just since it's not going to sound well, it's probably not going to do a whole lot of justice here.
The seconds were ticking away pretty quick in there. Is there a clock speed issue?
Maybe. Well,
yeah, I wonder if you set it up for PAL versus NTSC or something, maybe.
Yeah, because a lot of these games would have been all European games.
So if they're set for 50 hertz, well, I should go slower than not faster.
It's all metric sound.
Let's see here. I might get myself reversed here. So here's one of the what you can do here. So here's the some of the players that are available, and again, some of these are ported for the 2149, some are for the 2413, and then on the disk image, just like on the others, there's some different players, and the one stands for, I can't remember, it's long, and the other one is short, having to do with, I think, some of the, boy, I had this in my head and I forgot. I apologize. In the manual and online, they talk about because this is capable of playing some of the stuff that like what Ed Snyder did with his.
Yeah,
and
2149.
Yep. But again, you have to run either the M or the M.
Yeah, the Ujima flip versus multi-pack thing.
Yep. So let me arrow down to something you guys would these are mostly like this is music from games.
Ultima, there you go.
Dragon chiptune player.
I'm gonna switch over here so you guys can hear this. Let me know.
Not hearing anything.
Beep.
Not hearing anything at all.
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
You're
doesn't like your music.
Yeah, I'm hearing it on my side, and my UV meter's going up, and I haven't moved my dials on my thing here, so.
Music for the deaf.
That's weird.
This is the Braille method here. You can just feel the notes.
Yeah, it was playing.
Just rub your fingers across the screen.
It was playing it before. It's kind of weird. I wonder why nothing changed here.
Cable come loose or something?
No, I'm watching the UV meter. And
it's a live demo. That's why.
Yeah, exactly. Demo-itis.
Here, let me do
we
this.
just need a blue screen. Do 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 do.
If it's that much of a problem, I will.
Oh, we fax.
Mine.
Oh damn! Now we got a drink.
I just saw it on the screen. Now, if you play the Tetris song, we can kind of hum that one. We know that one.
Right.
What the Mario went?
I heard a brief sound.
Right. Something.
Time.
Do 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 do.
You sure that zoom setting wasn't to filter all music out?
Well, if we can hear your mic, then where's this sound going?
Something's still working then.
I mean, maybe play through the speakers and just hold the mic from your headset right up to your speaker.
I did that last week.
We're getting nothing. Not even a hint of sound.
Yeah, no.
Do 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 do.
Oh, and then we lost Brian too. So
do 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 do.
Did he freeze?
Gone totally mute.
No, I can still see stuff changing on the reflection on the screen.
He's
there.
working. He just can't talk to us. He messed all his sound up.
Working.
Well, it's two alternate sound channels for him. So if you want to hear him, it's on one, and then it's Supposedly,
I don't know why I'm not sure why it's not working now. It was playing. You could hear the music before. It turned everything on and off here. So I don't know what
Because
changed.
it's a live
here.
demo. It's a live
I
demo,
know.
Ryan.
Yes,
Even
yes. The
Bill
demo
Gates is
gods
not
have
even-
spoken.
Right. So, one of the things that I have on order, and maybe I'll have to circle back here. One of the things that I have on order is let's see here. Let's go to something different here. There we go. I've ordered a SCART adapter that is male on one end, female on the other, and on top of it, it has audio outputs, composite output, and S video.
Cool.
And so what my hope is that I'm kind of wondering is that when it goes through this SCART converter, if it isn't doing something, the SCART HDMI converter. So what I'm hoping is that I can plug my SCART cable or plug this adapter in between the Supersprite and the SCART to HDMI and actually grab the audio before it goes through any of this other stuff here. And so I'm kind of hoping maybe that might make it a little bit better because I can hear it fine here. I can take the audio out from this thing and I can plug it into my Tandy MMS-10 and I can listen to it just fine here. It's only when I start trying to do some audio capture that I'm having problems. And the last thing I tried, and that's why I was a little delayed, is I had one of these realistic mixer boards. And so I'm sending everything into that and then trying to shovel everything through that. And so I can tweak up the volumes a little bit, thinking that the voltage or the audio that I'm getting is like line level voltage. And so I'm hoping that maybe that might amplify it, but no luck. Sorry. Well, here, how about I try one more thing, guys? Let me try this. Let me turn this down. Leave this where it's at. Let's try this. Let's try this. Okay. I do have a microphone hooked up.
Not
You
even
sure
hearing
that's
you
a microphone?
Yeah, we're not even hearing you tap the mic.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to see if I can get the volume right here.
It's not a volume issue. You got nothing.
Yeah, there's nothing coming through there.
We're making it up in volume.
I haven't turned the mic on yet. Sorry.
Oh.
That'd do it.
Okay, let me switch this and see if you guys hear something here now.
Heard something.
Very faint.
Very faint.
But there's something there.
Now it's gone.
I mean, that sounds like the behavior that the Zoom does when you don't have that sound for musicians turned on.
Yeah.
It's thinking it's background noise and filtering it.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I think you're right. And let's see here.
I think
Sound.
you have to enable it in your settings, and then you can turn it on and off on your panel screen.
High fidelity. Let's see here. Echo cancellation, high fidelity music mode, original sound for musicians, recommended for studio environment.
That's the one.
That's the one you want.
Yeah, and I got that turned on.
Okay, well, I think that just enables it. Then you think you have to actually turn it on the screen.
Yeah.
You
On
mouse
here it
over
says
the upper
displays
right-hand
in
corner.
meeting toggle switch.
Upper right-hand corner. What am I looking for?
It should mouse. If you look, I don't know, you can't see it, but there's a.
Oh, I see here. Okay,
I'm
yep.
sending it here, but it's kind
There
of
we go.
hidden underneath
Nope.
the.
I just found it. Okay, let's
Okay.
try this again here then. Let's see what we get now. Let's try this.
Mine is text. It just says original sound for musicians off on.
Yeah.
We should invite some technical people to this.
Right?
Where are we going to find them? Wait a minute. We are the technical people.
When are we going to start the music?
Brian, we can hear your voice okay. Maybe you could just hum the music to us.
All right. Oh, just take your mic and stick it up to the speaker.
It's okay. You can hum if you don't know the words.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. My VU meter is going just beautifully, right where I want it to be. But then when I look at my microphone on Zoom, it's nothing. So either Zoom's filtering something out, or I'm not sure.
Not routing the right audio.
Well,
Right,
Zoom's only got your microphone.
Right, but I'm actually switching. I'm switching between the two of them, and it doesn't work. Now, when I use like Audacity, when I was playing with this before with Audacity, Audacity's picking it up just fine with the settings I have. So I can record just fine in Audacity. It must be something that Zoom's trying to do.
Or not do.
Do you use OBS at all?
No, that's my next thing is to use OBS, and then that way I can let OBS be the.
Yeah, you just shovel everything in OBS and tell Zoom, just look here. Don't think about it. Don't worry. Just do this.
Yep. So that'll be my next thing. So sorry guys, I'll try to get some better. So I guess round 2 will be
the audio portion of the program.
Audio portion. Yep. So
cool. Nice.
But I would say watch if you're on the Dragon Facebook channel, I would say watch that if you're interested in one of these. You might even reach out to John Whitworth and find out if he's taken any pre-orders, but maybe just reach out to him and or watch for that and see. They're not hard to assemble. I don't know if he's going to do any assembled ones. He didn't say that he was going to.
You must have a soldering iron and flex
Brian,
and be this tall.
I just noticed Brian Walsh said try the asparagus setting.
The asparagus setting? Yeah.
That's twice it's been called today. Wow.
Yep.
It's a double experiment. Yeah, I can't even talk. It's a double asparagus day. I can't even talk. I think you've been cut off, Brian.
Let's see here. I don't know. Do you guys have any interest in seeing the board? Have you guys seen it before?
I think I've seen pictures on the Facebook group, but you might as well show it.
Let's see here. Give me 1 second.
I got to find the hook to pull you off stage, so you got a few seconds.
Oh yeah, where's that hook again?
I got it around here somewhere.
It's a hook made of asparagus.
And I can't spotlight until he actually transmits.
Oh.
There we go. Am I turned on now?
I can spotlight you.
There you go.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Now Zoom is going to blur out the photo, blur out the board so we can't see it.
Right. So you can see here it has the SCART. It also has the you can run this either there's a jumper in there and you can either run it through external voltage, or if you have it in a multi-pack, it'll use the voltage from the multi-pack.
12 volt.
I forget what it is. Oh, the box isn't near me. Shoot. It may be a 12 volt there. You might be right there. Whoa,
I think there's more. 12 volt, you got more power available, wattage.
Right.
That wouldn't work on the Mega Mini MPI then, would it? Because doesn't that 5 volt only?
Yeah,
well, he's got the power jack on the back of it to make up for all that.
Yeah.
So just use your wall wart and you're good.
Oh shoot. Huh.
Bang.
Here I was. It's like, do you guys want to see it? And now I can't find my Allen wrench. That was just nice and handy.
This is a proper demo. Everything's going wrong at once.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. It's just this is just the way it is typically.
Why do you have Allen's wrenches anyway?
I know.
He's a bad neighbor. He just doesn't return stuff.
Right. Well, where in the world? Stop looking, guys. It's right here. Okay, here we go. He used Allen screws, so that way he could do some Allen flatheads there. So, which is really kind of nice. There's one. You guys doing a little live demo here. I should have an overhead cam so you can watch me taking screws out. That's really cool.
That would be proper YouTube, yes.
So, and in the kit, he did include the I think he includes the 3D printed case and everything that you were looking at there, which is really nice. But yes, maybe I took a little too more liberties there to say it's not too hard to assemble because there is a lot of resistors and a lot of capacitors and everything. So I guess depending on your soldering abilities there.
So Brian, Daddy Burrito said that's why they put a hex on you, because you didn't return Alan's wrenches back to him.
Right. Okay, so here's the board itself there.
Wow, that is a full-size cartridge size.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So here's your here's the
9958.
9958 right here, and then this would be the this is the 2149 right there, and then this is the other this one right here is the other chip there, the
other FM synthesis.
Yeah, the 2413. Is that the right one?
And then the little surface mount ones he has mounted, so even though it's a kit, you don't have to do those.
Right. So what you're actually assembling in the kit here then is going to be things like these capacitors, these jumpers. You're going to do all of this. Yep, all the through hole stuff you're going to be doing.
See how many pins are on that 9958? There's like 60 of them.
Yep.
They're high density.
That's a big old socket, ain't it?
Oh,
Yep,
yeah.
it is.
I want one if I can get one that has sound.
Right.
But no, it's a well laid out board there. In the instructions, let's see here, where is it at here? There's a little compass logo right here. So north, south, east, and west. And he refers to everything by coordinates. And then there's these jumpers right here that you're going to set for different things, and it's all labeled on here as far as whether or not you're going to use like this jumper here as example. If it's on one set of pins, it uses power from the MPI. If you move it to the other one, it uses the power over here. And then you can set and then you can also pick up composite output video here. Here's the jack that you would use if you're going to take a ribbon cable and go to his RGB board to get out video output that way. So, but anyway, no, it's a cool board, and it'd be great to get more of them out there because maybe some people might start programming for it. So,
yeah, and if anybody has any questions, I'm sure Parrot could help because he's obviously programmed himself because he's already got 55 games for it. So.
Right. When I was having some issues there and I was posting out there, both John himself, Pierre was very responsive, and so was Ron Klein. So there's people in the community that are familiar with it and were very helpful. So, but that's all I got.
Cool. Yeah, if you can get the audio to properly share there, we'd love to come back and visit it again.
Yep, I'll do some more playing there. Yeah,
and find out about those other games that are not getting audio out.
Yeah, and see what's going on there.
Something stupid. Oh, this checkbox, click.
Oh, there we go.
Fine.
Yeah.
So, okay. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, ready for game on?
I'm waiting to see if Ken's coming back here.
You need a break?
Okay. I guess that's the start.
He looks like he's ready for the news instead of the Game On Challenge.
Yeah. You feeling all right there, Ken?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I've still got a cold though.
A cold?
Cold.
What's that all about?
Jim Rice says sound.
What the world? All right, so it looks like Windows 11 struck again. So hang on, let me flip some screens over here.
Is that why Brian didn't have any audio?
Nah, I don't think so. Okay, let me do something and I'll rerun that again.
Yeah, 60 says they can hear us breathing and talking to each other. Well, at least we're still alive then. That's
yeah.
positive.
So this is the case where it's not mixing like it's supposed to.
Signs of life, yes.
So
CoCoNation, perfect for the mime fans out there.
While he's working on that, it's Mark Siegel's birthday today.
Oh, is it?
I was wondering if we should have just spontaneously broke out in a happy birthday.
Well, they wouldn't have heard us anyway, right?
Yeah, Zoom would have muted that out right away.
So, all right, well, let me try to run this again and see if I can fix this on the fly.
Yeah, people in the chat, let us know if you hear it.
Well, I'll need a little bit to fix.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'm going to pause it here and see if I can figure out what in the world is okay, so let me try this.
Everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week
I need
results video. Over.
You stupid idiot.
I'm going to blame Amish hackers.
For Christmas, we announced an extra game, which was Christmas Mash. The other one that we played was UGG. Well, it's coming through echoey. Mash, we had a total of 7 participants.
I know what I did to break that.
They were Canadian Retro Things, Shenley, Sloopy Malibu, L Curtis Boyle, Dr. Ted, Retro Rick, and David Ladd.
For a second, and now
There
we
were
hear
more
it
people
twice.
that played it, but those are the ones that posted screenshots. And playing UGG, we had 15 players. We had Sloopy Malibu with 1,200. We had a 4-way tie between Damon Beals, L. Curtis Boyle, David Ladd, and Ed Rhodes.
Seems to be going
3,400.
properly now.
And we had Jim Rye with 3,475, Retro Rick with 4,000, Shenley with 4,550. Portacoco with 6,100, Canadian Retro Things 7,050, Kieran 8,975, Mike 9,725, Mike Miller 16,100, Coconut Bob 21,800.
16 8-bits of the basement both say the echo's gone.
The number one score in UGG was
flipped another switch.
Dr. Ted with 23,525.
Time to start using Linux.
Thanks everybody that participated.
Put your
in
Windows
both
10
games.
emulator
See you
in
next
Linux.
week.
Okay, so now I gotta go over here and flip this back so other stuff will work.
Oh, they could still hear us talking over the results, so that works.
Cool.
Okay, well,
nice.
It's all right. So I'll have to do that on the off hours. Anyway, Ken, take it away.
Okay, well, there we go. That's the results. If you couldn't hear them, then you could read them. So,
Oh, we didn't do the salute. Who did win?
Dr. Ted.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, the CoCoNation salutes Dr. Ted.
Salute! And also a special congratulations to Coconut Bob for almost beating Dr. Ted.
Ooh, so close.
Yeah, so I know some of you didn't post screenshots of the Christmas match game, Mark.
Yeah, I know. And I played it for 3 weeks in a row.
I know.
But there was no score.
Anyways, so I found one article about UGG in Dragon User June 1984. So basically talks about how you play the game. They did point out that early man only had to contend with mammoths and saber-tooths, but this gives you the opportunity your forefathers never had of being chased by pterodactyls and T-Rexes. And
so not historically accurate is what they're saying.
That's exactly what they're saying. Also that there are several different screens and 18 skill levels that change immediately as you improve. So you could tell that during the game if you, I think around 5,000 or so, all of a sudden the pterodactyl would start dropping multiple rocks that you'd have to avoid. So, and I guess the person liked it because it said it's a game you will unlikely to tire of quickly. So, and for Christmas Match, of course, it's a brand new game, so no reviews of anything about that anywhere. And we did feature creep it a little bit last week about how we could maybe add a score to it by giving a point every time you make a match and taking away a point every time you miss a match or something like that.
Yeah, we should ask Paul about that actually to see if you can add in a few ways. Like you could use some timer-based stuff, like maybe you get bigger bonus if you do it quick, or like you said, the least number of guesses to complete one would be a way to keep some sort of a score.
Or just on each level have a certain number of misses you can get, and then that way the game would have an ending when you.
Yeah, there's a few options there. I think you could make it a score-based game or time-based game or combination of both.
But for UGG, not a lot of people. One thing about it, not a lot of people actually made it past the first screen. So we do have a video here from Coconut Bob.
Just to rub it in.
Yeah. So I just fast forwarded into it here where he's about to go from level 1 to level 2. This is, of course, the level that everybody saw a lot of. And then once he makes 10,000 points, he's just got to get an egg back to his home base, and then it switches to the next level. So, Bob, is there anything you wanted to say about this game?
It's a very fun game, kind of addictive, and it really helps if you have a controller that has good diagonals.
Yeah.
But then,
because if you're pushing directly in one, like left or right, it's kind of a guess at which way it's going to go, up or down.
Yeah, it was a problem I was having with my Deluxe.
But then if you watch in the video here, when I started this level, I kind of just started chucking the spear up towards the top, and I start killing the T-Rex just by luck. And a couple of times I killed the pterodactyl.
Yeah. It's harder to kill the pterodactyl, but you do get 300 points for that rather than 75, so.
Yeah.
I mean, you could farm points by just sitting there and keep killing the T-Rex, but that would take a long time.
Well, once I get to about 18,000, it's they're shooting a T-Rex out every 3 seconds.
Nice.
But at 75 points to hit, it would take a long time to get to 18,000.
I'm trying to remember, was this a game that was cross-platform? Do you know? Or is this uniquely Dragon?
Yes. This came out on the Dragon, and then a little bit right after that, it came out on the C64. And then about a year later, they released it on the Spectrum.
So it originated on the Dragon?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Somebody found an article that talks about it, that because of the popularity of it, they were going to release it on the C64 within a month or something, and then the following year it was going to be out on the Spectrum.
Oh, that's cool. I don't think there's too many games that went that direction.
Yeah. Well, because most of the stuff that you see, because it came out on the Dragon and the C64 in the same year, so most things just list it by the year, so you don't know which one was first.
Yeah.
I'm not actually sure where that article was from. Let me just gonna find it here.
Now, did anybody get far enough a game? Is there other creatures that come up besides the pterodactyl and T-Rex, or is it just the maze that you're following changes?
I think
I never saw anything different.
Obviously, they're spawning and the dropping of the rock speeds up and more of it.
Yeah,
but...
they were coming out so fast, and then right when I hit 20,000 here.
So much for that.
Sorry.
He's literally 25 points away from 20,000. Ah, that's stuff that.
Let me just share that
The
again.
video is posted in the Game On Challenge on Discord. It's on my channel too. So
where did that go? Ah, what is going on with my share? It's never sharing the thing.
Are you running Windows 11, Ken?
Oh God, no. But it still keeps sharing the wrong thing for me. Okay, now I've completely lost the video.
Maybe you should try Windows 11.
No, they keep talking about how they want me to switch to Windows 11, and ever since they did that, things have been screwing up left and right, which is typical Microsoft.
Hey,
we can try to contact you.
When you call and complain, you say, "Have you tried Windows 11?"
Have you heard the good news?
No.
Well, let me just see if I can.
We need an MP4 player chip we can use in Nitrous 9, then you can have something stable to run it on.
Have you heard about Linux?
Ask your doctor if Windows 11 is right for you.
Yep, this is definitely the week of screw ups.
No, last week it's like an ongoing. It's the 2025. That's what we're doing all year.
We're building. Yes, we're building up from last week.
Okay,
we'll get this all
New
down
year's,
in
new
January.
issues.
No, it's just the Game On Challenge is all boogered up today.
No,
there we
Brian's
go.
Presentation.
Do we have the proper video now? Yes, we do.
Ooh.
Okay, so he's nearing the 20,000 point mark, as he was mentioning. You want to continue, Bob?
Yeah, just as soon as it hits 20,000, just watch what happens to the
what?
The actual enemies coming out. Just kind of shocked me.
Let's watch.
That's 100 points.
I'm just thinking if I can just make it to 20,000, then I'll go get an egg and I can maybe make it to the next level. And where did everybody go?
Well, it slowed down.
It's like it went back to like how it first started. It reset at 20,002.
It'd be easier.
Beginning. Yeah, back to easy setting.
Well, that's kind of like what the match game did. After a bunch of screens, it reset back to the beginning screen.
And then, of course, I proceed to die in spectacular ways.
I must be an expert because I was doing it way earlier than this.
If you're going to die, it may as well be spectacular.
Go big or go home.
But yeah, it's one of those games that you can do it. Just one more try.
Which is a sign of a good game.
Yeah.
All right. So now what I was talking about with somebody had posted this in the Game On Challenge Discord, and it's an advertisement from soft tech, and it's launched last autumn to rapturous applause and rated the best ever game for the Dragon 32. UGG has already become a legend with a massive demand for both Dragon Tandy color version and our recently launched CBM 64 version. So,
and soon on the 48K Spectrum.
And soon on the 48K Spectrum. So, yep, one of those rare games where it was released for our computers first and then went to other computers.
Now, at the time this was launched, though, could they truly claim it's the best game ever for the Dragon? I don't know about that.
Well, maybe their best game ever for Tech.
I remember Donkey King when they launched that in the Dragon. That was by far the most popular. If you look through the Your Computer rankings and stuff, there it was one of the few Dragon games in the top 20 all the time.
It's called merchandising.
Why are all the people on that cover so happy? The demons are happy. Everyone's just smiling
because they all got paid.
Did you see all those mushrooms in the background? That might explain it.
Oh, that
pterodactyls are happy. The T-Rexes are happy. The guy's happy.
Yeah, the victim's happy. Everyone's just ready.
And he's got a spaghetti spear. Look, it's like bending.
Yeah, it's a floppy spear.
There were no hydrocarbons back then.
That's just coinciding with my mushroom theory.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Actually, it was a fun game. It was a bit frustrating because I couldn't get the diagonals to work.
Yeah.
Like maybe you need a digital stick or something to make that work properly.
Or I don't know. I didn't have a problem with I was playing it on an emulator, so I guess. Yeah, if you get the joystick figured out, because it actually took me a little bit playing it before I figured out actually use the diagonals rather than the left and right and up and down. Because
yeah, I was doing it right off the bat, but maybe the pots had moved a little bit, so it wasn't quite right. So it's one of those games that has like a hard left down, like it has to be 0,0 or 0,63 versus a range.
Well, I think this one, it's if you're just slightly below center or slightly above center, that's the way it's going to go.
So on your deluxe joystick, you need to get your little side scrolling fine.
Yeah, and those move around as you're playing a little bit too, so you have to keep adjusting, and that's what I was trying to do.
Ouch.
But yeah, it is a fun game. The fact there's 18 levels actually with different maps and stuff, and we've only seen 3 so far.
Well, it's not 18 levels; it's 18 skill levels.
Oh, okay.
It just said there's a number of maps.
A number
with 18
of
skill levels.
A number. One is a number.
And it's a fairly original game. I mean, the only game I've seen even close to this is probably BC Bill.
Yeah.
But that gameplay is quite a bit different, just the same theme. Well, except for, clubbing wives into submission and stuff, which is kind of politically incorrect these days, or ever.
I'm sure it wasn't popular then, but.
And, well, I don't know. I enjoyed playing that game, so I don't know. What did other people think?
Yeah, it was fun. It was like Bob said, it was one that you figured you could do better until I got 3,400 literally 9 times in a row. Then I gave up.
Well, 3,400 seemed to be a very popular score.
Yeah.
I was using a Black Beauty joystick. It was a little hard for me to play it because of the movements.
One thing I forgot about when I was playing it, though, Ken?
Yeah.
That there's spears.
Yeah.
I didn't use them at all. I was just running, trying to dodge.
You only get one spear and if you throw it, you have to go back to your cave and pick up another one. So,
but that would have helped a few times when you kind of get trapped between where a rock's coming down and a dinosaur. And I totally forgot that you could throw a spear. So,
and also,
I almost want a do-over for my score. Darn it!
You also don't have a spear if you pick up an egg. You have to put your spear down.
It just occurred to me, Wingnut pointed out something I've never realized. The Black Beauty needs corners. So you can hit 0,
there's no corner. It's a round
0.64.
Yep.
It's round. Yeah, it needs corners, so you can find that 0.0.
The deluxe does.
Click.
I mean, that actually has corners at least.
Yeah. I never thought of it that way, but that's the problem with the Black Beauty. It doesn't have corners.
Yeah, that's the only problem with the Black Beauty.
Yeah, that's it. Other than that, it's perfect.
Yeah,
Or
it's not,
center, or yeah.
it's not like it's a marble with a pencil on top of it.
Next up, we have to play UGG with a trackball.
There you go.
Or a mouse.
All right, well, I guess that's probably all we have to say about UGG. Decent game. I actually haven't tried it on any of the other computers. I intend to, but...
That'd be a good comparison video for your channel.
Yep. I've thought about doing that, but just haven't had time. The other game that we played was The Dark Pit.
Now, quick question. Does anybody on the panel, or even in the chat for that matter, have one of the Tandy electronic books that is actually supported by this game?
Other
and
than
it's
Brian.
the only game I know of that does.
Other than Brian.
Brian's hoarding all three of them. I don't know why anyone else would even have one.
No.
So yes, you can use the Tandy book with this. It would be for switching your weapons. Otherwise, you just use the number keys on the computer. And each weapon you pick up corresponds to a different number. So
yeah. And your shield also is included in that list, which kind of confused me at first until Ken explained it.
Well, it's a weapon-like thing. Doesn't kill anything, but it keeps you alive, as many other weapons
didn't work
do.
too well for that for me.
Well, if you run out of power, it doesn't work anymore.
So it's an anti-weapon.
That's actually a pretty cool game. I have to say, Dark Pit impressed me even when I did it on the website the first time because it's pretty large. There's a lot of variety. The switching weapons as you're going through definitely added to it. It's
And
kind of a...
There is a cheat code that we found out, and it will start you in any room you want, but it's kind of silly to use because usually if you start in another room, it's so hard without... You start with no weapons, so you usually die right away.
Where's a map?
Excuse me. The one thing that the cheat code can be used for is there's a couple of dead end rooms that I think are very, very unfair.
Yeah.
There's a couple of rooms that if you go into them, there's no way to leave them.
I just saw a message in the chat from David Lord. He says, I'm muted. I'm not muted, am I?
No? Well, I don't know.
No.
But I can tell.
Those dead end rooms, I ran into some of those. You can get out of them if you have the right key.
No.
Or are there other dead?
There's dead end rooms that you go into, and there's no doorways out. Like there's rooms that if you get into, you have to have the right key to take the thing that blocks the way, the keyhole, out. Like you have to be able to unlock it. But there's also rooms that you go into that have no doors whatsoever.
Okay.
Yeah, you kind of have to map the maze out or get a copy of the map.
You got to kind of remember that. But it's I will say that in the Game On Challenge, just because that is the one time it's acceptable to use the cheat code.
Yeah,
you can move
and
yourself.
The cheat code doesn't even work on regular rooms all the time because it always puts you in the same spot on the screen, and sometimes that's where a monster is going to spawn right off the start, so you immediately get killed. I found that on one of the ones that I did. So it's
basically, I guess it's acceptable to use the cheat code to go back to the room you just came from.
I would say my opinion is that if it's part of the game, you have to know not to go in those rooms.
Well, you do, but
it's not a glitch, then you shouldn't.
I think it's an unfair thing in the game because, like, when I first found it, I was having a really, really good game, and I still had like 4 men left, and
no, you don't.
I was just stuck, and so I couldn't even save my high score because I had to turn the computer off to get out of it.
Yeah, there's no way to get out of it, really. Well, I think there's a Control R, or not Control R, but some key to reset the game or something. But
I couldn't figure it out, so...
Thing is we're not 15 anymore, and we don't have time to spend 4 to 5 hours a night for 2 weeks on this.
Yeah, it's not like when I played Gates of Delirium and had 15,000 pages of graph paper for all the dungeons and the worlds and towns and...
Basically, this game is supposed to be like the Game On Challenge is supposed to be for fun, and I think that's something in the game that is not fun. So, since there is a cheat code built in, we can use it to get out of the.
And you're the game master, so you're saying we're allowed to use that.
Right.
Only
We're
for
allowed.
that.
Yeah.
Only for that thing, though.
Yeah, I do agree with Jeffrey. I mean, that was the design of the game. That was something you'd have to discover as you're playing, and then
It was.
yeah. But
Oh,
when
we're not gonna
when you got a
tell-
game that you're only doing for 2 weeks,
Yeah.
you may not have time to do that, especially since most of us get to play maybe 1 or 2 days out of that 2 weeks.
And it is frustrating. I mean, if you're having a good game and you've been playing for like 20 minutes and then you go into one of those rooms and you still have lots of men left and everything, it's like
At the very least, they should have had it so that, okay, I'm going to abort my man, like I'll have to die on purpose, and then
yeah,
it'll take
and then
me
it
back.
would start you in a different room. It would
But
start
basically, if you get in that
back
room, like the game's over.
Die and
Yeah.
skip back one or something. Yeah.
I mean, Thursday night's the only time I have to play a game.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, a lot of us don't have the time to play these games for, like you said, 45 hours in a week. So
And we're all not as good as Dr. Ted, so.
Nobody is.
Right.
Whoever said we're adults now, speak for yourself. That was offensive.
Right. I ain't no stinking adult. Give
we're
me a
not
break.
necessarily adults, but we have to
don't
do
have
adult
time.
things.
Yeah,
I've been
we just
called.
don't
I've
have
been tried as an adult.
And we do.
I wanted to ask you, Ken, was it coincidence or was it on purpose that you had 2 Dragon games in a row?
No, it was on purpose because when I was looking up the Dragon games, I just found that one too, and I thought, hey, that game looks really cool, so I'm going to choose it too. When I was on the World of Dragon archive.
Yeah.
I just remember I was quite like when I first downloaded it for the website, which is some years ago now. But finding out that one of the first questions is, do you have a Tandy electronic book? Which I mean, we've seen when we were down at the museum in Tennessee,
Knoxville,
right?
And that was the first non-educational program I'd ever seen use that thing, and the only one to this point still.
Well, it's kind of interesting because that's something we talked about when we were down there, is that the Tandy book would have been a really cool thing to do different games with, like adventure games and stuff, which we didn't know.
There you have one.
Yeah.
But for the Dragon, it wasn't for the Coco here, so it was never sold here as far as I know.
I think because it did say that it was sold for the Tandy in that
In
ad.
the UK, it was, yeah.
Oh, okay. Just in the UK.
And even if you look at some of the educational programs that did use the electronic book, you'll notice most of them are published for the UK. And in fact, their class platform, the Tandy electronic book, also worked on the BBC Micro and a couple other machines too. Maybe not the exact same version of it, but basically the same thing that the software would use. And they had multiple educational games and programs that were for multiple machines, as well as the Dragon and the Coco.
Anyways, a cool game that we are playing for another week.
Yep.
So, I guess we shall look at or I guess other than the cheat thing, does anybody have any tips and tricks? My basic one is don't waste your time killing everything on the screen, because first off, you waste all your bullets, and then when you leave the room and come back into it, a lot of the things respawn. So.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's about avoiding enemies versus shooting them.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Only shoot them if you have to.
Yeah. Agreed.
Um,
And I'd still like to hear if anybody has an electronic book that tries with that and see if that plays any better, do you think, versus the
I don't
keyboard?
think so. I think it would just be able to hit the buttons. You would just have it sitting beside you rather than having to reach over to the keyboard.
Right.
Because it's just the 1 through 6 buttons on the electronic book.
That's right. It only uses half the buttons on the electronic book.
Yeah. But hey, at least it uses the electronic book.
Yep.
The only place I ever saw an electronic book is the Radio Shack I spent about 20 hours a week in. Had one little bookshelf section of educational stuff, and the electronic book was part of that little section. Never saw it outside of that. Never saw it mentioned outside of that.
Yeah, I think they ended up with, like, including the UK titles, I think there was about a dozen educational programs that came up for it. But
it was just strange because it was separate from all the other Coco stuff in this little. Here's our
The
Tandy
educational section.
world. Yeah.
It was the educational section.
Well, it should have also worked on the 1000.
Yeah.
They could have, yeah.
Yeah. I just.
I mean, it definitely did work on. When we looked at some of the ads or some of the. Actually, it was actually in the manuals, the Tandy manuals for some of the educational programs. They would actually list on the cover for the UK versions that you can also get this for your BBC Micro, and I can't remember what the other system was, but there was a few systems that it would work on in those programs I'd work on.
So this is basically a joystick replacement, right? I wonder what other weird things you could do with it. Games that weren't programmed for it or what have you.
Yeah, I do remember John Linville did a blog post some years ago about how to, how it reads, because it's got fixed coordinates. Each button you hit has a fixed XY coordinate. You just read it through the joystick port normally, but you check for a certain specific value, and that identifies the buttons.
There's a new game on challenge, Missile Command with the electronic book, so you can only shoot things in certain spots.
That'd be like playing any of the current Missile Commands with a digital joystick.
Right.
You got 9 spots. You better hope the bomb went there.
Well, you could do Missile Command where rather than having the 3 buttons on the keyboard, you could play with the joystick and then have 3 of the Tandy book ones for your different fire from your different bases.
Yeah, because technically you could hook up. I think if I remember correctly, Ken, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it only plugs into 1 joystick port, so you could put 2 of them on the same machine. I never thought of that.
Well, or you could just have a joystick in one port and then the book in the other to side by side, and then you could.
Yeah, you can use 1, 2, 3 for your 3 bases to fire from.
Yep.
Interesting.
All right. So
now, is the Christmas rush, is that over this week as well?
That is
or
also
Christmas
over,
rush.
yes.
Sorry, Christmas match.
Christmas match is over.
Okay.
And I believe, let's see if this shares properly.
Not unless you're trying to share the show.
That's not
Or
the show.
you're playing the live. Okay, then it did share properly. I thought you were going to show the next game. Sorry.
So this was Thursday night. We had, I guess, 6 people playing games, and somebody had Neutroid going, which scared off most of the audience. But
ooh,
there we go.
Wasn't Nick there at the beginning, even plugging it too? Like he was trying to
yeah.
encourage chaos.
We even had Jim Gerrie accidentally join us, so he played some MC10 games.
In fact, that's Jim playing the game on the top middle there.
Yeah. He showed up and he was like, oh, where am I? I think he accidentally hit the button for the show. So
he's no longer in Kansas.
This was one of his type-in games he's playing up there. So that's one of the MC10 games there, which is
it'll be on
cool.
the game news actually.
Okay. Looked like a fun game. It's Otherwise, we were playing all kinds of games here. We had I see Nick's moved over to Gunstar, so one of his good games.
Excellent game. That's a 6309 extravaganza, that one.
Awesome.
And, this is after we lost Nick.
It needs 512K if I remember right too.
Yeah. It's 512K and 6309.
Definitely not a stock Coco 3.
All the things.
There's even an optional version that he never released that supports the Orc 90 too. And an MP3 player version as well, which hopefully someday will still happen. We're going to kind of see how it goes with Bruce and David there.
So yeah, we had a lot of fun playing the games on Thursday night, and so if you wanted to join us, you could join us, and as you see, you don't have to even have to play the game of the week. You could play any Tandy games. Would we even accept Tandy 1000s, I guess?
Even Neutroid.
Oh, hey, look who's joined us.
What do you mean?
I would say, Sloopy, would you like to talk about Thursday night's show? But you weren't there for most of it, so.
Sloopy has a rose.
And I've been here.
I didn't know you were here.
Of course you have.
I've been here since you announced, since you did the high score list.
Oh, well, you're oddly quiet.
No, Malibu's on fire.
I've commented. No one heard me, I guess.
No,
I didn't hear you.
That loud?
You didn't have your mic turned on.
I saw you with the picture of the guitar in here.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah, I didn't hear you either.
More audio problems.
Right. It's a theme.
I think mine's just a source problem.
So Thursday nights, if you want to join us, as I said, you could play anything you wanted, even MC10 or anything like that. We suggest you try the game of the week, but you don't have to. And that's on Thursday nights at 5 o'clock Pacific time. I don't care what time it is for the rest of you. It's 5 o'clock for me, so that's all that matters. And it's in the Discord on the Game On Challenge Live channel. So, anything else you want to say, Sloopy?
Yes. Join early and play often.
Agreed. So shall we take a look at what the next game is going to be for the next 2 weeks?
Sure.
Okay.
I want to know.
I'm going to steal some of Curtis's thunder for the news. And I'm going to
allow it in this case.
I'm going to announce this game, which we briefly looked at last week. This is the new game from Inufuto, and I'm going to guess most of you don't know what it is unless you saw me briefly preview it last week. And it is called, what is it called? Mieyen.
Yeah.
Hamburger Helper.
The MC10 version came out first, and then the Coco 1, 2, and 3 versions just came out yesterday or the day before.
So you can play any version you want, MC10, Coco 1, 2, or Coco 3. Now, the object of this game is a little bit different. You're the little guy in the hat there, and you're protecting your hamburgers. And there's little ghosts going around, but they're invisible. The only way you know where they are is they eat the dots as they're moving. So you have to shoot them with your fireball. And the only way you can tell where they are is by when the dots are disappearing. So,
which gets to be a bit difficult when they backtrack over a part they've already eaten the dots, just to warn you.
Exactly.
Oh, so you don't see. Yeah.
Have any of you played Roger Taylor's Palliati game where you're playing against a computer in this huge scrolling maze, eating dots? That's what you kind of get that same effect because the computer player controlled in your copy of the maze, you will only see the dots disappearing. You won't see where the player actually is. So it's kind of the same thing, except there's no hamburgers to protect, which obviously is the most important part of the game.
And it gets actually a lot harder as you go up because as the stages progress, there's less and less dots and larger empty areas where you will have no idea where the ghosts are.
Yeah, it's quite a fun little game. I played it briefly, but not enough to get past, I think, level 2 or 3.
So, there's the title screen. So at this moment, I think the only way you can get it is off of Inufuto's website, and it's just the cassette version.
And you can take the disc image I sent you, and you can post it up in the Game On Challenge.
Oh, did you give me that? Okay.
Yeah, hopefully. I was asking you to test it just to make sure it worked real hard.
Oh,
but I know you didn't have time.
I thought you made a disc image of those games you suggested and were asking me to test it.
Oh, no, those are all built into EOU. They're been in there for years.
Okay, I will briefly, I'll quickly, when I'm done here, test that before I post it into the Discord channel.
Basically, if it works, it's got a little run bootloader, basic program, and it'll let you pick whether you want to play the Coco 1, 2 version or the Coco 3 version. Please do not try the Coco 3 version of Coco 1 and 2. It won't work. But if you have a Coco 3, you can play either of the other two. And the MC10 version, you'll have to get the cassette image directly off of the Inufuto site.
So I'll post the link off the Inufuto site as well. So, that's all I have to say.
Cool. That looks like an interesting game. I'm actually looking forward to playing that one in the next challenge, see if I can get a few more levels into it.
And because it's brand new, everybody starts on equal footing. Nobody has played this for 150 hours when they were a kid or something.
Unless they've got some Japanese machines, they might have a weak advantage on us because that's when they first started releasing them. I think there's about versions now, I think, are out now for 50 home computer 8-bit machines. So like the Fujitsu FM7 77 and PC 6001 and some of those, even some other VDG based ones already out. I saw
the ColecoVision version's out. I saw that.
And it's good to see that Inufuto is actually kept up. I mean, they take a few months to get a game done, which I've seen they're doing like gameplay testing and stuff, and then they start, over a span of a couple of weeks, they release it for 100 different platforms. So
yeah, and he seems to be always adding more platforms.
Yeah, and then he goes back over some of the old ones and actually updates those, 3 years later type thing. I'm quite impressed with the fact, like, there's a few different cross platforms, like the UG Basic is one. There's another one done by an Italian guy, Fabrizio Caruso. I think he's got a cross-platform one that's even got more platforms than Inufuto does, but the games are much, much simpler. They're like Hangman and that kind of stuff. There's not too many, hardcore arcade games. He's actually, they're not pushing the machines to the limit, obviously, trying to maintain backwards compatibility. And they also have, Inufuto also have mini versions for some of the things like Game Boys and stuff. They're purposely redone a little bit because you just don't have that much real estate in the screen. But a lot of the little portable game systems support in there. Model 100 is another example. They're generally, out of all the cross-platform ones I've seen that are massive cross-platform, are definitely the best quality. And he comes up with, he makes some completely original games, and he also makes some games where they're definitely heavily based on arcade game. Like there's versions for like a Scramble style and a Bosconian style, Xevious and a few others. But he always adds twists. So it's not just the arcade game you're playing. There's something different. The Dig Dug game is another one. So there's a good variety. I think he's got just about 20 games out now with this new one. 20 different titles.
Not
Pretty
sure.
close to it. So there's a pretty good variety. There's a lot of, kind of like Donkey Kong style, platform style games. But he's got some space shooters and yeah, there's a good variety. It's a good platform they've got going there, and I look forward to each one of them each time they come out with a new one. And they're all free. For all the platforms, they're all free.
Yep. Well, it seemed to load that disk image you sent me seems to have loaded properly.
Cool.
Yeah, seems to play just fine. So,
all right, so Ken will post out the Game On Challenge on Discord. Download it, and we'll see you on Thursday.
Exactly. So
might even see Sloopy. Who knows?
Time for the news.
Or do you want another
everybody.
commercial break first, Mr. Mark B?
Oh.
I'll leave it up to you. I can go straight into it if you want, or
Yeah, we'll go straight into it.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L Curtis Boyle.
I'm just looking forward to how many technical difficulties I'm going to have because I'm rusty. I haven't done this in a couple weeks.
Now, did everyone else out there in chat hear all that?
Do we need to retrain you, Curtis?
Oh, you want to see if the audio problem hits again after?
It worked. I heard it.
Okay, good.
Cool.
I kind of feel left out. I'm not starting on a technical difficulty like all the other segments.
Oh, don't worry. You'll catch up.
Yeah. You probably will. Okay, you guys are seeing a Missile Command style game on the screen, I hope?
Yep.
Okay, so this is posted on Facebook. So a user named Jim Jewett, I think he might have joined fairly recently because I don't recognize the name before. We posted a video of a version of Missile Command that he wrote in BASIC a long time ago, like back in the day, like 81, 82. And he's overclocked it here because, I mean, he was just learning BASIC, never learned assembly language. So he's actually got a few games we'll be talking about, but this is one of them. And this particular one here is definitely sped up, but it's got a unique play on the Missile Command. The missiles just don't go in straight lines. They actually zigzag a little bit, which I think makes it more challenging. Now, it definitely would need some speed up if you're playing it on real hardware because it's runs a little bit too slow, I think, to make it too easy. Although I think, if I remember correctly, he wasn't using the speed up pokes either on the Coco 1, 2, or the Coco 3, so I think you could definitely do some improvements there, and maybe one of the basic compilers like UG Basic might be able to get something like this up and running at a full throttle and up speed. But it looks pretty interesting anyway. And here's some screenshots from some other games that he was working on back in the day. So the top one is a version of Battlezone in BASIC. And I did download the disk image of this one because he's actually got the disks on there. If you see the recent files on the right-hand side of the screen in the middle, you can see B-zone disk. That particular one you can download and run. 16K extended BASIC. And I mean, it's literally redrawing everything for every frame type thing. So it's a little bit slow, but he's even got the animation of the volcano in the background, just like the arcade game, which I don't think any of the Coco versions actually did. And the tank's kind of the roundish half circle thing on the right-hand side. And then of course, you got the background mountains, and they got the radar in the upper left corner and stuff. So actually he did a pretty good job. It just, BASIC just wasn't fast enough in the day. He definitely had the right ideas. And this was kind of a Star Wars one where you can actually see the Death Star and stuff here too. So it looks like he was doing quite a bit of basic program. I don't know if he has any other gems, but these are the types of things I would love to see somebody take some of the basic compilers and see what you could do with them. Whether it's one of the old Coco-based compilers themselves, like the ones from Wasatcheware or Surcomp or some of the other ones, or one of the modern ones, the cross ones like UG Basic that we mentioned earlier, Micro Games Basic, because they've been getting a lot of advances for speeding up things and compiling programs. So it'd be interesting to see where he could take some of his old games, above and beyond the floating point of Microsoft Basic. Now, this one here, I'm going to play the entire video. There's been a couple video updates from Paul Shoemaker. He's decided to go back and restart from scratch his port of the original Apple II version of the Oregon Trail. Now, of course, that was based on a text game that was on Plato and mainframes and stuff earlier. And the Apple II version was the first one that really threw a lot of graphics at it. And it was written of a hybrid of assembly language and BASIC, if I remember, Mark Overholzer, is that correct?
Yeah, it's mostly BASIC. Well, the original version that was on the timeshare system was all BASIC, and then the original Apple II version was BASIC with, I think, graphics. And then the 1985 version, which is the one here that Paul is targeting, is the one that had some machine language helpers to assist with certain things like the animations and stuff.
Yeah, speed things up a bit.
Yes,
now,
quite a bit.
Yeah. Now, he had started a project of doing this port several years back, but some of the assembly code in the for the 6502 for the Apple II, he just couldn't figure out what it was doing. But he's learned a lot about assembly language. He's been practicing on the Coco a lot, including the Christmas match game we just played. So he's been getting a lot better at it. So now he's starting the project fresh. And in the span of a couple of weeks, he's really advanced quite a bit, as you'll see here. Now, what he's showing here, the way he recorded this video, is he's got an Apple II GS emulator on the left, though it's just playing the Apple II Plus version, I believe. Maybe the Apple II. And then on the right, he's got a Coco emulator, in this case, Export. So you get to see literally, screen for screen, how his compares with the Apple. Now, the Apple, we should mention a couple differences in the graphics that the Apple II has versus the Coco. The first thing is they both use artifact colors. And now, the Apple does have the phase shift built in, so you can actually get the green and the purple, as well as the orange and the blue, the white and the black, which, unless you have a deluxe color computer, you wouldn't be able to do on the Coco side of things. And the second thing is that the screen horizontal resolution is a little bit wider in the Apple. The vertical is the same, 192. But the Apple has a 280 pixel wide versus 256 pixel wide that the Coco has. But as you'll notice, even on this splash screen here, a lot of the text and a lot of the stuff that is being presented graphically is centered in the screen, doesn't go right out to the edge. So a lot of these are literally the exact same identical graphics that the Apple II has, and just they go right to the edge of the border. Whereas they'll be kind of indented in the middle, as you see the Oregon Trail and the blue box around it here on the left. You can still see the white border going out. So basically, these scale to the Coco really good. You'll notice that the Minnesota Educational Computing Corporation, the bottom, is going right from edge to edge. And Paul just abbreviates it a bit to get it to fit. So anyway, it's about a minute and a half, 2 minutes, something like that. I'm just going to let the whole thing play so you can kind of see how far he's got. He's kind of doing literal screen compares, live side by side. and he's actually getting into the game portions of it now. This mostly shows all the different menus and stuff, and some of the background graphics, but it looks really good. So enjoy. Even gives you a bit of history of the game, which the original one, of course, didn't, because it was the history.
Was there any audio? Because I don't hear anything.
No, there's no audio, I don't think, on this one.
Nice.
You got to make your own. Pew, pew.
No, he's going to be doing it. In fact, he's talking about possibly improving it with multi-voice.
It's the same audio we were getting on that Supersprite game.
Unfortunately.
But you see, like it's virtually identical here, just because of the fact that both machines use artifact colors. He's even duplicated the Apple cursor with the little crosshatch.
It's the Apple IIe cursor, Apple IIe 2C cursor.
That's nice.
Yeah, the 2 Plus, I think, just had a white block for blink.
Yeah, white block. Yep, 2 and 2 Plus. Yep.
Like even the fonts are exactly the same. It's just the fact that
beautiful.
the screen res is just a little bit narrower.
Practically can't tell you're not playing on the original Apple II.
Yep. The only thing that gives it away, besides the the borders are a little bit shrunk, is the purple and green that show up occasionally, as you'll see in some of the graphic parts that he'll be showing here shortly. The text renderer is obviously written in assembly language, and it's pretty decently fast on both machines.
Graphics, so you'd have to.
Yeah, here you start to see the differences, like the purple dress on the 2 version, which obviously we don't have that.
Yeah.
Unless you do some dithering, you might be able to fake it a bit, but
also it's pushing the edges, the dress on the far right and the back of the shotgun or rifles.
Yeah. No, if I remember, I have seen it in Oregon Trail for the Coco before, but it was based on the original text only version, so it's kind of boring compared to this one.
Yeah.
Here he's naming the family or party.
No, they're not correct. John on one and Anna on the other.
This is the one where you can see he did have to cut off the edges on this one, because that one on the original Apple version covered the entire full 280 width, but not enough that's going to cause any issues.
Yeah, this screen's static. There's no animation to it, so it's just a picture.
Anyway, that's how far he's gotten in the span of just a couple of weeks since he decided to restart the project, now that he's learned a lot more assembly and kind of understands how the 602 stuff works, and the Apple II hardware it's talking to. So the graphics are translating quite well. I mean, even though we don't have the phase shift purple and cyan mixed in with the blue, black, orangish, red, white, it still looks pretty good. I'm rather impressed. Looking forward to playing this one, actually. Anyway, next up, if you remember the little clip we talked about during the live Game On Challenge from this past Thursday here, that Jim Gerrie popped on accidentally for a little bit. And there's some cracking in the background.
Oh, yeah, it's me.
Who's cracking peanuts?
Cracking batteries.
Want to make sure it wasn't some glitch on my end.
He's trying to build his own Tesla battery pack.
All right, if you guys were watching the Game On Challenge live footage there from past Thursday with Jim Gerrie showing off a game that he just added in, this is the one we're talking about. As you can see here by the title, it's called Treasure Caves. Not sure when it was written, but this was actually had to be translated from Dutch to English. And this game originally appeared on the Sinclair ZX81 under the name. I'm not even going to try to pronounce what that is in Dutch. If anybody here knows any Dutch, please feel free to interpret.
Google Translate.
Well, I translate to Treasure Caves, basically, but I don't know how to pronounce it. So anyway, he doesn't even know the name of the author. He doesn't know what year it was released. So I'm not sure. It could have been a type-in or something, maybe. But he did do some changes to it after he translated from Dutch to English. So he's actually fixed a bug in the movement routine and added difficulty levels, which the original game did not have. It seems to draw a little bit of a map, and you've got exits and entrances to the next part of the map, etc. I haven't had a chance to actually try playing this one, but
reminds me of Forest of Doom. Are there any inns in this game?
yeah, I mean, for me, it looks like one of the old Escape games with some additions, though. You does mention you have weapons, you have arrows, and you got M's for monsters, I guess, are chasing you, and that's how most of my games end too. You're dead.
You died, but it wasn't from dysentery.
So I don't know if he's planning on porting this one to the Coco as well, but I'd be interesting to give that one a try. And I think it might even run in 4K. So, Jim, if you're in the chat there, feel free to correct me on that. I don't know. I was going to show this one, but Ken stole my. No, it's okay. But this kind of shows you all the different versions here that they've got released from when they first started. So January 1st was the very first, the MSX version was released by Inufuto. And you can see the date on the right here. So the first day they released that, they released the PC 6001, which, by the way, has a VDG chip in it. So that was the first VDG port, also on January 1st. There's the 8001, which has a different video chip, and then the 8001 Mark II, et cetera, et cetera. So that's getting a lot of the Japanese machines going here. And then the X1, the MZ1500, 800, 80B, et cetera. You can see some of these are monochrome. And there's some other ones here that look very similar to the Coco 3's graphics.
3 days in.
Yeah, here's another VDG based one and another VDG based one. There's the ZX Spectrum, the CPCs. So getting the Amstrads here, the 464, the VZ200, which is another VDG based machine, except it uses a Z80, I believe. The Sword, which is one I remember the Amigos covered on ARG Presents at one point. ColecoVision, as Ken was mentioning. So they seem to be doing all the Japanese ones first. It makes sense because Inufuto's Japanese, and then they did most of the European ones before they got into the North American ones, which is interesting. I don't remember if that's the normal release schedule he does or not. There's the JR100, which is actually a monochrome machine. And then the MC10 version got released on January the 8th. And that's in the lower, 128 by 96 4-color mode, but plays pretty well identical to the Coco version if you're going to be playing that later. Then they threw out some of the Fujitsu FM7, FM77, which is a 6809-based machine, except that it actually has sound chips and better graphics and has a really good version of OS9. And then the Coco version, 32K required for Coco 1 and 2. And the Coco 3 just needs 128K. And those were released on January 11th. Literally, well, technically, I guess this morning, but I think they meant January 11th in Japanese time, which was late last night, if I remember. And a couple more. So they've already got 50 platforms covered so far. There will be more coming over the next couple of weeks as well. They're usually averaging between 100 to 115 platforms for each release. There are a few games where they can't shrink the play field enough to fit on some of the portables that they will kind of skip doing certain platforms do. So some of those games will, or maybe the hardware's just not good enough to do like a 4-way scroller or something like that, so that you'll have to skip those on certain platforms. But the Coco and the MC10 usually gets pretty well all of them now. So I look forward to Ken doing a comparison video with this too, because he's got some of the other platforms like the CoCoVision to compare it against. And they usually take advantage of the hardware. So if the machine that they're doing a port for actually has a sound chip in it, they will have multi-voice music run in the background. If they have hardware sprites, they'll support that instead of doing the more tile-based like the Coco versions do. Like I said, they usually go for lowest common denominator. So the Coco is obviously capable of doing software sprites and stuff, but the engine doesn't go out of its way to support that. It usually does the tile ones. But on the Coco 3, on the other hand, it does support the full 16 color and 320 res. I think sometimes they use 286 res. Anyway, Ken will be uploading that if he hasn't already to the Game On Challenge channel on the Discord under Games. So you can grab it there and start practicing up for Thursday. And then we have some gameplay videos. There's quite a few actually posted this week. Non-Maskable Interrupt, who has done a few of them here, posted one with Puyan. The colors look a little bit washed out on his CM8. I'm not sure if he just didn't have the colors quite set right, or maybe that's just the way the phone captured it or the camera captured it. I won't play this particular one because I think most of us have seen Puyan. And And here, actually, ironically, talking about a game set in prehistoric times for the Dragon, like UGG, which we're playing. And this is the other one that kind of reminded me of it, which is BC Bill. And this was posted by Ultra Gamer 81. I'm assuming 81 is probably his birth year. Young people. And this is actually a long play. So this is actually 16 and a half minutes. You actually get a good segment of the gameplay here. Now, I'm trying to remember, Ken, I think we have played this one on the challenge already, haven't we not?
No, we haven't not.
Oh, we haven't? Okay.
We're kind
this
of
is one that's a little bit politically...
away from, yeah, we've been shying away from a game where you hit women with a
club
and then drag them into your cave.
Yeah, and force them to have your kids, too. Like, it's not politically correct in the slightest.
Well,
This is
making a comeback.
This game should be un-PC Bill.
Yeah. I mean, the game is fun. I've played it actually a fair bit. It's just... It was a different time. People had.
We should remember this is a fantasy world. Not everything is hard truth.
Yeah.
No.
This is not a simulation.
This is just a bit of fun. That's all it is.
Yeah. And the game is fun. I mean, if somebody went and just changed the shapes for it, they could make it politically correct probably pretty easily.
Screw it. Who cares politically correct? It's nothing. It's a video game. It has nothing to do with life at all. Lighten up, people. You know.
And the character does look like Captain Caveman quite a bit, I have to say.
Well, right. Bunga bunga. If I look like that, I might hit people on the head with clubs too, but I don't.
Anyway, it's a lot of fun if you're into the prehistoric theme here after playing UGG on the Game On Challenge. Here's one you can kind of sneak in. I personally don't have a problem if we just put a precursor. If we put this up on a Game On Challenge, just say, it's a product of its times. Take it with a sense of humor that it was, I think, intended for originally. But I would love to see this one in the Game On Challenge because it is a fun game. And it has nice little musical bits too. And you even go through different seasons and stuff. You'll see it's currently in summer. And you have to store food. I'm not going to explain the game. If we ever put it on the challenge there, we'll explain it then.
It's the walking space saucers will have to be.
Yeah. The same YouTube channel decided to do another long play, which is actually a Coco classic, as you can tell, because it's got artifact colors, though it was available in the Dragon as well. And this is Time Bandit. You'll see this particular version is the later version. It says copyright 1983 by Mitchtron. That was the name that Computer Shack had to rename themselves to because of Tandy complaining that it was too close to Radio Shack. And this is a huge game, one of my favorites from the day. It's a horizontal scroller, multiple worlds, multiple time zones and stuff that you get to go through. There's 18 or 21 different times. Each of those has 16 sets of screens you have to get through. And if you completely clear out a time gate, you get a secret message, and there's 18 or 21 of those. I remember the ads, and Rainbow used to advertise this had 320 screens on it, which is kind of literally true, though they're kind of cheating a bit because for going between the different levels, we're getting your audio there again, Mark. But it's a fun game, and it's a one we have played on the show before. So I won't play that one. TGP high score runs. He decided to tackle another one of the Dragon 32 games for a high score run to be submitted for official, trying to become one of the best players in the world for that particular game. And in this case, they picked Cuthbert in Space by Microdeal. This is playing on the PAL version, so you won't have the artifact colors that the Coco Hack version does. It'll be the standard green, yellow, blue, red. But that's a very fun game, too. It's a little bit frustrating at times. I think this one we did play on the challenge, correct, Ken? I seem to recall it.
Yes, we did.
And basically, you go between the platforms. You have to pick up the fuel things and then actually return them to your ship. You can only carry one at a time. Your ship's on the bottom. And you get warped between different levels as you progress in the game. It's a lot of fun. In case anybody hasn't seen that, I will play a little brief clip. And you could shoot, which is something I seem to have forgotten on the current game. All right, I was going to ask for the game players that are on the panel or in the chat here, do any of you submit scores to any of these high score sites that kind of try to be official high scores?
I think we should get Dr. Ted too.
Yeah, and Buck Owens and I'll do Phantom Slayer. That one I'm not too bad at. So,
Cool.
but I don't know. Like, there seems to be multiple sites. So, who's the official one you should be submitting to? I guess I have no idea. I'm just seeing some comments in the chat here too about some of these games we've been covering here. 60 says, I mean, those poor hens, why are you stealing all their eggs? Henhouse Harry, horrific. That's probably talking about BC Bill, because you have to gather food by killing animals. Daddy Burrito said this game was nothing but fun. I wasted so many hours with this game. And then 60 said, I enjoyed Time Bandit for a while. I still enjoy Time Bandit myself. That's it gets pretty hectic, but it's a fun game. Next up, we have a YouTube channel called XYZZY31. I have no idea what that stands for, if anything. They played Franklin in Wonderland, which is a 1984.
You don't recognize XYZZY?
Off the top of my head, no.
Wow. Okay.
Also Cave?
You got homework, man.
Oh, Zork.
Zork.
Oh, right. Right. I haven't played Zork in so long, I totally forgot.
Swedish chef does text adventures. Zork.
Yeah. You've been eaten by a grue. I remember that part.
Hmm?
All right, this is a text adventure game, coincidentally enough. Maybe that channel is dedicated to text adventures now realizing that. But he's only got 3 subscribers. But basically, it's a complete playthrough of the entire game in just over 20 minutes. Almost 21 minutes. This is not one I've ever played. It's called Franklin in Wonderland. My salamander software, as you can see here, it's even got some sound. I'll skip over a bit. An adventure game by fun-loving Franklin, so you know it's good. Got a little bit of the story of the game here. Now, I will mention, this is actually part of a text adventure game series on the Dragon that was featuring a character called Dan Diamond, Private Investigator. This is the 4th game in that particular series. You can also see it's got a fairly nice presentation. It's actually got kind of a fake windowing thing here, where you've got your description on the left there, you've got your inventory on the right, you've got size, because you actually change the size of the character. It's kind of like Alice in Wonderland style. And that definitely becomes critical. And you have a little bar graph there that shows you what your current size is. So looks like a pretty innovative one. I've never played any of the Dan Diamond series. I don't know if anybody here on the panel has, or if 60 and some of the other people in the chat maybe in the UK have played any of these as well. We can see like the size bar has gone way down here. And you can see a large blue, whoops, it just went off there. But basically it's describing, you're seeing like a centipede at full size because you've shrunk so much. And as the title indicates, this is taking place in Wonderland. So this is the same world that Alice in Wonderland is from. So that probably will give you some clues on to how to solve the game. But I'm not going to play the whole thing through because otherwise you'll know how to win the thing, and that's cheating. But I do believe this one is on the World of Dragon archive at worldofdragon.org. If you go click the software in the left column, there's a section for games, and it's organized by publishing company. So look under Salamander Software, you should be able to find it. Next up, we have DJC Game Studios, which is a YouTube channel I don't believe I've seen before. And this one, he's just doing an unboxing, but the reason I put it in the game news is because he mentions he didn't really remember playing the Coco too much when he was younger. He had some friends that had it, but the game that he remembered was Dungeons of Daggorath, so I have to give him props on that. But he actually unboxes 2 Cocos that he got for free, it sounds like, from one of his friends.
Everyone, I'm the devastating Just Cause, and this is DJC Game Studios. Welcome to the show, and I got something interesting today. I got these from a friend, one of my good friends, my buddy Ray. I've known him since kindergarten. One of my best friends in the world.
Yeah, we'll skip the preamble bit here. I'll just show you one of the machines he opened. This is the original TRS-80 Coco 1. He also gets a Coco 2 from Sky. I'll play a little clip of this. If you want to see the rest of it, go see it. He did not get a Coco 3, unfortunately, but he was asking about, getting some stuff running on it. So I did leave him a comment about the Coco SDC and the fact that you can order a Coco SDC with a snapshot of the entire color computer archive. And I said, yeah, there's over 1,500 games you can pick from on there. So that should keep him busy for a bit if he gets one of those.
So this, his father worked with computers all the time. So he had like one of every type of computer, and these are still complete in box. Wow. This is unbelievable. So it looks like it has been used, but it is in like pristine condition. Wow. Man, I'd love to get some gaming for this, right? Because I remember a game I used to play on a Tandy computer called Dungeons of Daggereth.
So you know he has taste. So I look forward to see if he actually does get some of the games going on it a little bit later on, and on his Coco 2 as well. I don't even know if he's got extended basic on these. He hasn't powered them on yet. This is more just the unboxing side, but he definitely does plan on doing a follow-up. And if he has extended basic, he can just go buy a Coco STC, and then he's got the entire library at his fingertips, basically. Anyway, I'll keep you posted on that.
Get a Daggerath cartridge and play it.
Yeah. Well, Daggerath, like if he has 64K in his Coco 2, I mean, he could play the disc-based version of it as well, including the patches by William Astle for doing, macros and key repeat and stuff like that too. So. Next up, a YouTube channel called Greegok1973 did a 4.5-minute video playing 3D Brickaway by Brit Monk. This is the original version. It was later renamed to 3D Breakthrough and sold by Avalon Hill. The thing a bit unique about this, I mean, he's playing it, and it's a hard game. It always has been. I think I've only cleared the full wall of bricks a few times in my life, to be honest. But this is actually a Polish site. So I'm not sure where he found out about it, but I think I do have the closed captioning on here, so I will play it so you can hear the Polish audio and see the translation. And we'll just play a little clip of it. And it sounds like one of Simon's music demos in the background. I think we covered this one recently on the Game On Challenge, didn't we, Ken?
Serdecznie w grze 3D Breakaway na Tandy.
I'm thinking Chronology Gaming, because I know he's played it recently.
No, we played this recently.
We played this one less than a month ago.
I like the translation thinks it says Tandy instead of Tandy.
Więc jak tutaj gramy, oczywiście można podłączyć
that's where a little bit to the gameplay. For those of you who've not played it.
No i teraz musimy
cut right at the end of the game. Let's go a bit further. It's a hard game, but it was quite unique doing the 3D perspective like this. And in fact, Avalon Hill liked it enough, they actually ported this one to the Commodore 64 a little bit later. So this is another one that originated on the Coco or Dragon, then got transferred to other machines afterwards. But it is wicked difficult. It's good to see some of these non-English speaking countries that are actually kind of getting into the Dragon and Coco stuff. Because I've been seeing a bit more of that the last year or so than I've seen in the previous, 5-6 years. So I don't know if they're just discovering these systems or if they were actually sold. Like I know the Coco 1 and 2 were sold in parts of Europe. I don't know if Poland was one of them. But it's interesting having all these different perspectives on them. Next up, speaking of Inufuto, Aaron decided to do a Friday disaster stream, as he calls it, which is like a 2 to 3 hour long stream that he does on Friday nights. And he usually picks a theme. And in this particular case, he was picking Inufuto games. And he played it with a variety of different platforms, as you'll see a list on the screen here if you can see the video. He experimented with various Inufuto games. He was originally going to try to play at least one version of every one. He just didn't have time, so he's going to have do a part 2. And he didn't even know about the new MyGen one that we're going to be playing on the Game on Challenge here as being a new game coming out. But he mentions here, like he's got various emulators, online emulators set up. So he played like BBC Micro, ZX81, the MC10, the MSX, the Oric, the Commodore 64, the Megaduck, the Coco 1 and 2, and the Coco 3 all were represented. And he went through over half the games, I believe, too. So just to give some MC10 spin here, I'll actually play a little bit just as he's trying the MC10 version of one of the games.
So let's pop out of this and we'll try one more Neuros. The only other one I've got available, let me see what we've got on the Coco here. I've got the MC10 version. Let's try the MC10 version. Let's have a look at this one. All right, so same exact.
This one I think we also played on the challenge already.
Okay.
We have to shoot the matching cards at each other while dodging monsters.
Okay, that's not right. Okay, so I know I've got a king over here. Let's see if I can match one of these up with another card laying on it. You can. This one actually controls better and feels better. Yeah. It seems faster, too, if I'm honest. So there's score one for the MC10. It's not too often it's going to outperform the... it's going to outperform the MSX. There it is. Beautiful. This is a king, so we know that's a queen. So we're
And it goes through a lot of them. So if you're new to the Inufuto games and you want a good cross-section of them, and also on a multitude of platforms with various hardware capabilities, some with hardware sprites and hardware sound chips, because some of the ports do play multi-voice music in the background. The Coco and MC10 ones do not. And some of them hardware sprite chips, etc. too. But sometimes the tile-based ones actually play a bit smoother and better. The controls are better and stuff. So definitely worth checking out if you haven't seen any of the Inufuto games before. This will kind of give you a crash course on a good chunk of them. And then Chronological Gaming returned after his Christmas break, and just yesterday he covered another Dragon game. This is another one I have not played, and this is one he was a little bit impressed with too. This is by Gen Software. It's called the Chateau is what it says in the cover there, but the full name of the game is Chateau of Gold. And this one actually had some pretty advanced techniques for a text adventure game. One, it was menu driven. You didn't have to figure out all the stupid keywords and type them all in and try to guess what the programmer was going to use instead of the word get type of thing. And it also has auto mapping built in. So actually you can bring up a map that will show you what rooms you've been into and even the direction you went to get to them. So you kind of know where you can backtrack if you're crisscrossing, which was, this is November of '82 it got released. So that's pretty innovative. So I'll play a little bit of the clip of the intro as he's talking about the game and a little bit of the history of it. And then I'll fast forward to a little bit of gameplay so you can see some of the features.
We're next going to go to the United Kingdom and play on the Dragon 32. And just wait, by next year, it'll be the Dragon 64. Got to up that memory. Now, Chateau has a very interesting past of where it came from us. This was originally a type-in game from your computer, January 1982, and it was made for the Sharp MZ80. That's where it first came out. And look at the front of this magazine. There's Chris Searles. He's the host of the Computer program, which was the information technology year that they were pushing in the United Kingdom. And he's made the cover of your computer. But in this magazine, if you flip to the right page, we'll find Mystery at the House of Treasure. This is a type-in game by Chris Davison. And this is the game we're playing because after this type-in game, it was ported to the Sharp MZ700 by Mark D.L. Alston. After that, then we got the version that we saw on, that we're going to see on the Dragon 32, which is this version, which brings us to today, November 1982. This is Chateau. This is the exact same game, to my knowledge. I mean, when they did the ports, I'm sure there's a few tweaks and changes. Maybe they got some of the bugs out. But this is by Jim Software. This is the 7th game we've seen by Jim Software. They've done games like Monster Mine and Super Space Mission. And this one is actually interesting. Most of the Dragon 32 boxes, I would say, are awesome and collectible items. This one, maybe not so much. It's pretty quaint. It looks like we're supposed to play a horror game. I'm going to title it as a thriller, though, and you'll see why when we get into the game. To find this treasure, you must find various
directions. I'll skip ahead.
Menu driven. They give us a menu. We type in from the menu right there. Oh, no way.
So just to let you know, the top right here has 3 digits, and that actually tells you what floor you're on. The basement is 0, and then there's, I think, 4 or 5 floors. And then your X and your Y coordinates. So you can actually kind of know where you are in the maze. And then when you're actually doing options of what you're doing within each room, like it says, north is a hall, west is a door, by your side is a hall, your choice, and then it's just menu-driven single key hit. You don't even have to hit the enter key. It's just your hotkeys. So move, explore, open, status, plan. So I can find where it actually shows the map here, which is just a little bit further ahead. That's your status one here. So you're trying to find like keys and lamps and clues and all kinds of stuff.
We've killed no monsters. We have a treasure, key, lamp, clues, all these things. This game means we are not just playing a text adventure game. We have some RPG elements alongside with it, which is kind of cool. If we hit the P for plan, then it tells us what we're exploring. The chateau is a randomly generated room of rooms, 6x6 grid for the whole chateau. And I think, or at least for this floor. And then as we move around, you can see we have north, south, east, and west directions. Wait, can we move right now? I don't think so, right? Yeah, we can't. It just goes back to this side. All right, so now if we want to, let's explore this room. Is there anything in here? Waste of time. It's empty. Okay, so
I'm going to fast forward, just show you the auto mapping, and then we'll.
All right, let's go ahead and move north again. We'll just keep going on the side. All right, so we have that side. If we look at the plan, you can see we're probably near the top now. It draws the whole thing in. Yeah, there it is. And it shows our path. So it is mapping out where we've been to, which is really nice. It's like an auto map, if you will. All right, so here we go.
Anyway, it looks like a pretty intriguing, especially for this early on, of having some of those features in a text-style adventure game. So I was rather impressed with it. It's probably one I really latched onto when I was young. And I don't know if any of the people here in the chat that were, grew up with the Dragon, if they remember this particular game or not. I see Sixy's still in there, but he's busy talking about Hitchhiker's Guide references and directory structures he made. So, anyway, it was an interesting one. I've never seen it before. I have seen it, just the cover art going through the World Dragon Archive at times, but I've never actually seen the game play before. And it's a bit more advanced than I thought. Like when I saw the cover, I figured it's just kind of like a homemade text adventure game. And it's actually a bit more sophisticated than that. So this is one I'm going to have to update my site with eventually, once it makes sure it works on the Coco file. Anyway, that's the game on news for this week. So let me switch over to upcoming events before we get into the main news. You can find the right friggin' window. There we are. Okay, you guys should be seeing Show and Tell, Browse, Discuss Vintage Computers. If I got the right window selected.
Aye.
Okay.
Oh, DFW, okay.
Okay, so this is the Tandy Showcase at the DFW Retrocomputing Meetup. It's the first one of 2025. It's actually next Saturday, so if you're in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, you should definitely go check it out next week. Maybe Mark Siegel will show up at this one. I'm not sure. But basically, it's a lot of various retro computer series. You can even see just on the photograph they took here from a previous one, where you've got like, what is that, an Apple III, I think, towards the back, and maybe an IBM PC or XT behind that, and some sort of a laptop, or is that an Apple IIc or something? Can't tell.
Looks like the Laser 128, which was a clone.
Oh, could be. And this, I have no idea what the hell that is.
Yeah, it doesn't even look like it has a display screen. Looks like it's a printer. Yeah, it's got a teletype in it.
Yeah, looks huge and heavy.
Yep, it is. Sure, all metal case, I'm sure.
Anyway, this runs from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m., so it's a 4-hour show, and it's just kind of people bring their own stuff, set up a table, and show it off. It's almost identical. It's the identical time, but it sounds like even the almost identical purpose and the way it's set up, like the Winnipeg one I just attended to last week, because that was the same thing. It's a Saturday. They do it every 3 months, 12 to 4, and people just bring their stuff and show it off, and sometimes they have themes depending on who's bringing what type thing. Anyway, they are planning. Oh, sorry, good.
I am planning to attend, and I might be able to do a live walkthrough because it's during the show. So,
okay. Well, if for some reason the live walkthrough doesn't work because of bandwidth problems or something, maybe you could just take some video and pictures, and we can show it the following weekend too. You're welcome to bring your family. Attendance is free, I believe. Takes place at the Bingo in Grand Prairie, and there's even a concession stand that will be open.
Yeah, it's free to get it.
It's sponsored by Mouser Electronics, who has for the second year graciously donated to cover the cost of the venue rental. As with prior meetups, you're welcome to bring your items for swap, sale, or giveaway, so you may be able to exchange some things and get some stuff added to your retro collection you don't have.
But don't leave them there. They will chase you down.
Yeah, it says we cannot leave behind boxes of donation items. So and they also recommend if you bring young children, please keep your eye on them. I think that's just common sense no matter where you're going.
One would think.
Anyway, yeah, I'd love to look forward to your report on that, Bob. And if we can get it going live, that would be awesome. Now, 12 till 4 Texas time would be, what, an hour or two behind Eastern?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically it's, starts an hour before this show starts.
Okay. I'm just trying to gauge if you do have the bandwidth to do it, if we should do it near the beginning of the show or the end of the show.
Well, I could probably do it right at the beginning of the show. I'll probably be there with like a small display, probably 1 or 2 Cocos. And there's a chance Tom Cherry Holmes will be there, so he might be showing off FujiNet.
Oh, cool. You know if Brendan Donahue or some of the other people in the area are going to be going too as well, or?
I do not know. I think they're a little further away for such a small event, but
oh, okay.
Grand Prairie is a big ask for the fashionable Northsiders.
Yeah. Tom is like less than an hour away.
Oh, okay.
Probably about 30 minutes.
Anyway, it looks like it's going to be a good show. And I'm definitely looking forward to your report on it, whether it's live or if we have to wait a week. Either way, it'd be great. So look forward to that.
You bet.
Next up, we kind of covered this already. Marco has covered all the different presenters. I think we have, 1 or 2 time slots left, and then it's completely full.
Yeah, 3, I think. Yeah, 2 or 3.
Yeah.
So that's fine.
And Mark will be putting some updates on the Discord and hopefully on Facebook too. So people that keep asking me who's doing what when will have something to reference besides my poor memory. Oh, by the way, this is the virtual Tandy Retro Show. I should mention that. That's January 25th, of course, which is just 2 weeks away.
2 weeks away.
Dang it.
And this covers not just the Coco. This is a kind of a joint thing along with the Trash Talk people. They've got a few people like Peter Satinsky, as Mark mentioned at the top of the show. We'll be showing off some of the other stuff that Tandy did in the computer field. So be a good variety for the Tandy fans out there.
Yep, there's going to be a Model 1 presentation and Model 10. Yep, so those specifically are going to
be... Or Tandy 10, I think it's called. But
Tandy 10, yeah.
Tandy 10. I'm looking forward to that one. I really hope he can bring it to one of the shows we're going to be at.
Yeah, I know he's a bit leery about it because it's an incredibly rare thing. He doesn't want to get it stolen or damaged, and he's trying to get it up and running, not just, here it is.
Which I totally understand. I still want to see it.
Well, I wouldn't think anyone's going to be able to steal it unless they brought a crane.
Yeah, but they could damage it. That's the one worry, Oh, this is cool. Oops, sorry about the soft drink I just spilled on the circuit boards.
Yeah, there ain't nobody going to be picking that up and walking out with it.
Yeah. Next up after that, we have a VCF SoCal. This is at the Hotel Fair Event Center. Now, Orange, California, I think south of the fires a fair bit, isn't it? Or am I wrong?
It is, yeah.
Like it's the opposite end of the valley or something.
It's like 75 miles. My son lives in Orange County, and he said, no, it's way to the north, all the fires.
So hopefully that doesn't affect anything, and hopefully it doesn't keep spreading. That's
Yep.
Just think about how many computers have melted.
Yep.
Well, how many lives have they lost already? Last I heard was 10. Wow. Expected to climb. So
yeah, it's more than that.
Yeah, it's 11 now, I think.
A lot of pets. A lot of movie stars, actually. That was really hitting those movie stars quite a bit. And Stephen Gutenberg, helping direct traffic and telling people to leave keys in their car so they can move out of the way of emergency vehicles if you have to abandon it. All right, this was a very successful one last year, and the guy that helps run it is actually the Vintner, which we'll be covering a little bit later in the news as well. This is getting back to stuff from last week. But basically, this is coming up February 15th to 16th, so it's actually not that far away. We're literally talking 1 month. I know Wayne Campbell's got a ride to it too, so he'll be out there helping represent the Coco. FujiNet will be there in spades, showing off Coco as well as some of the other platforms that they're available on as well. Should be a good time. I know I'm looking at it last year, looked pretty good. This is one I do plan to attend, some couple years in the future here once I have better opportunities to do that kind of thing. But yeah, looks like it's going to be another good show. After that, we have VCF East, and I think there's some other people on the panel here who can probably talk to this a lot better than I can because they're gotten directly involved with it, including teaching classes. If Henry's still kicking around, any updates on that?
Well, we just got going with some of the other with some of the scheduling. It's looking pretty good, all things considered. I can still use some help with. Getting some folks in to help to do classroom instruction, things of that nature. I think we're looking for somebody who'd be interested in doing maybe some advanced basic work. We can definitely use help in the classroom with just technical stuff. And this shout outs for Terry Steege, actually. We are looking for hardware to use in the classroom, if at all possible. And if there is anyone who's going to be going to VCF East and would be willing to let us borrow a Coco 2 for the classroom, please let me know. We want to have 15 student stations along with probably about 4 or 5 backup machines in case any of the ones that are at the student stations decide to go south. But we're specifically looking for... What's that?
I'll bring a Coco too.
Awesome. Yeah, just do me a favor. Hit me up in the chat with that. And anybody out there who's wanting to help out with that, just hit me up on the Discord or hit me up in the Coco on Facebook and the Coco lists.
I wonder if Brian has a checkout service.
Rental service.
I've seen the shelves that Terry put up, that Terry Steege put up on Facebook, and he's got several.
Yeah, Terry's got a pretty good collection too. He's one of the few people who can give Brian a run for his money.
Yeah, and so like if Brian's interested in going, if Terry's interested in going, or if anybody who has that hardware is interested in going and interested in helping out, then we can definitely use the help with that hardware. We're still looking into the usage of Raspberry Pis and for for emulation. Of
the Coco Pi project by Ron Klein would work well for that.
Right. The trick is getting the Pis for that. So that may actually wind up being a little bit more difficult than using the actual hardware. We know that the hardware is quite resilient. The biggest problem we had with last year's classroom is that the Ataris kept dying. And I don't think Cocos have that big of a problem with dying.
No, they're generally built like tanks.
The question would be how nice a Pi do you need for your
whatever will run Coco the Coco Pi project.
Yeah, 3 or higher.
Yeah,
3 or higher.
How many more Coco 2s do you need?
Let me see. I think we need something on the order of 10 to 15.
Okay.
At this point.
Will a Coco 1 work?
We prefer, it needs to be a Coco 2. The Coco 2 is the baseline. The Coco 1 will work as long as it'll work with a FujiNet device. And it has at least 32K of RAM, preferably 64. But the Coco 1 runs into the problem of any 64K program that's going to run on a Coco 2 is going to run on a Coco 1 because it knows how to make the SAM do what it needs to do.
Yeah.
So,
I used to run OSN level 1 on it all the time. So.
Yeah, so like a Coco 2 64K, that's our baseline.
I was just wondering, because FujiNet, the versions you guys will be demoing with still has the little pigtail dongle and the serial port, and that.
As far as I know, that's going to be the case. We're still going to be doing the dongles.
And there is one difference: the Coco 1 versus the Coco 2 is that it's only capable of 38.4 maximum speed for drive wire versus 57.6.
But that's a switch on the cart. That's not a big deal.
Yeah, but this is not something you want to do in the middle of a show.
Yeah.
Give me my standard computer, please.
Yeah.
No, what you do is you do it during setup. So if I've got Coco 1 sitting there, I know I've got to flip a switch. If I've got Coco 2 sitting there, I know I've got to flip a switch. It's not that.
Because I can probably bring 2 or 3 Coco 2s and a couple Coco 1s if need be.
Oh, that's awesome.
And William Anything in the chat is also mentioning, he says, I can send 1 or 2 Coco 2s and probably some Raspberry Pis too. I think the Pi 02 will work. I have a few.
Yeah, I'm not sure about whether or not the Pi Zero will work. The biggest
I know it worked with the older versions of the Pi project, so I guess it depends what emulators and stuff he's running.
Right. So I just got to get with Dave, and I got to get with Jeff and find out like what we would need as far as that goes, because I think Dave's still looking at the Coco Pi project. But if I can ramp in, like Bill, if you can do me a favor and send me a message on the Discord, direct message on the Discord, and Sloopy, if you can do the same for me, direct message on the Discord, and Wingnut, I am Henry III on Discord, so you should be able to direct message me through there.
And Henry, I would get in direct contact with Ron Klein. He's also on the Discord, and he's in charge of the Pi project, and he knows which older versions ran with more primitive Pis.
Yeah,
Thing, which
Ron
should be good enough for classroom.
Ron gave me that idea. Yeah, Ron gave me that idea a while back, so I've communicated that, and I'll get with him on it.
Okay. Now, how are you doing for teaching classes and stuff here? Have you guys kind of are you doing it all, or is some other people helping you with this kind of stuff?
No. We've got. I think Dave's able to do the basics, the basic stuff. I'm doing the assembly stuff. We could definitely use someone, like I said, who can do advanced basic stuff. We're still putting together what exactly beginning basic, intermediate basic, and advanced basic means on the Coco. But we can definitely use a couple instructors that are going to be relatively fluent in basic. I'm happy to do the assembly classes. Those are the ones that I'm jazzed about. So, I'm happy. I think we've got like one of those each day. And yeah, and we can use maybe some technical support as well.
Okay. I will mention, like, if you want to steal any of the semi-graphics from basic stuff that Nick and I did those videos on, feel free to steal everything from those if you want to use that as part of a intermediate.
I plan on it.
Yeah, because you're one of the few people who's actually used it, you and Coco Town, and besides Nick and me. That looks really good. I should have mentioned before, I don't think I mentioned the dates of this. It's actually April 4th to the 6th. It's at the InfoAge Science Museum in Wall, New Jersey, which is the same place it's been for years. And it's definitely got a cocoa flavoring to its classes on Friday and Saturday. There's a ton of cocoa stuff there. Repeating between the 2 days. So if you can only attend one of them, you should be able to catch the right course that you want to do.
Yep.
And covering basic assembly, FujiNet, the whole shebang.
And it boils down to this. If you are anywhere in the Northeast megalopolis, it's not difficult to get there. It's Northeast megalopolis driving, but, it's not difficult to get there. It's right there in Wall, New Jersey. It's by Jersey Shore. It's real easy to get to. Come on. Yeah, you should come to VCF East. It's fun.
I'll be there.
That's good. I'm looking forward to seeing you.
And
now, Wingnut, Sloopy, Henry. That's at least a few Coco people right off the start there.
Hey, Henry, AJ Griglack said he'll bring a Coco too and can bring a Pi or two as well.
All right, awesome. And
Right,
AJ,
yeah.
if you can do me a favor and hit me on the Discord as well, that'll be awesome, so that I can keep track of that.
Right, because you've got a dozen people bringing pies, but no one's bringing a monitor.
We'll figure that problem out.
Nor any
probably
ice
next
cream. It's just going down so fast.
Yeah, the one Coco 2 that I'm bringing will have the Coco DV in it.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah, they can hook it up to much more modern displays. Then.
And the other Coco 2 that I'll be bringing will have a Coco VGA in it.
Yep, so you can just put it right in the VGA.
So everyone will be fighting over those two machines.
I mean, obviously the Pi can drive modern monitors too, so depending on how many Pis you get, that'll work.
Well, and how many monitors you have?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll bring you 5 pies, but I can't fit any displays in my suitcase, so.
Yeah, the only thing I can say, Henry, is that you guys have to do another Coco specialized version of VCF East in a few years when I'm actually able to do all the travel to do these ones that are way far away from me, because I'm really jealous that I can't make this one. This would be awesome.
Well, I mean, they're apparently trying to do a rotation with the different systems, and they've had 3 years of 6502, so they decided to switch out for 6809, which is what happened with the Coco. And we're looking at next year maybe doing something along the lines of the MSX systems, so we can get some Z80 in there.
Okay. But it'll be a couple years before I can make it to one of these. Probably 2027, to be honest, would be my first opportunity. So if you can line it up for another Coco one, then I'll attend and I'll actually help with the class and stuff too.
Well, we'll see what happens.
They should do a Coleco Atom next year.
I know that's the one that we were doing. We're looking at that now that I stop and think about it. You're correct. It was the Coleco Atom that we were looking at.
So the first thing would be how to disconnect the power supply so that you don't need a printer.
Yeah.
Right. And then a lot of extra basic tapes, so if you erase yours, you can just.
Cool. Well, thanks, Henry. Thanks for the update. And it sounds like it's going along pretty good. And it sounds like you have a lot of volunteers to bring machines down, so that's good too. Next up, the Manitoba Retro Computing and Gaming Club, which is, of course, the people that ran the event I was at last week with David and Bruce, has announced their next one. So they do these roughly once every 3 months. So there's 4 times a year. The next one is at the same location, the Fort Rouge Leisure Center, which is a nice little thing. It's right beside a hockey rink if you want to visit Canadiana at its best. And this time the theme, this one that just passed last weekend was for Radio Shack Tandy. The next one here is because it's the anniversary of the Commodore 128 being released in early 1985. So Doug Ham, who's the organizer, main guy that runs the whole thing, he's going to be bringing a couple of his Commodore 128s, flattened DCR models for entertainment business use. And once again, a 4-hour show. Bring your own stuff to show off to. You don't have to bring stuff that follows the theme. But if you have any of that kind of thing, feel free to bring it. I'll be showing off stuff like GEOS 128. Oh, I'd love to put NitroSign against that. But it should be a lot of fun. And the Commodore 128 is actually a machine that actually kind of fascinates me a bit because it actually is a dual CPU one. It's got a Z80 and a 6502 in it. It even can run CPM. So it's got some pretty interesting bits to it as well.
They actually included a CPM boot disk with the 128. It had like 5 floppies it came with.
Yeah, it didn't have 2 video modes too. It had an 80 column chip and a 40 column.
Yeah, and I believe there are 2 different video outputs because I actually have a couple of them, but I've never tried.
Yeah, there's a couple of games that actually use the dual monitors because they're independent of each other. It's kind of like the Dragon with the or the Coco with the Supersprite FM Plus, where you can drive the monitors separately. So if you want a status screen on one for a game and the actual gameplay on the other, you can.
For people who have a single monitor, they have a switch and you have to flip it. So yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, but that would suck for doing the dual monitor games. So you need 2 monitors.
Well, who doesn't have 2 monitors today?
Well, yeah, I've got 2 in my desk just right now, and then
of course
2 or 3 CRTs and a couple of flat screens for my Cocos. Next up after that is the 33rd annual Not Blast Chicago CoCoFEST, switching to Friday all day, Saturday all day, Sunday. Basically, that's your cleanup time. So basically shifting it a day earlier to help people on the way back to catch their planes and stuff without them to leave the show before it actually ends. Which is Grant still on the call? I don't know if you had any further details if you wanted to put in here or not.
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Oh, just talking about the fact that switching to the Friday to Sunday with all day Friday, all day Saturday being the actual show and Sunday being kind of the tear down.
Correct. Yep. So my thinking is we'll probably start the show about 1 o'clock right after lunchtime, go to midnight, and then open it up again for 9 o'clock on Saturday and go to midnight again. And then from 8 to noon on Sunday will be the tear down and pack up and go home.
BS around. Nice.
So yeah, I think we have more time to do stuff. So should be a lot better, I think. So
the 33rd annual becomes the first penultimate in that we already have one for next year.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah, new cool times. We got better times and more fun, I think.
Yeah, I'm hoping this works for everybody because at first I didn't really like the change to Friday to Saturday, but actually more and more I think about it, the more and more I'm liking the idea. So
all the travelers get to go home on Sunday and have a little time to rest before Monday again. Yeah, this is.
I mean, they do have to take an extra day off, obviously, if you want to attend both full days of the show. But
yeah, and
why wouldn't you want to?
We didn't get many people on Sundays, from the community. It was Saturdays are always our big day and everything. So it just seemed like the right thing to do to try it out. So
right now, the vendors can kind of get their stuff together on Friday amongst each other, and then the crowd hits Saturday, and
Yeah, we'll probably start. We'll still do the setup on Thursday night. So if people are getting there early, I'll allow you to go in there and set your table up on Thursday night. So, so we'll have
in case we didn't mention it,
time.
it's May 2nd to 3rd is the main show, and then May 4th will be the teardown day. And if you want to get in a little bit early to get set up, as Grant was just mentioning, that'll be May the 1st on the evening. And it's at the same place it has been last little while here at Holiday Inn and Suites Chicago Carroll Stream, which is in Carroll Stream, Illinois, which is, what do you call it, a suburb of Chicago area or something?
Yep, correct.
Yep.
So bring your T-shirts from last year, so on Sunday you can wear your May the 4th T-shirts.
That is true.
Oh,
right.
Oh, there you go. I didn't even thought of that angle.
And can we please try to go to a year without the fire department visiting us?
Oh man, come on!
What, ruined tradition?
We enjoy them.
Oh,
the
wow.
elevator worked, sort of.
I might need to hear a backstory.
The fire department. I don't remember the fire department showing up last year.
Oh yeah, it came.
It was. Yeah.
Oh, what happened this time?
Well, nobody got stuck, but there was.
I think there was a bird got stuck somewhere or did something.
Yeah, it actually there was a burn mark on the side of the building, because I know when Ken and I came in, because we were visiting the VCF warehouse, all the lights are off. The parking lot's dead dark because they had to shut the power off because this bird got in there.
Halogen lights are hot.
Blew up.
Well, hey, it wasn't our fault. It was not our fault.
Nope, we didn't do it.
Still showed up
this year. We didn't do it.
And then the year before, it was the elevator.
Yeah, at least it was raining, so at least if they had a proper fire, at least they would have had some help putting it out.
Yeah, put the bird out. Yeah.
We usually make software if there's a fire.
And you have to go back all the way to 2019 for the people stuck in the elevator.
So when's the last time they had a CoCoFEST without the fire department coming?
About 2018.
Before 2019.
Yeah. Right. So come on.
I guess you could count the COVID years. I guess the virtual fest we didn't have.
There wasn't an actual fire, but there wasn't an actual fest.
We were on fire though, baby. So.
Maybe I should pick up with that and have fire truck or some kind of something.
Yeah, hosing down the Coco cat who's in flames.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Nice. I like it.
Or all the candles on the cake.
Yeah, hosing out the 45 candles for the 45th anniversary of the Coco one. I like that
works.
Idea.
Big fun spray, yeah.
Cool. Anyway, this is the show on the Coco calendar. So if there's any show you can make this year, if you can only go to one and you're in the area and with the means to get there, this is the one to go to.
We could have an Ember show in L.A.
Too soon.
No. Too soon. Way too soon. Following that, there is Tandy Assembly. They've announced the dates for 2025. It'll be September 26th to the 28th. Same place at the Courtyard by Marriott, Springfield, downtown Springfield, Ohio. Now, they have been mentioning they're getting enough people attending the show now that they're starting to get crowded in this facility, which is something CoCoFEST just recently went through when we had to move from Heron Point, etc. So this next year might be the last time in this location, because I think they're growing enough they're going to have to find something a little bit bigger. And I don't know Springfield, Ohio at all, so I don't know if that means switching towns or if there's a hotel that's fairly affordable they can get that is a little bit bigger for the display space for a show like this.
They can go to the Air Force Base in Dayton.
I don't know about they can. I mean, if it gets too big, I mean that region's also where Hamvention happens. So there's going to be reasonable convention centers around that they'll be able to get to, and it's close enough to Columbus and the Columbus sphere of influence that they won't necessarily have to stay in Springfield.
Yeah, in Columbus you can even do a tie-in with Retro there too, because that's the home of CompuServe. So no more details at this point, just that it's at the same venue, and the dates are September 26th through 28th, 2025 in Springfield, Ohio. And the last one coming up here is a Portland Retro Gaming Expo. This covers computers and home consoles. This is one that Tim Linder and AJ have attended before, and I think some other people have attended as well. This next one here in 2025 runs from October 17th to the 19th, which is about a month or half a month later than it was last year, kind of shifting it a little bit later. On the West Coast, so if you're in the Portland, Oregon area, on the West Coast there, and you want to see Tim and AJ are planning on attending it this year. They missed last year, I think. then you can do a meet and greet with them type thing. And I believe they're coming to CoCoFEST again this year too. So a couple opportunities to meet the two of them with their drunk sibling rivalry shows. And that's it for the upcoming conventions. Any others that I've missed that you guys might know of, maybe a bit more localized, etc.?
I might have been asleep through this, but did you mention the VCF Southwest?
Yes.
Because that comes right after CoCoFEST, and I think I missed it.
Oh, did I miss that one? Maybe I did.
Because that's in June.
Yeah, June 20th to 22nd, the Davis and Gundy alumni. I think I did miss it. I think I forgot to put the tab up.
Do it now. We'll put it back in post.
Tables and tickets are on sale now as of January. $20 per adult, $25 if bought at the door, $10 per student, $15 if you get at the door. 17 and under are free. Tables are $50. This is one I will be attending unless something really bad happens. And Brian Weezer is supposed to be coming along as well. So we'll both be there to represent the Coco. Brendan Donahue, Mark Siegel's already indicated he's going, so I'll finally be able to meet him in person. We're going to try to maybe get some of the other Tandy guys together. That'd be awesome if we can. That were involved with the Coco back in its early days. And of course, Tandy that's where we're headquartered, in Fort Worth. So a lot of the original engineers and stuff are still in the area. So that'd be just awesome. So I'm really looking forward to that one. It'll be the very first VCF I've ever been to. So I can get trained before I attend these other ones, but you guys are all regulars at. Actually, I'll just show the screen here so you guys can see it. So that is one I did forget to load. And there you go. Presented by the National Video Game Museum. So there's even a bit of a side hustle. We can go check out the National Video Game Museum too. That'd be awesome. Looks like they got some sponsors already listed now too. Tandy Showcases, Ed Malfris, I think his last name is. He's the one who's actually found the original TRS-80 Model 1 keyboard-based version of the Agrivision and stuff. So he'll have some of those, very rare machines down there as well.
So as I recall, they did have the university itself has a retro lab already in there.
This is just getting better and better all the time.
Well, it wasn't real big, but they did have a few of the machines represented. But they're like a full-time lab there, and it was just one of the rooms off to the side.
Cool. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. Like I said, I've gone to CoCoFEST and I've been to like Comdex back in the day. If you want a huge show with 200,000 people, but I've never been to a VCF, and that's much more up my alley than Comdex ever was. Okay, onwards to the regular news now. So get your pillows ready. Okay, so first off, I want to cover a couple of things that were on last week that actually got requested by some of the people involved, that they would like a bit of a clarification of what they were trying to present. So the first one is the Vent Nerd. This is the guy that organizes the VCF SoCal, Southern California, that we talked about. That's happening in almost exactly 1 month from today. And this was the one where they were doing a update on all the different FujiNet products. And you've got the Vent Nerd here kind of being the host. And then you've got Brian Cox, who's actually manufactures some of the hardware. So he's not like Thomas Cherry, who does a lot of the software development. There's some other people involved there too. And the hardware design, but the actual manufacturing of the cards to, for the various platforms to send to people. And they kind of go through them all in this, but I thought it'd cover a little bit of the Coco stuff because it'll kind of give you an update of where the hardware is coming from at this point. Is that loud enough for everybody?
I don't hear anything.
Or should I turn up a bit?
No sound at all.
We don't see anything either.
You aren't
No sound
sharing.
at all?
You're not sharing.
Oh, yeah, I probably should do that, shouldn't I?
Yeah, help.
You can turn it up all day long.
There, my technical difficulty hit. I was kind of starting to wonder. Yay. There we go. I think.
Coco.
I don't need closed captioning on it.
Okay, cool. Well, we've got through the Atari, the Apple, and the Atom.
Yes.
I like the 3 A's. Right.
And now we're on to the Coco.
Now we're on to Coco.
So for the Tandy TRS-80 model, not the Model 1.
Yes, actually,
if it has
all
enough
three
memory.
Cocos.
Okay.
Right.
So this works on Coco 1, the color computer.
Right.
For you Coco guys and gals, you know Coco. For everybody else who's checking out the other FujiNets and wants to know about FujiNets and computers you don't have or don't have yet, there's the color computer, which is now color computer 1. There's the color computer 2 and the color computer 3.
Right.
And they have different memories.
And you can see he's got a Coco 2 on the desk behind him there and a Coco 3 up in the top left shelf.
Of course, as time went on. But all the Coco FujiNets, they all work through the, well, right now, the cartridge port.
Right.
Like regular, all the peripherals, your disk drives and stuff that you had for your Coco, and plugs into the serial port in order to load software.
Right.
Okay, so go ahead and tell us more about that.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. So this would be our first example. One of the things we're pointing out is how do you connect each of the FujiNets. So with the Coco Fuji or FujiNet for Coco, whichever way we want to refer it, it plugs into the cartridge port for the Coco. But at the time of the development where we are now, it needed to have a serial connection in order to actually load the files. So what happens is if we switch over here to one with the case off, you'll notice that we still have our ESP32 that's doing all the FujiNet tasks, but we actually have an EEPROM. So this is running an HDB DOS, which is a Coco DOS. And it actually has 3 different versions depending on a Coco 1, 2, or 3. So when you boot your Coco with the cartridge installed, it actually loads the DOS off of this EEPROM and then launches the FujiNet interface that we know and love, first thing asking you for a Wi-Fi and going from there.
Okay, nice.
But if you don't have the cassette or serial cable connected, when you try to load a file, it's not going to find it because it's coming over this right now. So this is the current version. And by the way, the Coco FujiNet is a good example where we're very, very close to being considered production ready. When you look at the FujiNet Flasher, which lets you load up your FujiNet firmware onto the
For the different FujiNets.
For the different ones, you only see now 4 different platforms available there. And the Coco is the newest edition. So that tells us that we're getting very, very close to production ready. Where we're actually at right now is they're working on a revision for the hardware that will eliminate the cassette cable.
Nice.
And it would be just cartridge. But we're not there yet. So I manufactured a series that use both so that we can get somewhere out there and get more, really more exposure for the community.
Well, that's something I wanted to bring up for you as the producer, manufacturer, maker, right? Getting these in people's hands. For example, the Atari is pretty well mature, and I think you mentioned.
Anyway, I just wanted to kind of give everybody the update. They wanted everybody to kind of understand where the hardware design is going. The fact that you can get these, you can actually order these now if you want to use the one with the dongle, if you of us already have them. But they are going to be changing it so it doesn't require that dongle at all on the final version. Doesn't change the functionality per se. It might be a bit faster if it doesn't require the bit banger. And then they did some demos where they showed a couple of the programs running, like how to mount disk drives and stuff, or virtual disks over the net, and does the standard space station tracker and stuff. You can see in the thumbnail at the bottom. I'm not going to play that now because we've seen those multiple times, but I did want to play that there where it kind of mentions that Brian's the guy who actually does the commercial manufacturing. Basically, he's not the prototyper, but he's the one who tries to do them in bulk, and also to give us an update on the hardware changes that are coming, which are fairly close to being done. Henry, have you heard any updates since this was recorded a couple of weeks ago, or?
We're still working on it. We've got I really haven't heard that terribly much about it. It looks like we're doing well on the ESP32 side, but we're still dealing with how the Raspberry Pi or how the RPi 2040 is going to interface in. We've been having some trouble with things hanging up, but it's, we're using the 2040 as a ROM emulator, and we're also using the 2040 for bus arbitration. So it's serving those purposes right there. It's an extra little dev board on the thing, makes it a little bit bigger. but still, we're leveraging
And
the
more
2040's
expensive.
capabilities. What's that?
And more expensive.
Yeah, more expensive, but you get those things
It's
for
not
like
that expensive. Yeah.
it's not that
10
expensive.
bucks?
It's like a Pico. A Pico's like $5, and even then, if we work it down to where we populate the board just with the 2040 and the auxiliaries, the 2040 is going to be cheap in quantity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They also
the whole
talk in the
idea-
video about some other hardware design changes. They're doing, like moving where the antenna is, and a few other things too to make it a bit more.
And that
ergonomic.
is something that I'm not as familiar with. That's more along the lines of positioning things. For me, what I found is perfectly fine is you don't even need the external antenna on the ESP32. Yep, you can just use the PC board antenna that's on the different version. That particular antenna, the external antenna, that's great if you've got marginal issues. And the thing is, it's an open source thing. So if you've got if you want to build one yourself, or if you've got questions about it, you can do the modifications to the case to put an external antenna adapter on there, what have you. Now, I haven't gone through and made those case mods or anything, but if we're having problems with somebody, we need to plug something in, and then we need to have a 35 dBi gain Yagi attached to it through 3 meters worth of SMA cable. Okay, yeah. Work on one that has the little connector on the outside. That's not that difficult to do.
I might say, since I use mine, I don't really notice speed difference, between the Coco 1, 2, or 3 using the dongle. And in fact, I've had to use an extension. I use a MIDI cable to extend it to my serial port, and that works fine. And we're just working with text basically. So why they'd want to go internal is kind of weird, because what speed can you pick up? You're just text. It blinks fast.
Graphics.
Well, if you're downloading a disk image or a hard drive image, like let's say you want to launch EOU, you're downloading 128 meg.
Well,
that makes a huge difference.
You wouldn't do it on the. You would
you
take
could.
the chip out, and you do it on the PC.
No, you can FujiNet boot OS 9.
Yeah.
So that's part of what we're looking at with that. The speed that's available by going through the CART port is so much more. You can get so much more speed out of that as far as being able to transfer data between the Coco and the FujiNet device. It's not just about the little text bits.
Right.
It's also about being able to do like full-on network transactions with the thing.
Well, and as far as user experience, not having a dongle out the back is kind of big.
Yeah, and that's one of the key things about the UX and getting that going. So,
like you were mentioning, like if the one chip might need to be upgraded with, for a bit of extra money, but you're losing this whole extra cable that you don't need, so you've saved it right back, if not more so.
And then also you wind up your bitbangers opened up. So okay, I want to actually use the bitbanger port for the purpose
printer
of printing
or something,
as God designed it to be used for.
Right.
Oh, you're a traditionalist.
Right.
And the other one that I'll throw in is that because if you're doing it through the hardware on the cartridge port, the amount of overhead that the CPU has to do these transfers is cut by tenfold at least.
Exactly.
Right.
Then I can multitask it in Nitrous 9, so you can actually use FujiNet while you're doing other stuff at the same time. Whereas if you're doing bitbang and you have to time everything, you basically have to shut all multitasking off until you're done the transfer. And that's the same thing with DriveWire.
If you have a second Coco, that's all fixed.
Who has a second Coco? Oh, wait a minute.
Most people have 20, don't they?
Yeah, but they're all sharing monitors apparently, from what I hear.
Yeah, I have 8.
Plus, I mean, if you're doing like a multiplayer game, the fact that you'd have like literally 10 times less CPU time transmitting means the games would run smoother. You could have more players on at the same time. There's a bunch of options, that you can do. It's the difference between going from cassette to a hard drive. Think of it that way.
We're not doing Facebook on the Coco, aren't we?
No, but we might be doing Space War with 8 players, or.
But yeah, Space War with 8 players. We could definitely do.
Ron, you could play defense head to head against people.
Yeah.
I'm still looking. I'm still dreaming about multiplayer Dungeons of Dagerath.
Yeah,
there's a good one too.
That's been on my list for like 6 years now.
Or we could patch something like Gauntlet, for 3 players, or Gauntlet 2 for 4 players, or Rampage for 3, or Dungeons. Karen's, obviously wrote that one. You could patch that one, so you could play that head to head.
Oh yeah, because that's
across
a native
the world.
4-player game, dude. Yeah, absolutely.
You know what's funny is I'll be using the vintage FujiNet with the dongle because it's nostalgic.
Well, the thing is too, I mean, if you're just downloading like disk images off the net, or if you're just, doing the weather tracker and stuff where you don't need multitasking, you don't need the extra speed, it works perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool in that the true serial part is the length of the dongle cord. And then the serial connection to the great wide world is Ethernet. It has no length.
Right.
I mean, for me personally, because of wanting to run it under Nitro 9, it's the equivalent of going to a no-halt disk controller.
Yep.
I don't have to pause the CPU to just read the port. And if I'm downloading a 60K disk image or 150K disk image, and it literally takes me 45 seconds to download it versus 4, and I don't have to shut multitasking off at the same time to do it, then, that's just saving me a ton of time. It's just a lot better experience. I might even be able to mount drives on G-Shell without it pausing. So,
and here we have this processor in the cartridge pack there that's just being used for one thing. Maybe we can make it do other things.
Well, I mean, this has been the question mark, and my thought process is this: we're using the ESP32 to implement and transmit. This has been the primary thing that we've been using to implement the FujiNet protocol, as far as dealing with the FujiNet primitives, dealing with the actual network communications and everything like that. And the ESP32 has been very, very good at that. There is more that it can do. However, there's a possibility of feature creep. My personal thought, and
possibility?
My personal thought. Yeah, tell me about it. My personal thought, and I haven't discussed this with the rest of the team, but my personal thought is if we're moving towards the RPi 2035, I think is it 2035? That's the new one, or no, it's a 2050. 2050. That's the one that's the new one. But if we're moving towards our 2530 or something like that, the new microcontroller that's got like more PIOs and things of that nature, it is quite possible that single microcontroller on what's effectively a Pico W board could do everything that we're trying to do with the Pico now and with the ESP32. I don't know. I haven't dove down into that. I don't know how much is available. So, but that possibility in my mind exists, and that's something that I want to look for, because if we can go from a $12 part to a $6 part as being the brains of this thing, that's a huge cost savings.
Yeah. Well, I do remember, I think it was in this video that they actually mentioned that the new design, because of getting rid of the dongle and the connectors for the dongle and stuff, and doing everything on board, is actually going to make it cheaper to manufacture than it currently is. That's another reason it'll actually lower the cost.
Yeah, and like right now we're using the Pi Pico. We're using one of the Pi Pico devices as the bus manager, and if that can be reduced from the whole Pico down to the minimum amount of components that we need to put on the board, I have no problems with like getting the boards in and doing minimal like hot plate SMD soldering, because that's like screen print, solder paste, stick your parts on there, stick it on the hot plate, turn the hot plate up and watch the thing go.
Get your air blower out and just kind of squoosh it down. Be a man.
No, I mean whatever works. Yeah, whatever works and whatever
works and whatever. Using.
Does that little board have like Bluetooth or anything?
Which board?
This one that we use. Yeah.
Does ESP have built-in Bluetooth?
ESP does.
Yeah.
ESP32.
Yeah.
And it's just sitting there, not being used.
Not being used, yeah.
Right.
And it has a video out.
No, it does not.
No.
But here's the thing: the memory that we've got available in the ESP32 is fairly maxed out right now. Like we can't fit much more in there.
What, like a megabyte or gigabyte?
Oh, it's more than that. It's like 16. I think it's like
4 megs?
16 megs or something like that.
Oh, it's 16. Okay.
I did want to mention a couple comments here before we go on to the next topic. I'm glad you guys were around for talking about this. William Athing says the Pi Pico is actually cheaper than the 2764 ROM itself it's replacing.
Yep.
So another cost savings there. And William also says, and some of the JSON offload protocol is chatty, so speed will actually help a lot in certain circumstances.
Yep.
And then David Lord suggested the game that Mark Overall is quite familiar with called Karen, which should definitely, step up how many users you could have on there with having all the extra bandwidth. Unfortunately, he's on the phone right now, I think, so he can't talk about it. But
yeah, I have another question to ask you guys. When I have my MPI filled, I have a floppy controller, and then I have my FujiNet, and then my SDC in the car, and I turn it on, and I select to have the SDC work, which is dumb because I know there's files you can put on the FujiNet, but
SD card. Yep.
Yeah, but the FujiNet comes on. I mean, shouldn't there be a switch for power to power it off on the outside of the case? Yeah. I mean, it seems like a waste. I mean, the lights come on and everything like it's booting, but it's not booting because it's, you know what I mean? It's dumb.
Again, I mean, it's in the case of it being in a multi-pack interface, I don't see a problem with the thing just going ahead and running, even if it's not booting.
Doesn't hurt anything.
It does. It's not going to hurt anything. It's really not.
No, and yeah, I mean, if you wrote a driver to handle the multi-pack slots, you could have it running actively with some of the other stuff too.
It's low power too, comparatively.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to map the ROM in at the same time, obviously, the SDC, because they definitely have some conflict. But as far as the hardware goes,
right. But by definition, everything that's plugged into the multi-pack comes on when the Coco comes on to keep everybody's levels happy.
Yeah.
All the hardware that's just how it works. I mean,
if it's smart enough that it would turn itself off after a couple of minutes.
That's more money. They don't want to spend money to be.
Yeah, that's very costly. And here's the other thing about that. The devices themselves, like the ESP32 and the Pico, they don't consume much energy. They really don't. The LEDs, they don't consume much energy.
Right, it's like as much cheaper as it was than that ROM. That's your power budget. Is also that much cheaper. It's just nothing.
Yeah. I'll just do one other comment from the chat here, and then we'll go on to the next story. But William Athing also mentions that you put the Pico directly on the board. An RP2040 costs $1. The 2764 ROM is $8, so it's 8 times cheaper.
Yep.
Right.
So can it emulate the ROM?
That's what we're doing with it.
That's what they're doing with it.
Yep.
Flash.
That's absolutely what we're doing with it.
Okay, so I'm going to pause this, but I don't have a screen to show really here. Well, I guess I kind of do. So one thing I put in the notes was maybe to talk about some of the discussion topics, because they had a kind of a group discussion thing. They divided in 2 parts. There was a quick hit thing, and then there was a bit more lengthy ones. And they always come up with really good discussion topics. It's one thing I always liked about the Coco Group podcast. And, they got a different perspective, too, because they're not, doing the shows every month like they used to. So they're not keeping up with exactly what's going on in the Coco world. They get to do with a summary review at the end of a year type thing, because it's literally been a year since the previous episode. So they sometimes have a fresh perspective on things that are interesting to talk about and see what kind of directions things are going in the Coco community on certain projects, etc. So I'm just going to give you a few of the things that they actually mentioned, and I think if we can maybe just pick one, and maybe we'll have a brief discussion on it ourselves, see what our opinions are of it. So the quick topics they had, the Turbo 9 project that Boise's been involved with, the developers have been talking about should they maybe upgrade it to also support 609 instructions. So obviously that's one possible topic. They also did some, kind of joking about the whole, Canada becoming the 51st state, and when it should be, states becomes the 11th province. But they were actually on the non-joking side of that. They were saying there should be a CoCoFEST up north, which is another possible discussion topic. And where would that be a type thing? I know you guys would want it dead in January, where we have the most snow.
Yeah.
Longer topics. They were talking about the Mega Mini MPI, and if Alan Murphy's still on here, he might, if this topic happens to be picked, he might have some comments on this. But John was basically saying that it doesn't seem to be any support for the OPL3 chip. I know there's music players and stuff that Ed's already got out there. Todd Wallace has got music players for Nitrous 9 already done for that, so there obviously is some software for it. But I know Alan's actually been working on getting his Nostromo game to support all kinds of sound hardware, including the OPL3 chip that's built in. So that's another possible topic. And the last one that I'll mention here is the legacy of Steve Bjork, and this is where John, I think, is in disagreement with just about everybody else in the panel somewhat. He talks about the beautification of Steve might be holding the community back. And I know he had some run-ins with Steve, which is probably why this has gotten kind of personal. And it's based on some things that actually, there is some legitimacy to, like the original Coco 3 hype that Steve did at the original Rainbow Fest where the Coco 3 was announced. Saying he was going to write software that was going to make Zaxxon look like a Pong game, etc. And obviously that didn't quite happen, though it has kind of happened a little bit later on, not necessarily by Steve. And I think there's some comments I can make on that as well that I think would give Steve a little bit of benefit of the doubt on as to why that happened and what it means type thing. But anyway, those are some topics that they were discussing. Is there any particular one of those you guys would like to have a brief discussion on?
Well, are we going to have at some point in the future a bunch of people are going to wind up dead, like our beloved.
Thanks for bringing the show uplifting there.
Really, I mean, it's going to happen, and somehow we don't really honor. I mean, we have quite a few dead people now that were brainiacs and part of our trust.
Paul, giving one example that's close.
Well,
to
yeah,
you.
that's like an example. Yeah, and and we don't really celebrate their past much. We just move along, and I don't know if that's an issue anymore. Although you give credit where credit's due and you move along. That's pretty much what happens, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's one thing I don't understand why John seems to have thought, and he actually made the statement about that this idolatry of Steve Bjork is holding the community back. I mean, even if there is some idolatry, how does that holding anything back? I don't even understand where he's coming from on that particular one. So is that the topic you guys want to talk about, or one of the other ones?
Well,
I don't want to go through them all because we'll be here for another 4 hours.
Yeah, that's the one I would address a little bit, is just that I'm 70 myself, and I'm looking at a future of slowing down, and then all of us are not being replaced by many young people. There are some.
That'll be AI instead.
Yeah, and
so that's a topic you like. I guess first of all, we'll divide that into a couple of things. I guess talking in general about some of the older programmers and stuff and hardware designers and stuff, like what do you do to keep the dream alive and keep the community itself going if too many of us pass away in 10 20 30 40 years or whatever it is. The other part would be the fact that John seems to think that people idolizing Steve, and you can idolize some of the other programmers and stuff too, obviously, and other hardware designers, would be holding the community back, which I quite frankly don't understand.
No.
Right. I mean, it's stylish to be negative about everything.
Well, for him, it usually is. He likes to be the contrarian, I think.
So, if someone's passed, let's celebrate what they did and not worry too much about what they didn't. And,
yeah. And even in that particular case, like the one thing I want to bring up, if this was the topic chosen, is that Steve was under a restraint that none of the hobbyists nowadays have. He had deadlines. Like you've got to sign this game. It has to be out by Christmas period, or you're not getting paid for it. And they even had incentive. If you get it done early, we'll give you an extra $5,000 as a bonus or something like that.
Oh, and by the way, we don't like that blue guy. Get rid of him and change it to a flying yellow sausage.
I mean, we've definitely had some game programs, and I mean, Nick's games can be included in here, Paul Shoemaker, and others, where you don't have a deadline. It takes as long as it takes, and it's as extravagant and as technically advanced as you want to take the time to do it.
And you write what you want.
Star Pilot comes to mind.
You don't have a corporate overlord to tell you no.
On the other hand, Steve did Rampage in 6 weeks, start to finish. I mean, he has libraries and stuff, obviously, to do that. But I think that's where I view the his promise of the pawn game thing is he had to kind of settle for the fact that he's going to have to do what he can in the time allotted if he wants to get his bonus. This was his livelihood. This was not a hobby. This was how he earned his living for 10 years.
Yeah.
And that's a totally different set of standards you got to go by there. And you have to get the stuff out. It has to be bug free, which is why you use libraries that are proven to have been working already in previous projects. And you don't have time to go hand tweak and hand optimize everything to get the absolute best bang for buck you can. If Tandy wanted on a cartridge, you've got to limit to how big the thing can be. Like there's just a ton of things he had to deal with that none of us hobbyists
Curtis?
have had to do.
And sometimes if your users don't like it, it's not your decision anyway. So what are you going to do?
Yeah, myself, I'm a user. I use the machines. I use software. I acquired software in the past, by trading or, getting all I could, on the free, And I always admired all the people that could do all the work. And, you're not in a position where you could pay them back or show them up by making an even better program. So on my part, it was more like an awe. When we met him and he came to the show, he was revered. We all knew that there was stuff going on in the background, but didn't really care. And the same with everybody. Everybody has things that they've maybe done and shouldn't have done or whatever. And same with Paul. Paul had his life shortened or whatever, and
Paul Barton for those.
He did a lot of interesting things, and he was a friend of many, and he had his place and time, and it seems like we're just going to keep going on and on. There's no end to our group here, but we're not really having the well, I can't say that. Lately, there's been 5 or 6 people jumping in on our Coco group, saying things that really make you feel good, like, man, I didn't even know you guys were around, or that this was happening, or, like Wingnut can probably say, how do you feel about finding us? I mean, did you use the Coco before? I mean, what do you think of all these guys?
I mean, what I think is that I'd rather use these computers than the newer ones because they don't track you.
Good point.
Oh, we just haven't written that software yet for the Coco IO.
And it's like, no, I'm with you though. Like, yeah.
I think we honor like the old guard, like the Dale Lears, the Steve Bjorks, and the others that have passed away and stuff. We honor them by still running their programs and still playing their games, and sometimes if we manage to get source code and stuff from them or some of the tips and tricks they gave, which Steve was good at. Now Steve obviously had a bit of an ego, as quite a few other people in the community do. I'll include myself in that, and sometimes that definitely went against other people, and that's just human nature. There's not much you can do about that. I just try to tone it down somewhat so it's not a constant thorn in somebody's side type thing, because that's not really necessary. I don't think it holds anything back that you honor these people, even if it's not in your own mind fully deserved. Like you just, it's like choosing a color of your shirt. It doesn't really matter. Just if it's not your ball game to get into talking about somebody in their projects, you're not really like them, just go on to the next one. You don't have to be involved.
Right.
Yeah.
Can I propose something?
Yep.
When Ron brought this up, it's like, these people contributed greatly to the community. Maybe we should do a remembrance on their, when they died. So
well, we did. We did a Steve Bjork special, if you remember.
Yeah, we did. I'm talking about
but he means Ed more, like Dale Lear and Paul Barton.
Yeah, exactly, all of them. And on a yearly basis. So like when Dale Lear's passing,
have like a memorial.
Yeah, look, 5
Yeah,
minutes.
I mean, we
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't officially do one for Dale, but we did have that interview not too long before he passed away, because he was actually planning on attending the next CoCoFEST, and he passed away even before that happened.
Yeah.
So we do have some, and we've had numerous episodes where Paul was on. I don't know if we need to dedicate shows repeatedly, because this list is going to get longer. If you want a 15-hour show in 5 years, because we're honoring everybody.
Segments.
I think setting up a tribute to Coco Luminaries website would be an awesome idea, because people can just visit and we just add to it as required. And that way we keep the show somewhat more fresh.
Maybe once
game on challenge by author.
Yeah, maybe
we could do a little special things like that once in a while, like pick a game.
Some kind of this day in history sort of thing.
Yeah, or once a year we go to that site and review all the people that contributed, but are no longer with us.
Because to me, doing every year where we run through everybody that's passed away, which is going to be an ever-growing list, I mean, that's just going to get longer and longer and longer, and it's not feasible. I don't think.
To do it.
I mean, like this week in history, maybe you could do a little 5-minute thing in between upcoming events and Game On News or something.
Yeah, because like Dale here, Bruce Eisted, Steve Bjork, Paul Barton. Like I could keep going. There's a ton of them.
I mean,
we could fill up a 10-hour show right now if I wrote them all down.
This guy died.
Bob Rosen.
Pretty
this
good.
week.
There's people like me that don't know anything about the history of the Coco, and give on this day in history, and I could learn. People like me that they're new to this thing would learn about it.
Yeah, that's why I like the idea of putting up a website with maybe links to specials we have done, like a Steve Bjork special, the interview we did with Dale.
Okay.
Well, whenever we do a game and it comes up that it's somebody that's passed, we could refer them to that site and say,
exactly,
learn about
Well,
and anytime we have to add to it, like somebody else has passed away, we do a special, and then we have that added to the list on the site, and then anybody who's joining the community new, like Wingnut or some of the others that have been joined recently, if they want to catch up on everything, we can actually send them. And we've got interviews with them, we've got them talking about their projects, that type of thing. But trying to do it every year as a running tally, I just don't think is feasible.
No, you wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
Yeah.
Like, you either do tiny doses every show, like,
I don't think even every show. I think we just do them as they happen.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
that's pretty much what goes on.
10 years ago, David Lear died. He wrote this game. It's great. You should play baseball.
Well, you just stumbled across it by reading this article, right? Where somebody has passed and they had an issue about it.
Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, it should be like a pin in a Discord somewhere. I don't know what channel it should be under, but we should have a pin to that website once it's set up that then points to YouTube links and
we can stick it on the CoCoNation subpage.
I wonder if any other group. I guess there isn't a whole lot, but I mean, what does the commenter group do? They probably don't even think of.
Well, the big names, like the people that created the machines in the first place and stuff, they get honored all the time.
Are they still around?
Some are, some aren't.
If you ever go to some fraternal organization like the Elks Club, they have they have deceased members on the wall, and they have an entire wall with plaques.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can make a virtual wall of plaques.
Yes, exactly.
First, we got to buy a wall.
Right?
It's a virtual wall. We just make it.
Plus, plaque is bad for you, so.
Yeah, that's why I use
it's virtual plaque. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. No, I think having a website dedicated to the luminaries of all sorts, like Lonnie Falk, there's another one. There's a ton you could do there. And then you just have pointers to stuff they've done, maybe online links to the Color Computer Archive to run their software directly in Xror, because you can actually send links to do that.
Or that games page somebody runs in Canada.
Yeah. I mean, I've already got a page of emails from some of the authors, and some of those authors are no longer around either. So, some that's dating back 25 years. Anyway, okay. Thanks for picking that topic. Actually, that was a good one to pick. And definitely, I like the idea of having a dedicated webpage to that kind of stuff.
Well, just make sure John Linville isn't mad, because we're not saying anything bad about him either.
No, I mean, like it's a conflict of personalities. I think in that particular case, Boise had some problems with Steve, later on too, and Steve sometimes did kind of, the ego got a little bit too much of him. I will agree with that. I never got on his bad side from it, but I did see a few times where that's not really true, Steve.
Yeah, no,
type thing.
You spoke to him in a certain way. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's keep going here because I got lots of stories to get through here, and it's already.
Oh, geez.
What are we in? 4 hours in there or something?
It's dark out. Yeah.
4 and third.
Hey, Henry.
Yes.
This is findings, bugs, and adding signs. I believe this is fourth related.
Yes, yes, it is. Yeah, this turned. I thought it was going to be a molehill, and it just turned into an absolute mountain. I think the most fun. Yeah, the most fun I had with it though is discovering that I had messed up my interrupt masking in another location. So, like, I'm going through and I'm like, wait, what in the heck? Why is this just spuriously acting this way? And so I'm going through and I'm testing it here and I'm testing it on real hardware and I'm like, what's going on? And then finally I see where I see where I'd done like an ANCC E0 or something like that, or Aud E or something, where I had actually wound up setting or resetting the interrupt mask. And I'm like, is that used anywhere else? So yeah, it was just like fun times doing that. And hunting that down, but just going through and putting in the different sign things. It's amazing when you're working with like multiplication and division, how you kind of have to keep track of what your sign is if you're doing this manually, because you can't just depend on, like, the mul works fine in 6809 basis. It'll deal with sign numbers, no problems, but sign extending that into 32 bits, yeah, now you got some fun stuff you got to deal with.
Yeah. So by the end of this, you actually kind of figured everything out. You got your IRQ problem fixed, and you got some of your sign math is now working.
Yep, sign math is working. IRQ problems are fixed, and this project is ready to. I mean, it's not feature complete as far as the standard is concerned in immediate mode, but it is feature complete. It is complete enough in immediate mode that I can now move into compile mode. We can start writing new words, but that's not next. What's next up on the channel is going to be a dive back into the USB adapter for the keyboards.
Yeah, so you're literally going to be bouncing between multiple projects here over the.
I'm going to pull an Usagi Electric.
Yeah.
Do they have any relation to each other?
No, absolutely not. I just like the way that he says it, that he doesn't work on the same thing for multiple things at a time because it drives him crap crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, Nick and I are familiar with that phenomenon too. That's why we have like 48 projects on the go right now each.
No, you're supposed to have 42 projects on the go.
Yeah, that's probably our problem.
That is, in fact, the number that is the answer to real life, the universe, and everything.
So your thought process is actually reflected in the video right now.
Yep.
Anyway, it's cool that you're continuing on the fourth project. It's cool that you're doing some of these classes and stuff at the VCF East. Your hardware projects, all kinds of stuff. It's really cool to see.
I like playing with the metal and near the metal.
I always cut myself up and playing with the metal, so I just stick with the software.
Stay away from the death metal.
All right, definitely go check out the Break Key, which is Henry's YouTube channel, and you'll see a mix of software, hardware, compilers, designing boards, all kinds of stuff on there. And also, if you're going to be at VCF East in April, you should go there and go to some of the classes that Henry will be teaching and say hi.
I'll be at them.
Cool.
Next up, this is one where I think this is one you guys covered, but because the audio was off, I didn't really understand what was being presented. So this is the TRS-80 Retro Programming, his YouTube channel. So he's got another video update for his Tales of Suburbia game project. And the point of this was he was showing he's got an update to the way the inventory system works. And then he's also actually adding a map screen for doing sort of auto mapping too, kind of like the text adventure on the Dragon we talked about earlier. And he's actually debugging the code here because he changed a few things right before he decided to record. And of course, that's usually a bad idea because you'll break something. Henry did that on his stream as well. And I've done it numerous times myself.
Rid of the rest of it. All
So
right.
I'll just mute so I can just kind of explain here. So the game itself plays in a 4-color P Mode 1 screen, but he's actually got a P Mode 4 screen now that will have the levels printed out here. And the flashing, whoops, let's faster. There we go. The flashing character indicates which of the rooms within that level you're actually currently in. So if you went to the next part, which is the store or whatever, then your character would move from here to here if you go to the map screen. And this year's level 2, where you've got a bit more complexity as to how the rooms interrelate and how you travel between them. So he's kind of doing the same thing that the text adventure was doing. You play the arcadey style on the P Mode 1 screen where you're moving your character around and you're interacting with other characters and picking items up and using them, etc. But then you got the separate map screen that he's actually adding in too, which is kind of a, well, it's definitely the more modern trope. Nobody uses graph paper anymore like we used to in the old Ultima days. But next up is Bob Emery still on the call.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Okay, so you
What'd I
have
do
this
this time?
video titled "Making a Splash." What exactly are you talking about?
I am talking about splash screens for the Coco SDC.
Oh yeah. I'd be interested in learning about that.
So whenever you first turn it on, you see you can configure it to disable the splash screen, but I kind of like having one.
Yeah, and you found Bob Vanderpool's old SG4 editor he did way back, and then you did some tweaks, I believe, to it to make it a bit more friendly for this.
Yeah, it was really kind of difficult to work with because you couldn't like select a color on the fly. You had to exit out of your line tool, hit W to select a working color, hit the number, and then go back into a tool. And then if you wanted to change other line, you had to do all that again. So
Yeah, we just showed it here flashing between the color
selection.
selection and the drawing screen, for example. Yeah.
Right.
So is this a file that's loaded when the SDC boots up?
Yeah, it's just a literal, it's like saving a machine language program, but you're saving the memory location of the text screen. It's like from 1024 to
1535.
1534, 1535, yeah.
Yeah, 400 to 5FF if you're a hex guy.
So are you going to make some of these up and then have them so we can download different changes?
Well, I included a couple of them on the disk image, and I think that one is actually live on the Color Computer Archive now. Or no, I'm not sure. I uploaded 2 things recently, and I got one email from Guillaume about it.
So here, for example, is the one you did for the sample for the video here. I replaced one that says Coco SDC Explorer by Green Major. So just, kind of a completely different approach to his own.
Yeah, you tried to make the lettering look like the SD card letters, right?
Yeah, the SDC is definitely based on the actual official logo.
And what else you
I
got?
just did all that freehand pixel by pixel. I didn't like get out the graph paper or anything. But then there's also basically the blue one that I did, and then there's a red version of the same thing. It's just a little more stylized version of the original.
But it's something like, Ron, you use a lot of these graphic editing programs and you like designing graphics like that. I'd like to see what you can come up with as an SDC boot screen.
Well, what size is that screen? 192 by 96?
Oh, God, no.
128 by 96?
64 by 32.
Is it really?
Where every group of 2x2 pixels has to be the same color or black.
Yeah.
Oh, God. That's like having your hands.
But you
tied
can
up.
have all 9 colors on the screen at once.
Yeah. It's a little painful, but
You'll have fun, Ron. You'll have fun.
Can't you just like take a oh, you can't take anything and make it squish it down to
No, the problem with like
4x4.
SDC Explorer needs a lot of RAM itself to keep track of like all the files in your disk when it's doing the displays and stuff. So if you decided to make it a P Mode 4 screen, it goes from being half a K, which is what this is, to 6K. So you're using 12 times much memory. So you can't really, unless you want to start not being able to open big disks.
Well, you know what I did before? I did have a rather ornate opening screen with selections as to what I wanted to load, and one of them was the SDC. And so I would run that, and it had a border that went around the edge, and it was a little flashy and stuff. But the thing is, when you start your SDC, you want to look for a program and do something. You don't want to sit there and wait for the thing to have a little display, unless you're at a show or something, I guess.
Well, you're sitting there waiting for it to boot up anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
and it's
geez.
usually only on there for a couple seconds, I think.
Yeah.
Or you can shut it off. But I figured this when I first saw the video that Bob put up here, I immediately thought of both Ron and Eric Montero, because they're both really good at doing low res graphics images. So
that doesn't look bad.
You two should have a head-to-head competition to see who can come up with the best one.
Yeah,
this is a good example of what the screen can do as far as hiding the fact that you've only got two colors and
one of them's black.
Yeah, it's more than it is. Yeah.
That's why the MC10 was so much fun sometimes.
Well, it's the exact same mode the NC10 is built in. Set reset graphics. That's exactly what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Yep.
No. There's absolutely no difference between those two modes. It's exactly the same.
I did put a little keyboard shortcut in there. You can just hit Control S and it'll immediately save that screen as your SDC splash screen.
Oh.
So that makes it nice and easy. You don't have to copy it and move it and change a batch file.
And there's no real protection there, so you better be careful. But the disk I uploaded does have the original screen saved on it.
So you can put it back.
You should just have to rename them, I think.
Yeah.
Right. You're shipping a weapon with no safety. Okay.
The program will rename it for you. If you just load in any graphic you want, you hit Control S and it does it'll mount the disk and copy the image and all that automatically.
Nice.
Cool.
So
there you go. There's your homework assignment, Ron.
Yeah.
Actually, you should come up with one for the fest.
Yes, the fest splash screen.
Yeah, and then you can actually demo it at the show.
I got to do
the artwork first.
Yeah.
Thanks for doing that, Bob, and actually making it user friendly and easy to do it.
Good job.
Yeah. The main thing was just being able to change colors on the fly. That was huge.
Yeah, instead of having to switch to that color selection screen. Even an overlay window would have been a bit better than that, but just being able to do it immediately is a lot quicker when you're drawing. Okay, next up after that, we have D. Bruce Moore and David Craker. They put up a new post about the MP3 player project for the Coco. They have the basic functionalities all working now. They're discussing going to PCBs rather than hand-wired and what kind of a case should be made. I believe Bruce and his son have just picked up a 3D printer or are planning on picking up a 3D printer, so they're actually going to start designing a case for it. And they have a little link to talking about it here on the YouTube video, which I think is actually part of the one we played from Bruce kind of summarizing the show. They had part of the discussion in there, so I won't play it here, but you can just go ahead and like all stories, the show notes on the Discord, which are already uploaded for this episode, have direct links to all these, so you can actually go and check it out. But there's some discussion on the fact that the newer version of the board is actually going to be probably smaller than their two prototypes that you saw in the original video here, because the newer MP3 chip they're using doesn't need as much real estate. So they have some room to make a case a bit more unique shape-wise and a bunch of other things if they wanted to. And they kind of just started discussing it here. But basically, the basic functionality, being able to play, adjust the volume of whatever you're playing, switching between MP3 tracks is all already done and working in BASIC.
Nice.
Next up, Leaded Solder is the name of the blog here. I don't know who this is off the top of my head. Does anybody here know who specifically this is, or the guy wants to remain anonymous? But basically what he does here is he's done a fairly lengthy blog on building his own mechanical keyboard for his Coco 1. So he talks about how he kind of did the, conductive paint and stuff to fix the Mylar a couple of years back, but that doesn't last too long, which he soon discovered. So he decided to kind of pull a Bob Emery and just build a keyboard from scratch.
Yeah.
And he did
post
these nice
about it on the Discord, so we do have a name there somewhere.
Okay, I didn't catch that. So So he said you took 15 minutes to make this Coco keyboard layout in the GUI editor. Of course, this is assuming you can actually get red break keys on the market, and 2 keys that actually have a quote instead of an @ sign like modern keyboards do and stuff. And of course, you can't very much anymore. His first attempt at printing a 3D printed thing kind of came out a little bit rough. As he put it, more closely resembled black plastic vomit than it did a working keyboard, which is one of the most descriptive things I've ever seen. And he's fiddling with, the switches and going through that. Okay, version 2, you know what? Let's just do a PCB. Now he's got some different keys here where he's actually, up and down wording instead of the actual arrows. And then kind of going through the PCB setup, testing version 2. It's Coco 1. I like the fact he moved the RAM badge down over here. That was kind of interesting. And then this is where he's kind of getting into the Dave Veary and Bob Emery, where you're picking up these sets of keys from all over the place, and you're jokingly referencing you should do like a Hello Kitty style one or something. And then he goes into bit shift, like the actual codes that the keyboard is returning on the matrix. And then going through switches.
I need to do a call for original keyboards that people are abandoning for these kind of projects.
Yeah.
So
Well, he actually, if I remember, he actually mentions you, Rick. He just decided he wanted to try to build his own, but
yeah, no, I'm just saying if people are going to build different ones, instead of throwing away the ones they have, I should get them somehow and turn them back into keyboards.
I do like yours, though. I mean, I've ordered some myself, and I like the old Coco keyboard layout, and the fact that they don't make 2 keys with a double quote on it anymore, and some of the other unique combos that are back from the late 70s, early 80s.
Well,
I prefer having the ones that actually match instead of trying to remember, oh, no, that isn't an @ sign. It's actually a quote. Shoot.
And you will not find keycaps as good as the ones on a Coco. They're the double shot injected molded, old school. You could type 10,000 years on this keyboard and you will still have the text. It was a well-made keyboard. Anyway, never mind.
Yeah. And here he's talking about the resistor network needed to go from the old D and E board, the double header connector, to go to the Mylar, connector that the more modern ones use. Bit of schematic stuff. Now that I was pulling up the row lines, the keyboard should work, and it did sort of. Whenever I hit the space bar, I got a 7. I'm not too used to the Coco, but I don't think that's right. Correct assumption. Lots of pictures. Like, it's a really good blog. You can actually see every detail as he's going through it, coloring as he goes. Stabilizers. Switching to a slightly narrower shift key to get it to fit in the case properly.
Is it still a problem when you're making your own keyboard to keep it from double, making more than one when you hit it once?
On the Coco's case, that's more software than hardware. Like the Model 1 had a problem with the hardware, if I remember correctly. Did. And then he actually, uses a hack keyboard to play Tetris off FujiNet. So, double whammy. He was playing FujiNet. He loaded Tetris over the web much faster if you had the full cartridge version. Sorry, Ron.
It's all right.
And he's got some RF, problems on the display here, but it's using that trick where you're doing a semi-graphics 12 or 24, I think it's 24 in this case, where you're swapping scan lines of each character so you can create these kind of pseudo-Russian style things, because that's where Tetris was invented. So you're getting kind of your own custom font, basically. But it works, and then he has a kind of a summary of the whole thing there, too. But really good blog post if you're interested in doing this kind of a hardware project, or you're just interested in what he did to get it working. Definitely good long read there. Next up, Simon Jonasson is working on a graphical demo again using higher semi-graphics modes. I think he's using 12 here. It doesn't look like 24. And there he's kind of doing some of his more standard animations that he tends to do here, the kind of, the plasma type thing where kind of things bleed into each other. He does say the color table's not quite right at this point. I'm guessing the blues, the purples, and the greens are probably not in the order cycle that he wanted. Well, interesting to see where that goes. I'm assuming he'll be adding music and stuff too. Next up after that, we have Carlito Camacho, which is a change of his name on Facebook. I'm not quite sure what happened that he had to change his name there, but Carlos Camacho is what we used to know him. So maybe that's his proper spelling of his name. I'm not sure. Carlos might have been the Americanized spelling. Anyway, he has a couple of links here that he put up. The first one here is there's a long out-of-print book called The OS9 Guru, originally written by Paul S. Dayan. I hope I'm pronouncing his last name correctly. And this gets into the internals. It's kind of like the inside OS9 level 2 that we used to do Nitrous 9, but except for OSK. And this is meant for OS9 68000, also known as OSK, version 2.4. This is the version that was used on the last releases of the TC70, the MM1, Ed Gressick, Delmar's System 4 and System 5. So basically all of the 16-bit Coco 4s from the late 80s, early 90s that were coming out after the Coco was canceled by Tandy. And it goes into pretty good detail here, and you can see some of the chapter headers here, getting into system calls and interrupt drivers and how the whole memory module system works and all this kind of stuff. And it's all scanned in and ready to go. So you just can click on a particular chapter and it brings it up and you can actually read the original book with all the technical details. So for those of you that managed to pick up some of these, or if you want to make a single board computer 68000 and run OSK on it, this will give you a lot of the information and you should be able to help, write your own drivers and stuff like that if you're so inclined.
Organizing behind CDI is kind of bold. The old Philips CDI.
Yep. Which was an OSK based thing running the Signetics chip, if I remember correctly.
All right.
68070 clone. The other one that he posted here, another story he posted on the Color Computer group on Facebook is about, and we talked about a little bit in the pre-show here because I was trying to find out some information about it, called Collapse OS. And there's been apparently a Coco 2 version. This is a cross-platform operating system that runs also on some 6502 machines, some Z80 machines. But it also has a Coco 2 version. Now, the source code for this particular one has been out for a year and a half, and I don't remember seeing this before. So thank you for pointing this out. But I don't know that much actually about it. The descriptions aren't too detailed. Like it mentions here, this repository contains the core of Collapse OS. That is the code that is common to all Collapse OS ports. It also contains documentation in doc, common to all ports, beginning with docintro.txt. By itself, this repository doesn't do much. Its default make run target builds a 6502 version of the Collapse OS, targeting a virtual machine designed to be ran inside the Dusk OS 6502 emulator. That's not very exciting. But you can see some of the ports he's done here for the Z80. He's got the RC 2014, the TI 484 Plus, the Z80 MBC2, the TRS-80 Model 4P, which is the portable one, Sega Master System, the PC-AT for the 8086, the Apple IIe, and some Japanese machine here for the 6502, and the Coco 2 for the 6809. And then he gives, a little bit of history on build, and I was tied in with Dusk, and then as of January 2025, he's ditching Dusk because he was having problems with them doing updates that broke his stuff. But I don't know too much about it. Like, I don't know, is this like a multi-user OS? Is it a terminal-based OS? I don't really know too much about it at all. Does anybody in the panel or in the chat have more information on this? That sounds like a big fat no.
It's interesting that it covers all the major food groups. We have a Z80, 86, 6502, 6809. It's interesting there, but I don't know anything.
Okay, so it says here it's a minimal operating system created to preserve the ability to program microcontrollers through civilizational collapse. Okay.
Okay, so the old 8-bit,
it's
micro-coded CPUs that might live through an EMT burst.
Or a solar flare or something. Right. Personally, I think we'll have so many other problems. I wouldn't be worried about running an OS.
We won't really need a computer.
I'll be worried about food.
Yeah, some corn, something like that.
Yeah, the author expects the collapse of the global supply chain means the loss of our computer production capability. Many microcontrollers require a computer to program them. Well, for that collapse, we probably won't even have electricity, so I don't know how that's really going to help.
Solar panels.
Yeah,
but one thing I thought was interesting that Henry should be aware of is that this OS is written in Forth.
Yep.
It doesn't adhere to any pre-collapse standard, but it's pretty close to the Forth described in Starting Forth by Lee Brody. It is therefore the recommended introductory material to learn Forth in the context of the Collapse OS. So I don't know if this is something you actually want to take a deeper dive in at some point, or just as a curiosity, or.
Well, I mean, I find it interesting, but as I said, I think the next rabbit hole that I'm going to jump down as far as languages are concerned is going to be Lisp.
Oh, you don't want to put this on a Jupiter Ace and just run it?
It could be fun.
Could your fourth compile this is the next question once you're done yours.
Yeah, well,
Are you familiar with this Dusk project at all, Henry? Which is kind of the...
No, I'm not familiar with it at all.
Okay. I'm not either, so... Anyway, it's kind of interesting that he brought that up. It's a year, like I said, it's a 1.5 project. The dates on the Coco files are from 1.5 ago, so like summer of 2023. And I don't remember finding it the first time round. I don't remember ever talking about this before, so that just could be my memory because I'm getting old. But and it's on Source Hut, which is actually something I hadn't heard of either. That's a competitor to GitHub, etc. I'm guessing for SourceForge.
So someone Sally's fourth.
No, there's quite a bit of documentation you have to kind of like pour through, which I just didn't have time. But anyway, sounded interesting.
How old are you, Curtis?
57.
Oh, geez, you're still in your 50s.
Younger, yeah.
Oh, man. I remember that.
That's funny because I go listen to the Amigos and I'm the old guy in that group.
Yeah. That's cool.
Okay, Supersprite FM Plus. This is something that Brian Weasler actually talked about a bit earlier because this is the post he was referring to, the creator of it, DragonPlus Electronics. Next batch of Supersprite boards make its way to James Dexter for the SMD components to be professionally fitted. Then kits will be ready for sale. And he mentioned this will be the last of the, quote, real, quote, B9958 versions because that's a chip you can no longer get. Now, he emphasizes here, if I do another rerun, it will shift to a FPGA version, but that is way in the future. So, and that's the video chip, correct? If I remember correctly? Not one of the sound chips?
Yes, the 9958 is the video chip.
Does anybody know if an FPGA version of that has already been created, or is that something he would have to tackle himself?
I think there's something called the F18 for the TI that replaced the original 9918, which the 9918, basically the Yamaha made the 9938 and the 9958. So.
Okay, so it basically he just has to redesign the board to have a socket for the FPGA versus, or is it actually a drop-in replacement the way the FPGA is designed?
I don't remember offhand. It's been a lot of years since I've seen the F18 on a board. So I know that there was an Apple project that would use the F18 board to go on a card and add it to the Apple II. So.
Okay. So anyway, it looks like if you want to get one, there will be some kits available soon. I'm not sure exactly how many. I think Brian alluded that too. We didn't know how many he's actually making. John, if you're listening, hit us up in the Discord and let us know. I do hope he does manage to keep it going with an FPGA version later on. I also hope that at some point they actually do finished ones, whether John himself makes them or not. Not really material to me, but I'm definitely not soldering a bunch of crap or even trying to, because I would like it to work. But you guys also from the demos here, like there's a lot of good hardware in here. There's already some software done for the Coco, so if you need some help, Parrot, then can definitely give you some tips on programming the sound chips and the video chip. And there's a lot of really cool stuff you can do on there.
Hey.
Sorry?
My dog was
okay.
hacking something up.
Thankfully, we didn't hear it. Next up, the Manitoba Retro Computing and Gaming Club did post some photos, which are actually a bit clear. It covers the entire show, all the tables and stuff here. So I thought I'd show some of these because the video from David and Bruce was more Coco-centric. So here you can see the little, when I first walked in, this was actually up and running. The welcome to the Manitoba Retro Computing and Gaming Club, bring on the TRS-80 Model 1, 16K Level 1 basic, with actual software and binders from the day. You actually had some of the original games and stuff in there. The TRS-80 Pocket Handbook for Programming, which actually cross-references multiple TRS-80s and how their basics differ. So if you want to convert something from the Model 1 to the Coco, or Coco to the Model 2 or something like that, actually tells you like what the syntax changes are and etc. I do remember seeing that reference, but I didn't have any of the other computers, so I didn't really use it that much. Here's part of the Tandy table, so you can see the Robbie Jr. or Robbie. How do you pronounce that? I don't even know.
Robbie.
Robbie. Okay. The mini controller timer here, the plug-in power control, which, as I mentioned before, David Krieger was actually demonstrating. We were shutting the lights on and off in his basement from his Coco 2 2-way transistor radio kit. And they did drive this around during the show floor, which you'll actually see a little bit here. The Armortron, which actually was fully functional. People were actually using it to pick up and move stuff around. I remember doing that because a couple of my friends had them. Pocket Computer 2 with its reference card over here and the carrying case. There's the mine. I just put the banner there. I didn't know if I was going to be supposed to bring a banner or not, but I had it, so I just threw it on. And then that's the Coco 164K model that David Krieger had running in the MP3 player demo. Here he's just playing a bit of color car action, the 609 version, just to show people.
Coco 2 down under.
Sorry, what?
Coco 2 down under.
What do you mean? Oh, right. Yeah, they called the Coco 2 the full size 64. Yeah, gotcha.
Nice sign you got there on the table.
Yeah, thanks for helping design that.
Yeah.
The TV scoreboard, which we also saw playing, David and me playing head-to-head, one of the awesome Pong games that are built in. There was one that I remember we've got in some of our ad rotation that they actually had a 6-in-1 that didn't have the basic 4 sports games. It actually had a couple of the shooting games. Slightly later model from the mid-70s.
Sacrilege.
Here's the Vectrix. In this particular case, I think he's actually playing with one of the overlays on it for Scramble, and this actually would be one of the original Vectrix games that's on this, because the one they got here has got an FPGA or a Pico or something that's inside and actually emulates all the arcade hardware, and you can just pick between arcade games and Vectrix games and play them all.
Nice.
So it's actually it's basically using the screen, the controllers, and the sound hardware, and emulating the rest kind of through there. There's one of the old commercials for the Model 1. I was playing. David Krieger set this up where you download a bunch of the old commercials for all the Tandy products and had that kind of running in the background when there wasn't a presentation being done. And then they also would throw up the Tandy catalogs. You can see here. Oops. A little corner of it here, we can actually go through the old Radio Shack catalogs, the computer catalogs, the regular catalogs, sales flyers. And yeah, that set up so people could kind of wander through and see what all Tandy had been doing over the last 70 years. That's another playing TV scoreboard with some other people. There's a close-up. And this shows closer to what you actually see it. So you can see like this was the last object drawn, or this was the last object drawn, because it's brighter, because the phosphor will fade. And the more and more shapes you get on the screen, the dimmer it gets, kind of thing. This is the guy, Bob, I think his name was. It was the engineer, who's long retired, but he brought one of his more modern oscilloscopes here, showing it off. And that was part of his presentation, going through the history of oscilloscopes and what the various kinds can do, what type of oscilloscopes and what kind of ratings they should have if you're doing certain types of electronics. There's a TI-99 brought there with some joysticks and a bunch of the classic games. I played a little bit of Parsec, and they actually have the speech sound pack there, so it does the proper talking, and the Alpiner game where you're climbing up the mountain. There's that flying saucer game that we showed earlier. And there's Bruce's table with his. He had to bring his Coco 3. His Coco 2 wasn't working properly when he left home, so he put it on there. But it runs on a Coco 1 and 2. The animation and the music coming through in the MP3 player of the entire cinematic, realm of Doom intro is actually quite impressive to see. Those of you at CoCoFEST here last year likely saw it, but he's been tweaking and optimizing it and creating the music for it as well. And here's part of the presentation. He was actually fully prepared. He had slides. This is actually not the first time he's done this presentation. He did it a few years back, though he has updated with the more modern oscilloscopes that you can get. And it was actually, like I said, it's a very interesting. Here's people driving the Robbie around, trying not to get stepped on. A little bit of a No, it was kind of fun. It actually started malfunctioning partway through, too. They couldn't get it to turn around, so they had to shut it off and turn it back on again. Man, does that sound familiar?
Right.
Okay, next up in the Motorola 6809, 609, 6800 assembly language programming page on Facebook, David Collins has been doing one of the 609 STC, SBC single board computers type thing. did a high resolution ASCII Mandelbrot set that it generated here on basically I'm running it through a terminal program at a fairly high res. You can see how small the text is. But running this thing at 3.5 megahertz on a 6309, using 6309 assembly language, using all the extra registers and the hardware multiply and stuff, completed this in less than 30 seconds, which is actually pretty good. I've got a 609 optimized one I did. Well, it's basically 9609 optimized. It's quite a bit slower than that.
It takes about an hour or so to do it normal.
No, it depends on how high res you want to go. Like this is text character, so this looks higher res than it is.
Okay.
Glenside had their monthly meeting, and they talked a bit about CoCoFEST, the Tandy Virtual Fest, and various club things. It was actually quite a short meeting for a change. I think it was only like 27 or 28 minutes, something like that, about half an hour roughly. So if you wanted to catch up, but you don't like sitting through the full hour plus ones they normally do, this is available on the Glenside Color Computer Club CoCoFEST page on Facebook, and you kind of catch up. And of course, anybody who's a member and anybody who attends the fest is basically a member, can attend these meetings and put their 2 cents of where they think the club, the fest, etc. should go in the future. Next up, there was quite a bit of activity in the Dragon space on the World of Dragon forums. There was software uploads and all kinds of stuff. So I'll run through a few here. The first one, I don't know who Zephyr is. Maybe 60, if he's still in the chat, might be able to tell me. I always forget whose alias is what. But this is there's a request to make a utility to auto-run basic programs on the Dragon. So there's various autoloaders. I think Sugar Software and the Coco did this. And it was used by Prickly Pear Software for stuff like Viking, where you could do a clone. And then as soon as it finished loading, it automatically ran. You didn't have to type run. On disk, of course, this doesn't matter because you got run quote program name, but on tape, you just had clone. So in this case, this here is for the Dragon 32 or 64. It's Dragon DOS compatible, so you can run this while Dragon DOS is installed or anything that's Dragon DOS compatible. And it does not need 64K RAM. A lot of times you're patching BASIC and stuff to actually get the autoload to run. This actually does it through the hooks. So it's a free download. You can go ahead and grab it there, and you can actually create basic programs that auto run as soon as you load them. He also released Inverse Text ROM Patch 1.0. This is an inverse video patch to inverse the text on the screen just to make it a bit more palatable in the eyes. It has actually been rejiggered, because he wrote this a while ago, to work with the Clode patch. So you can actually enable the inverse video and do the Clode auto run for a basic program. The one caveat here is that this patch actually does require 64K because it does have to patch BASIC in order to do it. But if you have a Dragon 64, that's solved. You already have 64K. Next up, the DragonPlus Electronics website itself. I think, if I remember, you guys had some problems trying to get it to load last week. And there's a reason for that. He was actually transferring it to a brand new system off of his own locally hosted onto a third-party hosted. And I went through this just a few months myself ago, and it didn't go as smooth as expected either. So part of it was there, but the DNS wasn't propagating, so you couldn't actually hit it through a DNS server for a while, and it was taking several hours. It does seem to be fully working now, so whatever glitch was happening, it seems to be fixed. So if you want to go, check out videos or information on some of the products, say like the Supersprite FM Plus board, you should be able to hit it fine now. And once he gets these boards constructed and the kits ready, you should be able to go order some if they're not already pre-sold out. Next up after that, we have Blue Arcus. I can't remember who that is either. And then Zephyr, the one who did those other utilities, both worked on this. So this is a copy of the DragonPlus cartridge version of Edit Plus, which is an editor. The disk version's been out for a long time. You can find it in the archive already, but the cartridge version is a bit of a rare one. And most people did not have that because it was obviously saved to tape. This 2.01 modified version works with real Dragon 32s and 64s and all the Dragon emulators they've tested. So the previous 2.0.0 release from earlier in the week was not running on every single one. So whatever glitches they had, there's been fixed. That's a free download as well. Another one that Blue Arcus uploaded is MPI cartridge copy. So this is a little disk-based tool for copying auto-start cartridges using a multi-pack and the Coco SDC or another Dragon DOS compatible disk systems. This works in the Dragon as well. The multi-pack does work in the Dragon. It plugs it in, but because their cartridge port is a lot lower than the Coco's, it doesn't quite fit properly, so you have to put some books or something under it to level it off. But this will allow you to copy one's games and stuff that normally auto start as soon as you turn it on, and copy that off so you can actually save a copy of it. This is an interesting one. Richard Harding, who's kind of the archivist of the Dragon world, mentions in this post here, he said, back in the day, I wasn't particularly fond of those do-it-yourself covers, but recently I've become quite fond of them. So one thing that we just saw Chronological Gaming mention is that the Dragon artwork on their commercial games in the early and mid-'80s were actually phenomenally good, much better than we usually got. But they did have some companies that did the cheaper method, and quite a few of the ones that were done later, like Lucifer's Kingdom, didn't come out till, what, 87 or 88 or something? So after the main part of the market was gone, they didn't have the money to, do full 4-color flyers and tape labels, etc. So he actually shows off here, and I'll just zoom it up so you can kind of see them. But these are kind of the standard hand-drawn type things that, was much more common in the Coco world, I think, than it was in the Dragon world. And he's got 4 games that he kind of shows here. He's got Lucifer's Kingdom, Larkspur, Waldorf's Trapped, Gordon Bennett, and Zatoka. The one interesting here is that Paul Lawton, the author of Zatoka, actually responded in the comments. He said, for Zatoka, I thought I was just giving them an idea. So he gave a roughed out sketch of an idea that they would make into real proper artwork. And they actually just went and used what he sent them as a sample. So he was not expecting that at all. As he says here,
from a napkin.
Yeah. He says, what I want on the cassette cover, not what they would actually use my actual drawing. I might have put a bit more effort into it if he had known that. So yeah, I just found that kind of a cute.
He probably looked at it and said, that's good enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Send it to the printer.
Well, these are later enough that, I mean, the market was kind of small. You didn't have the expense to hire an artist unless you happen to be one yourself. Hi, Ron.
Back then, sometimes you had rub-on letters you could use.
Yeah, and there's also some of the
wax transfer.
Yeah, like for doing cross shading and
chart pack. It was called.
Yeah.
Letraset.
Yep, that too.
And the final story for today, and I noticed there's a whole bunch of new ones coming up here, so that'll be for next week. So Julian Brown posted an update to in the Dragon Facebook group here about his Dragon Revision 3 and X4 updates, and this is where he's been, basically he's already duplicated the original Dragon motherboard for the Dragon 32, and now he's been updating them. He's been, shrinking the amount of chips and changing it from dynamic to static RAM. Now he's adding new features. And he at last posted an update about this back in November. And then he decided he has to fix an Archimedes 3010, which he thought would take maybe a week. Well, 2 months later, he's still fixing it up, which is the main reason for the delay. But he's going to be getting back into the Dragon fairly soon here. He's working on the plugin card. So he's changing it from being a single monolithic board with 1 or 2 satellite cards for like the video out, so you could swap between a PAL and NTSC or whatever. But he's actually going to start having stuff like the CPU and the SAM chip and some other stuff as separate ones. So then you can kind of mix and match different things and add different things later on without having to get a completely new motherboard every time. So this is kind of his update here. The Rev 3s, he's expecting to have 256K of RAM plus an AY sound chip built into it. And that one's pretty close to being ready right now. The X4, as he says, and I'll start quoting his post here, is the big one, though. The ATX motherboard started as a bit of a joke that took on a life of its own, but right now it actually looks to be the best way forwards. The problem is how to test effectively without complicating the matter with an excess of variables. So the plan is to come up with a suitable main PCB to host power, bus distribution, CPU, and the basic I/O. The goal is to put everything I can isolated onto plug-in cards. That means a SAM, RAM, ROM, video, and audio. It's going to be an expansion port on the main board, but I think the best option is to actually put this on an expansion slot so that the cartridge can be external or maybe used for a 5.25-inch front plate, basically freeing up the cartridge port for other types of hardware, but having stuff that could be considered the core part of the computer to be little expansion cards within. And then he starts getting some other details here. He's going to have the SAM MMU for doing, level 2 OS9 or having memory greater than 64K. DMA capabilities, which is 689 is already capable of handling, but was never used by Tandy or Dragon. And he said the SAM itself is a special case. It needs to be closer to the CPU than the other expansion boards. So I'm working on the theory that it will be a plug-in mezzanine board. I can also start with a regular SAM to make sure the base functionality works and then iterate. And he's also going to be using the new PLC packaged 609s that we've shown on the show before, the ones that aren't the 2 rows of pins, but the square ones. He says he does need some level shifting for the SAM, ROM, and RAM because they operate at 3.3 volts, not 5 volts. And he was also talking, I think, in the comments, because he added some more comments, that he's planning on running it at like 3.5, 4 megahertz too. So that sounds like a pretty awesome Dragon. And that's it for the news this week. Wake up, everyone.
Thank you for working so hard today.
Well, I kind of slacked off last week, so I had to make up for it.
You can't do it every time.
I didn't even show up.
If you ever get sick, we're messed up bad.
As you've seen.
Well, since we've gone past 5 hours today, we probably ought to call it a day.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
I agree with that.
No outro.
I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Hit the music.
Stop the whining.
Yeah.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the Coco Discord server. Coco forever.
Okay. Guess I had to turn my camera back on.
Yep.
Okay. Well, because
The
then it's
end?
easier. Because then it's easier to wave to everybody goodbye.
Yeah,
Stay
so
healthy.
goodbye. See you all next week. And remember, the week
Later,
after next
folks.
week is the virtual fest starting at in the morning. What time, Mark? Is the first?
I think the first slot's going to be about 9 a.m. Pacific.
So 9 a.m. Pacific, so noon
Sorry,
Eastern.
sorry, 9 Eastern. So
9 Eastern. So not this next Saturday, but the following Saturday. You can spend all day watching all of us.
Right. And
giving
that first lot's all my fault, right?
If you thought
Sorry.
this show was long, holy cow, you got nothing.
Yeah.
no,
Yep.
it's all right. It's not. I think it should be like 2 hours before we start, which would be noon Eastern. So it is 9 a.m. Pacific.
Hey, Grant, I'll be having some artwork for you in a little while. I mean,
But-
a few days.
Thought you had 11. 11
Yeah, no
o'clock
rush.
Eastern.
Way before
Yeah,
the
sorry,
first.
11. Oh, it's right. I added Rick. So yes, it'll be 11 Eastern, which is 8 Pacific. He was the last minute ad this morning.
Somebody's got to
So hey,
start.
don't forget, next week's just a regular 5-6 hour show like normal. And then the week after that, it's the
Yes,
marathon.
10, 15,
it's the all dayer.
Okay.
Yep.